want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you walking to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you walking to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you walking to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods. I don't want you playing with your friends. I don't want you going to the store. I don't want you leaving us again. I don't want you going to the woods
Maybe this time I'll make my mind up, and maybe then Distance is our friend. That's why we play pretend. It goes on again. Never seems it goes on and we're so proud. We keep calling in the end. Sick of all this pretend. let me in from. Just let me in from.
Up in the jungle, boy, Donkey Kong. Yeah, made my way to the tippy top where I belong. Yeah, you know now, boy, you gon' drown chasing waterfalls. Yes, my temper goes 0 to roll every time you hear that motor kick. Latin flows turn to quid pro quos. If you ain't got your hat, then I'm over it. On my way, but get you motion sick. I ain't touched the mill, but I'm approaching it. That a boy on his snooker tip like boola, boola, boola. That a boy here causing crazy havoc. Get it to myself, yes sir, I managed to get that bone. Really got about so oh no, body type so woolly mammoth. I'm going insane. Yes, that it could never be tamed. So I got the whole world in panic. Yes, I'm strange, you can see the madness. Got a back a toll like a damn mechanic. Breathe, homie, breathe. Time is almost up. Tell me what you need. Got the pot of gold, got the pot of greed. Never learned to follow, had to learn to lead. That a boy buzzing, hanging with the bees. Snuck up in the egg, swinging from the trees. That cause a riot, people better leave. Y'all don't wanna see me? Nah. I be wildin' on the man, I don't know what's up. They say money talks about money talks too much. Man, that boy different. I'm him when I wake up. I don't lose, boy. I don't lose. Hey, been the realest. Stop telling me things that I already know. Keep it 100 so much, my emails look like binary code. Pulling up covered in something flashy. They be like, wow, there you go. Horsepower, whipping them donuts, look like a wild merry-go. Hey, I'm too cool, so obsessed with me. I don't even got a YouTube. My only L was at a spelling bee to spell lose, and I refuse to. W's are what I'm used to. W's are what I'm used to. Game on the line, just leave it to me when the situation getting crucial. I'm in the mood to put up some crazy numbers when I'm bored or walking Sudoku. Inspiring like an eviction notice on the door, cause this finna move you. I earn all the respect. I need 1000000 on every chat. Yeah. I be wildin' on a man, I don't know what's up. They say money talks about money talks too much. Man, that boy different. I'm him when I wake up. I don't lose, boy. I don't lose, boy. I don't lose.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised. Two Chinese teams have broken into the top 8, and Fnatic got 2-0'd. What the hell is going on here? And you're gonna have to watch to find out. Hello everyone and welcome to day 10 of VALORANT Champions, coming at you live from the Shrine Expo Hall in Los Angeles, California. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here alongside with Mimi and Achilleos, who's joined at the desk. And we got a crowd today as well, cheering us as soon as I say my name. Look at that.
Crowd every day.
Yeah, actually.
Showing up.
People have been showing up here.
Weekday?
Yeah.
Who cares?
You guys have been doing a great job. I want y'all to know this.
Yeah.
Seriously, great job.
And it's going to be a good day for the crowd today because it's the two home teams playing. Of course, BLG and EDG.
Yes. Wait, what? Yeah, okay, never mind then. That actually segues us right into our bracket because we saw the opening of knockouts, which, of course, were quite surprising. You might actually see a green play button on the top there that could be deceiving. Yes, that is loud. They have 2-0'd Fnatic, our Tokyo champions. A lot of people were really wondering whether or not this loud team can show up. They most definitely did. And then Paper X, Achilleos, as you saw in real time, were Paper Xing all over their opponents.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, a pretty easy breezy matchup there. Yeah, it is now. We're going to make it into one.
I learn something new every day.
I think the most surprising thing, you know, isn't that Paper X come away from that series with a pretty clean 2-0. It's that Loud were able to do it versus Fnatic. Because if you didn't watch the games, it wasn't like it was a very close affair and they narrowly scraped by with that 2-0. They got it very comfortably.
Yeah.
I mean, Fnatic got stomped on the second map after
Fnatic got Paper X'd.
not losing a series. They did get Paper
X all over.
Yeah, and after not losing anything all year and being expected to just cleanly sweep champions, that happens. Tournament's already ridiculous.
I may have started a problem with you. This is
I don't think so.
Quite an issue here. But of course, in a little bit though, we're going to see our two matches. We're going to have DRX taking on Billy Gaming. And then later on, it's going to be Evil Geniuses versus Edwards Gaming Video Team. It's going to be quite impressive. I'm very excited.
Is that what the LLC is called?
That is actually the official listing of it. I talked to him. It's a long story.
You know Edward?
We go way back.
Really?
First name basis. I know him by Edward. He doesn't know me. In any case, though, we have two Chinese squads on deck today, and you got, of course, an Edward and two Billies. Both great names. They're simple, they're clean, they're elegant, some might say. But I have a question for the panel here today, and dare I say, a question for the house as well. Let's say you got tapped to become the CEO of a new org in China. One problem, you need to make a name. What's it gonna be? Mimi, you're first.
I mean, just first name, descriptor of a group of people. It's that simple. You can do anything.
Okay.
First name that comes to mind for me, Jeff. What's a descriptor of people? We already have gaming, we already have this stuff. Jeff Clan. Simple. Fantastic name.
Is that I remember that player from America's League.
Yeah, that was, they used to play for Loud, but they learned Mandarin and got picked up by Jeff Clan. So
oh, nice.
exciting
That's
boost.
going to have to do pretty soon.
I've never seen that photo of you.
It was a very interesting day.
I'm reeling a little bit from that
taken.
one, but I like it. You know, sticking with just a basic name is good.
Wait.
Edward,
is
Jeff.
That's Jeff.
Okay, because it kind of looks like either Cheech or Chong, and I'm not too certain.
No, that's Jeff.
Okay, that's perfectly
Is
fine.
that a name of a person I should recognize?
Oh, God, Mimi, I forgot you're 20. Anyway, moving on to the next one there. Let's see. Here's mine.
Okay.
So I decided to go in a similar direction.
First name,
But
descriptor of a group of people.
Exactly, but you have to say it. It's Steven Esports, okay? That's it. And this is our logo. I've worked
What
very
part
hard
of
on
this
it.
is your logo?
The whole thing.
The logo is like a 9:16 image.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, Riot actually told us that we couldn't make it into our logo, but we just said screw it and made it anyway.
I don't know if that's how that works.
I like
Hello,
your
my name is
Fisher-Price
Steven.
headset that you're rocking in this.
I feel like this was created by like me in like computer lab in like 2009. I've just discovered kid pics.
How big is my ear?
baby's first headset. That's what this is that you're wearing.
And it's more ridiculous just because I'm bald. In any case, so.
Lorem ipsum.
All right.
Is that your motto?
Yes, it is Lorem ipsum.
What does that mean in Latin?
Oh, it means go get him, Steven.
Okay.
That's what it means. What you got?
I went with something basic, something I think everybody else can get behind, which
Okay.
is just Seth King Gaming.
You named
Seth
it after
King
yourself.
Gaming.
Yes, Seth King Gaming. For short, you could say SK Gaming. I don't think that's ever been
There's
used
a
before.
team already
so
called SK
No,
Gaming.
there's
Oh,
not.
wait,
What-
I feel like I
in what?
recognize
In
that
what
logo.
esport? I don't think that doesn't exist. This is a brand new idea. We're going with SK Gaming. We got the nice bright colors, that baby blue with
Also,
the pink.
that's the colors
This
of
is-
the BLG
This
jersey.
is it's something that everybody can get behind that you've never seen before.
I'm not behind it.
But
This is like, we're going to get sued.
yeah, that's literally SK Gaming's logo, Seth.
No, it's not.
Okay, I mean, you know what?
SK Gaming, they haven't existed since they got backdoored by Expeke, so it doesn't matter anymore.
I don't think that's how copyright works.
Which team is your favorite? Tell us in today's MasterCard fan poll. Is it Jeff Clan, Steven Esports, or Seth King Gaming? Make sure you let us know. Scan the QR code. Do that thing, you know, that the kids do these days. And I don't know why I keep doing this, as if this is like what you're doing. But in any case, so make sure you use those hashtags VALORANT Champions as well as VCT so we can feature your stuff on the broadcast, because they're not called tweets anymore. And that would have been awkward if we put it in the script. Now, we're going to take a quick pause for the cause. And then when we return, Seth and Mimi are going to be seeing eye to eye when we play a fun little game of agree to disagree. We'll be right back.
I already disagree with his branding.
Welcome back to day 10 of VALORANT Champions. Seth is here, and look, guys, I'm going to be honest. I know that whenever Achilleos is on the desk, he's going to want to talk about DRX. Isn't that right?
Correct.
Yeah, that's right. But before we get into today's first match, I hate you. I want to see.
You didn't even let him talk.
I came here from Korea. Of course I want to talk about DRX.
Silence, okay? Because we have a game to play. It's time for funnies.
All right.
All right. Here's the thing. This test, we're going to get along one way or another in a segment we like to call Agree to Disagree. You may have seen Potter and Busio do this, much to Busio's chagrin. But I'm going to read up some statements. I want our analysts to tell us how they feel. And crowd, you guys can get involved in this as well. All right, so they got signs. It's agree and strongly agree, or disagree and strongly disagree. You guys know the deal. Boom, boom, you know, prop comedy. In any case, so statement one. The Champions LA crowd has been better than Masters Tokyo. Agree or disagree? For the sake of my job, I'm going to say strongly agree.
I don't know.
I'm gonna say disagree because
Boo this woman!
you guys can still get better. We still got a lot more to go, guys. Come on.
We have another one. Boo this man! Terrible
The
people.
Japanese crowd wouldn't have booed.
Cheer me because I agree with you.
Don't do that.
Yes.
But the Tokyo crowd was just unbelievable, especially for the
Yeah.
finals weekend. But I think once we get to the forum here, the NA crowd, I know will compete.
We're going to pop off.
You guys are great. You're just not Japan great yet, you know, but that
Wow.
potential
Boom
is there.
again.
Boom again!
Thank you.
Actually, do me a solid. Boom one more time. Even more
This is fine.
aggressively.
This is fine.
All right.
See, they can't even boo right.
Okay.
That's screwed up. You can't say that.
Statement number dos.
Okay.
I don't know why I said number dos. Kang is the most likable VCT pro. Strongly agree, disagree?
I'm already in there.
Strongly agree?
I'm already in there.
I'm going to go with agree.
Whoa, all right.
I don't think
Disagree.
he, wait, hold on. I'm not saying he's not likable. I'm just saying he's not the most likable.
Ooh.
Then who is?
Like Redgar, maybe? He's so nice. Even even when he like does silly stuff in the game, he's just so nice.
He is.
Kang like trash talks and he does like the gun thing, which I think is cool. I think he could, if this was the coolest VCT pro, I'd be hitting you with an agree. But most likable, I think he's likable, but
You're just
not in the
getting
same
too
way.
far into the weeds for this game.
I think he's just loved the world over at this point. He's the full package. He's got the showmanship. He's got the highlight plays. He's got the skill. I think, for me, most likable.
Crowd, do you guys think he's the most likable? I just see people with
About a
BLG and
50-50.
EDG flags strongly agreeing and everyone else like, yeah.
All right, here's one that's going to cause some controversy.
Okay.
Evil geniuses are the villains of the VCT. Agree or disagree? Crowd, what do you think?
They're
Yes.
certainly the villains. Because
Things were said.
I'm 50-50. I think
You
they
agree,
I
disagree?
think they want to be the villains, but they're not quite there yet. We
They're
need to
not
see
villainous
more. They
enough.
need to go deeper.
Okay.
Seth, what's their name of the organization? EG, what does that stand for?
Evil geniuses.
They're evil. There we go. That's already in the name.
The-
Second of all, my second point is that talking to some of the fans ahead of the show starting today, there was a couple fans of some of the Chinese teams coming in, and they were just preying on the downfall of EG. They were on their hard hater arc. So I think they're pretty villainous at this point because they picked a fight with the Chinese teams for literally no reason.
I'm going to say disagree only because they're good kids.
They're really nice
They're good.
people. I really like all of
I
them.
think they need to go beyond China. They need to disrespect everybody in
That's
order
really-
to really
you want-
be
you
the
wanna
villains.
become a true bad
That's why
guy?
I'm 50-50.
Just be angry at everyone. That's the
Exactly.
way to go. All right, next statement. This will be our last one. DRX should start Zest for the remainder of the event.
Yes, strongly agree. If
Strongly
they,
agree.
This, I mean, look, I love Foxy9, talented player, another one that can just pump out highlights from time to time, but clearly the groove just isn't hit when they have him in. Zest, it's way more comfort for the team overall. I've been saying that they should be doing this for the longest time, and now that they've chosen to do it for the rest of this event, boom, I strongly agree.
That's right.
if they play Foxy9 this event, I'm going to have to step in and talk to Thurman. I don't know what that means,
Or you're going to
but I'm
step
going to
in
do it.
and go on the stage
No,
and
I'm not
play.
going to play, but I'm going to have a very kind discussion with the players and be like, hey guys, we're
Okay.
trolling a little bit here, and we should just like play a 5-player roster because we actually look really good for the first time in quite a while. So please don't change that. Although he is dominating the rank ladders
He is.
right now.
Oh,
He's
I feel
just
bad for
chilling here
everybody
in
who's
LA.
just trying to casually play.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
looked at his like rating and it was just like 10 match MVPs in a row, dropping like 30 kills in Radiant lobbies. I think he's like top 10 now.
I have
so
a feeling he's pretty good at the game.
he's pretty good at the game, but I
Yep.
think at this level, that's not enough to have a fully cohesive team, which I think
Well,
DRX has right now.
I think that was overall a successful game of agree to disagree. What did your crowd and chat? I just say things, they cheer. I love them. They're
That's a
great
step in
people.
the right direction.
All right, well, let's go ahead and move on to some analytical duties here as we talk about our first match of the day. It's DRX versus Billy. Mimi is a strongly agree fan of analytics. No fun whatsoever. Now, there have been questions about DRX this year. You know, it's all about Zest, Foxy9, as we were talking about before, but as we noted, they decided to stick with this core. And as you had said, Mimi, it's worked out very, very well for this team so far.
I think the biggest issue with switching back and forth was that they had to go back to their old strat book. They were doing like one stage executes, they were playing their old compositions. They weren't innovating, which has always been what, in my opinion, made DRX such a good team. But now that they're just playing with Zest in the mix, they're changing up their comp, they're trying new things, they're evolving comps that they were already running, and the synergy that I think always defined DRX, it feels like it's back for the first time in so long.
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things for DRX, I think, having Zest in here is that side calling, not having the heavy reliance on stacks to be the one that's dictating the pace, dictating how they're going to be playing round over round. Zest had a little bit of a stint in the past where he was also shot calling for the team. So having him there, having that side calling, and then opening things up to have a bit more of an open communication style of shot calling, kind of similar to Paper X, not quite as loose as Paper X by any stretch. I think that is a big boon for them, and that's why they've been able to kind of transition and pull off this very different playstyle where they're playing a bit more fast and loose.
And I think what's interesting as well is that it's not necessarily defined by Zest, right? It's his flexibility that helps with it. But I think DRX really just needed to stick to a roster so they could build this new style for them, because Stax, their coaching staff, the leadership is really good at evolving when they're not set up to fail, as I think they were doing to themselves in Tokyo.
Yeah, there's so much more to discuss about DRX, but for now, though, let's actually send it over to Yinsu, who caught up with Stax earlier on. Yinsu?
We have DRX in the building. Let me grab Stax here for a quick word. Hi, Stax. I know you guys have scrimmed against BLG before, but did you expect them to make playoffs and be this strong? What do you think of them?
Honestly, I'm quite surprised. They don't have the zero experience at for first international tournament, but we knew that we playing before we come to LA. We know how they good, how they aim mechanically and aim skills quite well. So a little bit surprised, but I think they deserve it.
Well, hopefully you can take them down today, right, Stax?
Always respect for their opponents over on the DRX side. And speaking of respect, I mean, there are a few players that you probably have to respect, more than Mako, I think, for DRX. And that, takes us over to really what has been a great event for this player, Achilleos. It feels like, on top of everything that's been going right for this team, Mako being front and center, stepping up statistically, it just continues to be the icing on the cake for this DRX roster.
I mean, you just don't get a bad tournament from this guy, it would seem. Obviously, Tokyo, a bit of an anomaly for everybody on the squad.
So consistent.
But he just continues to be one of the most consistent, if not the most consistent controllers, one of the highest value players that you could think of. The guy is just absolutely cracked, picks up the operator, doesn't matter, used to be a jet main. So of course he can play the op.
Yeah, and I think just saying the most consistent player in the world on that role right now is totally fair. I was a doomer about DRX heading into this event after Tokyo, and I didn't rate this guy. I was thinking about top 20 players. He didn't make it in for like the first time ever for me, and immediately DRX shows up at the event, and Mako is still excellent in the clutches, in the late rounds, as an anchor. Anytime you think this guy might have a tough event, you think that DRX is going to be down and out, he just comes back and puts up the excellent performance that he has at pretty much every single global event he's attended again.
Yeah. I think it's the hair, personally. He said he wasn't, he forgot to cut it. I think he just
I think it's like maybe like the natural talent, the practice, like the dedication to the craft, like the consistency.
It's the hair. Grow out the hair.
Girl, it's the hair, 100%.
Why am I not as good as him then?
That's a question that you need to figure out. Okay. In any case, we do have some excellent head-to-head matches today that we're very excited about. Obviously, the easy one to point to is Buzz versus YZ. I think it goes without saying, Mimi, that these two players going up against each other. YZ not necessarily having like the Kong impact that people had expected him to have, but I think that's even unfair to a degree because
I already
he's
disagree
contributing
with you.
so much.
Give me my
to
strongly
this team.
disagree sign again.
Here's your strongly disagree. I'm saying what the streets are saying. That's all I'm
The streets are saying that. The streets are saying this guy has been excellent for his team, honestly, and he's just been insane. I think one of the things that's impressed me most about BLG is how quickly they react to set this guy up with utility. I think he's one of the most fun players to watch right now, picking the judge and the operator more than rifles, it feels, and it can get a little trolly at times, but overall, I think this guy is excellent. And if you look at the stats, right now he's sitting #1 in ACS out of the event, and you look at the players that he's up there with, Kesnit, Alpha, Depth, the people who have always performed internationally, for this guy's first ever global event, that's insane.
And he's also one of 2 people that's left standing from this graphic because it's just Alpha that's there.
And the upper bracket.
Yeah, so everybody else has departed, but YZ, I agree with you. I mean, the amount of space and just control that he gives to his team off his entries is insane. And I think unlike Buzz, a lot of the times when YZ's going in, he's fragging out of control and he's staying alive during the round, whereas Buzz, more often than not, is going to go in, maybe trades a kill, but gains information for DRX, and then they have to potentially play out a 4v4 or a 4v5 for the rest of the round to be able to get the wins, which they're excellent at doing. But that's a reason why you don't see Buzz, up there in those that top ACS, because he does die quite a bit, whereas YZ just goes in and he takes over.
And I think that is somewhat the contrast in styles between these two teams. BLG's taken a lot of influence from other global teams. They've picked up their comps, their strategies, and I think it's fairly structured compared to a lot of the other teams in China, but they still do put a lot into their star duelists in taking those risks that you don't see as often from this iteration of DRX, which which isn't necessarily a good or bad thing for either teams. It's just their difference in style.
Yeah, of course, and that difference in style is obviously going to play, quite the role in this series. But let's move on over to the other side of the stage and talk about Billy Gaming. The name's so nice, the team's so nice, they named him twice. You see, look at that. It would have been nice if I didn't mess it up. In any case, though,
but you did it twice, so it's like. Bryce?
Not today. So here's the thing. They beat NRG twice, the team that made themselves the rematch kings, and they told them to hold my Heineken 0.0. And it really does feel like Billy is hitting a stride that is just been excellent to watch. And honestly, quite scary for the rest of the field, because where does this team, where's their cap,
By the way, does this lower third say, I believe?
Yes, it did.
That's awful.
I barely caught it, but hey,
It was excellent.
I mean, I do believe in this team. Seth, please tell me about them.
Look, I mean, these guys have been just so impressive throughout this run.
Yeah.
I mean, they came into this event and they say, hey, we're here to learn. It's our first big event. We want to just garner as much information, as much practice as we possibly can during this, and then take that home and get ready for, the Chinese League and whatnot.
Yeah.
They didn't expect to be at this point, and I'm right there with you. What is the new goal? How do these goalposts continue to shift for this team? Is it now like, okay, just if we win, cool. If we don't, whatever. Or are they actually gunning for a top 3 spot? Are they gunning for that championship? Do they have that on their minds now, or are they just taking this still one step at a time and not having a grandiose idea about where they want to finish?
And it's actually pretty funny that you mentioned that as well, because not only that, but also Billy have been just catching strays like all over the place. One of them actually came from Artis. It was that fun little feud that they had going on. And yeah, I think YZ definitely enjoyed getting to deliver this message to his opponent.
我觉得在我们上次打比赛回去之后，首先是我们没有小看对手吧，我们从来没有小看过 NRG， 因为 NRG 呢是我们认为它是一支真的很强的队伍，他们有3个冠军选手来自 Optic， 然后还有明星选手 Som， 还有那个很强的决斗者，虽然我不记得他的名字，但是然后我们输完 Fnatic 之后，我们也是认真复盘，就是备战，然后我们从来没有小看过，我们不会说因为我们赢了他们，我们就觉得他们不行，我们反而就是更加的尊重他，然后下一次更加的付出全力，然后就是在比赛上然后战胜他。
I must say, after the first match against NRG, to be honest, we definitely feel like they're a super strong team. We put a lot of respect on the team, and also there's so many great players from the team. They got 3 champions, world champions, and also they got the very smart player, Som, and also they got one of the toppest jazz duelists on the world, although I'm not sure what his name is. But still, like after the match against NRG, we still feel they're a very strong team. And also after the game against Fnatic, we made a lot of feedback, and also we feel like we just put more respect on NRG because we never underestimate any single team. We like to try our best to make the full preparations, to try our best to maintain all the good performance to show you guys on stage. So that's the key.
I mean, I think those little bits there, right? I'm sure that, Artis knows my name now. Or, Keith.
Oh, that guy. Yeah. It's a shame he got eliminated.
But
good player.
Here's the thing, that swagger that this team has been carrying with them, it's actually quite infectious, Kilios, because this squad, they come into this, as you had mentioned, feeling, oh, we're just going to see how far we can go. And now they've made it to bracket play, and they've only continued to get better. And they're popping off, and they're having fun up there.
Yeah, and that's what you love to see. I mean, again, this team coming through, not having expectations, but then just finding themselves in this position to be able to take down NRG twice. And the fact that they were just vibing on the stage the entire time was fantastic to see. These guys, when they find their groove, they can be world beaters. They can just be absolute gods.
Or they can just sit in front of the computer.
Just be stoic.
Oh my. Is this over the course of the whole series?
This is over the entire map that he played.
My guy was glued in.
Yeah, he's wired in.
Yeah, this.
Look, I've never seen someone this focused on any task.
It's like
this is why Billy is so good.
Bren when he plays RuneScape and Minecraft simultaneously.
I think that's when they won the map.
There was one fist bump. We got it.
The rest of his teammates going crazy, copping off,
but even
screaming across the stage at Finesse. On the other hand, stoic.
Just like, all right, yeah, here's a fist bump, take the earbuds out, now I stand up, this is it. Like, there's still just like not even that much celebration. The man is here to complete a task. He's here to win.
a modern Marcus Aurelius. What a legend.
My goodness gracious. I tell you what, this has honestly been a really fun series to just break down and talk about because these two teams, they really have so much to offer, and we can go on all day long. But good news is we actually do have Yinsu standing by to get a little bit more from BLG as she's standing by with Yosemite.
Oh, here comes BLG Yosemite. Let me grab you for a quick word. Now, not many people expected you to be here at playoffs. Now you are here. What's next? What's the next goal?
那想问一下我们Yosemite选手的是，其实有很多人可能并没有那么看好你们能够进入到淘汰赛的争夺，但是现在你们做到了，所以说你们队伍整个接下来的目标是什么呢？
其实最重要的是还是享受比赛吧，因为其实我的对比赛的胜负看得没有那么重，就是不会被其他因素所影响嘛，就是目标其实就是打好每一回合，然后专注游戏本身，然后就不留遗憾吧。
To be honest, the next goal is still we would like to just enjoy playing on stage. To be honest, we don't care the result of the matchup that much. We would like to just enjoy playing on the stage, to focus on everything go wrong, try our best to do the best on stage and focus on own performance, that's all.
Oh, thank you very much, Yosemite's. 加油, good luck.
That kind of attitude is going to take this team a very, very, very long way, Mimi.
I agree with him. Just thumbs up.
Do you want your strongly agree? Do you want your strongly agree?
No, I
Here
can
you
just
go.
agree with him. I can just agree with him and just thumbs up. I think that's a really great take. Honestly, though, I love that mentality from this team. They came in, it's about learning, it's about seeing how far they can go. They've already made it out of group stages. There's no reason to add extra pressure to yourself now that you're at this point. Just continue as you've been. Play your best, play your own style, and if you end up losing, take it as a learning moment.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is the perfect mentality to have, and this is kind of the mystery solved. We're asking the question: how do they feel about this? What are the goals? And it's still just remaining very humble. And I love to see that from these guys. And I think that, in the past, I would come into this series and I'd think like, okay, yeah, this should be a one-sided affair for DRX. I don't think that anymore. VLG have proven that they absolutely can take down the top dogs.
And I mean, in this NRG series, Yosemite, as an individual player, was ridiculous. The stuff he was filling out. I was ready to rent the car, drive across California, go to the national park, and enjoy. He's just insane. It's unbelievable the clutches he was winning. So many 1v2s where he couldn't even see players. Just such a vast, beautiful landscape of Valorant.
I like how that's the next segment. Compare anything that Yosemite does to a park.
To a national park.
And then to a national
it's like
park
caster
specifically.
bait.
Yeah, and then see what happens next. But I do agree with that. And Yosemite, of course, could very well have a masterclass series here today. But early on in the show, we tasked Des rather, with naming some new teams. We asked you guys for the vote.
Yes!
I can't believe this. And also, Steven Esports got 27%. Come on, think about Steven.
Oh.
He's so sad.
0.2% stronger than Jeff Clan. You'll love to see it.
Yeah.
Seth greater than Jeff.
SK Gaming lives on.
It never went anywhere, man.
It doesn't.
I mean, still a team.
It never existed until right now.
Oh.
And it did exist. It's already an organization.
No.
It's just not called Seth King Gaming.
They're not in Valorant. They don't exist.
Actually,
Oh,
I
that
don't
is
know.
actually
I don't
true.
know what the
I agree.
SK stands for. So it genuinely could.
It stands
mean,
for Seth King.
It could actually mean literally anything. Well, I guess that leads us to more funnies, more fun. Okay, because for today's doubleheader, we're going to have to pay very close attention because we're going to be playing some bingo. All right.
Oh boy.
That's right. Let's go ahead and take a look at our card and see if we can pull this off because this should be a pretty fun one. So
I didn't realize you were old enough to enjoy bingo.
everyone, take a screenshot. Take a screenshot.
Is it apple pie night?
Maybe a little compote,
You're really struggling to explain this one.
Okay.
Could you break down the rule of bingo?
Yeah, Mimi, just look at the thing. Put an X where EG win ace. You put an X on it, and then you get a line, and then you win. That's bingo.
Operator collateral.
Somebody
BLG
says, how
win.
did that happen?
EG win.
Oh, that actually is more than likely going to take place with BLG playing today.
It's very possible.
That could definitely occur.
If
a
you
map
get
3.
the bottom row is just like full, just both Chinese teams are going to win, and we get a Reina.
Yeah. Sheriff 3K, Op Collat. Those are the ones that I'm going to be looking forward to.
Yeah. There's an easy one that we can kind of knock out right now. There's one that says crowd chant. Can you guys help me out? Just get some claps going so we can get this one out of the way. All right, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Crowd chant out of the way. Put the first bingo on there. We did it. See, look at that.
There you go.
That's bingo.
Good work. Good work.
All right.
Definitely
Everyone's
didn't rig the
one
game.
step closer.
One step closer, we succeeded. predictions now. I need to know who you guys think's going to win. Seth, I know where you're going to lean, but
yeah, look, I think it's going to be DRX, honestly.
Oh, surprise.
Surprise. I think it's going to be DRX. I think in their form right now, they look like a team that can very much deal with the more chaotic style of BLG. I know that they've scrimmed these guys in the past. I know that they have been dealt some trouble in the past as well by BLG. But they're a very strong team. I think that this could be a 2-1.
Okay.
I agree with you, but also, I don't really know who to predict. So I want some help. I'm going to say a word, crowd, and you guys just reply what you think the word after it should be. Jayo! BLG? No? Okay.
Okay.
They failed me. They deeply failed me. It's normally the...
There it is!
Thank you.
Let's try it again. 3, 2, 1, Jayo!
There we go. Much better.
You just got to yell.
Yeah.
That's really what it
I'm
proves.
more of a Haja guy, you know?
It genuinely helps being Puerto Rican in these instances. All right, guys, here we go. Our coaches are standing by for map selection, so let's get this show on the road. It's DRX versus Billy, EG versus EDG. Day 10 of VALORANT Champions starts right now.
They're kind of building a storyline of us as villains.
Half of the community hates him, the other half loves him.
I think it's cool. All esports needs their villains.
So how does it feel being the villain?
Honestly, I don't give a...
知道吗？看到了吗？谁？还能绕着打的。不知道吗？1万也不行啊，好像。快啊！
我都可以很友善，但是在赛场上我就要释放出我那一团劲。我不仅是为了我自己，也是为了我的队友。所以说，我在赛场上，我把所有东西都视为敌人。
Even though we do talk a lot of mess online and socials, I think down deep with all of us, we are still like the kids that are playing video games and just having a good time.
我觉得现在大家伙5个人到现在大家也都挺不容易的，然后这次比赛也是，我也感觉到5个兄弟们一条心。
The Chinese region is crazy though. Their playstyle is so like in your face.
I ain't got worries or concern.
希望你们不要像巨人一样，因为我们是一支被高估的隊伍。
3, 2, 1, EDG!
그때는 이제 19살에 좀 마음도 여리고 조금 부족한 게 많았던 버즈였는데 지금 되돌아왔을 때 이제 그때 맞았던 매들이나 이제 들었던 소리들이 다 이제 뼈가 되고 살이 되는 느낌이고
모든 팀이 다 힘들 거라고 생각해.
뭔가 다크호스가 좀 있지 않을까.
因为他肯定是要有，作为一名选手是一定要有可以击败对方的信心。如果连这点信心都没有，那就最好不要当选手。我觉得1次可以说是幸运，2次如果也要说成幸运的话，有点太过于就是纯口舌之快了。
저희 팀원들이 제가 보기엔 이번 챔피언스에서 무조건 1등이어가지고 사실 저는 매우 자신 있습니다. 그때는 이제 형들이 저의 버팀목이 되어줬는데 이제는 제가 형들의 버팀목이 되어줄 수도 있다라는 그런 자신감도 생겼고 저는 아주 준비되어 있으면 아주 그냥 어떤 팀이든 만나서 밟아줄 준비가 있습니다.
想对 DX 说的就是，马上就把你送去败者组和EG真回家的那边。
Your seed for this matchup is going to be DRX, so you would choose Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B. So BLG, you will be Team A. We'll start with your first ban.
Fracture.
Fracture, your ban.
Then Bind.
They banned Bind, and BLG, map number 1.
Lotus.
Lotus, side on Lotus.
Attack.
Attack. And map number 2.
Pick Haven.
Haven, side on Haven.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, next set of bans, starting with BLG, you have Ascent, Pearl, and Split.
Split.
Split. So they ban Split. Your ban, you have Ascent and Pearl.
Ban Ascent.
Ban Ascent. So map number 3 is going to be Pearl, BLG, side on Pearl.
Defense.
Defense. Okay, let's run back through this. First set of bans, we have BLG with Fracture, DRX with Bind. Map number 1 is Lotus with DRX on Attack. Map number 2 is Haven with BLG on Defense. Next set of bans are Split and Ascent. Map number 3 decider is Pearl with BLG on Defense. All right, good luck to you both.
DRX may be the fan favorite here. They may have dominated Asia for a very long time, but their opponents, Bilibili Gaming, are looking to assert the kings and assert themselves as the new leaders in this region. And let's see how this all boils down as Bilibili and DRX take the stage.
No one thought Bilibili would make it out of groups. No one thought that they would beat NRG once, much less twice. But now they're into the playoffs. They have an opportunity to not just prove that they can make it to a global playoffs, but to maybe go on a run. For DRX though, they finally gotten their roster in order. They're back to defining the style, to innovating with new compositions. It feels like the DRX that we've been missing for the last 2 global events.
It really does, but somebody is missing right now here for DRX, worth pointing out, as we didn't see him in the walkout. Mako is playing from isolation. How is that going to affect the team? And the communication isn't going to be as clean, not having him there as that pillar on the stage. We'll have to just wait and see.
But if there's one thing about Mako, it's his consistency. This guy has been a beast at every global event, and he's continued that performance here. In the late rounds, he is constantly saving DRX, even when it looks impossible.
Yeah, that is, of course, the hope here that DRX has, and that a player like Mako, as consistent as they are, they don't have a bad game,
No.
but hey, if you force him, if you maybe force his hand in a different direction, Bilibili could very well do that and can create some frustration inside of the DRX camp, Achilles, which would be quite problematic for them in this series. It's an emotional team.
It very well could be, and yeah, they can be emotional. You see Mako there on screen now, but I mean, we've seen time and time again, Stacks on camera getting frustrated when those round losses do come through. If Bilibili are able to whittle away that mentality, it could very much break them and get them a map win.
And Simply, on the other hand, Billy is gaming. I mean, they're just here. They're having fun. They didn't expect to make it this far. They're trying to learn and make the most of this opportunity. And the Veto starts us off on Lotus, which I'm a little surprised by. I expected Billy to want to go towards Split. But as we see in the Prime Gaming Agent Select, it's a mirror matchup between these 2 teams. They're both running the Fnatic comp with the Omen variant that has been so popular on this map.
Fascinating to see how this is actually going to play out. Mirror compositions always really just boil down to who's got the better ideas, who's got the out-aiming potentially here. And I think Achilles, as we look at this, I mean, I kind of give the edge a little bit to DRX simply just because of that experience on stage.
Sure, and they've been showing that their Lotus is getting better and better, but again, the big thing for me is it's going to come down to these attacking sides, those raises, Buzz versus YZ, who is going to be able to break through the ranks on the defending side, who can get that entry power, and who can look the strongest.
On this defensive side, I'm watching for Bilibili's Flood retakes. They're really good at comboing their utility and setting YZ up to retake these sites so quickly. We'll have to see if he has another incredible game or if DRX has what it takes to go on another playoff run.
We will see, but we're ready for our first map of the day, so let's get this show on the road and send it over to your casters. It's Duck and Ballin.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. The crowd's already fired up, and for good reason, Ballin. We've got a matchup where nobody really expected this, and I think a lot of people still don't really know what to expect out of Bilibili.
Yeah, after that 2-0 2 series wins in a row against NRG. This team has taken the world by storm, and now in playoffs, this is their first time at an international event, at a global event, and they're in playoffs against one of the most storied teams in DRX at these global events. So consistent over all the years.
You know, the mad thing is we think about Billy and their run up until this point is they've already claimed one name, right? They've taken down NRG twice, but that is the only team they've beat. Mind you, they also had to dance with Fnatic, and that's really dreadful for almost anybody else playing in the field, but they've done it once. Can they do it again? Starting off on the defensive side, DRX, given all the conversations around compositions and rosters, they finally have settled in, and it seems to be working quite nicely.
And right away on this pistol round, you can see DRX very, very slow, controlled, trying to understand which style of Billy they're going to get, because these two teams are familiar with each other. They scrim a lot over in Pacific. And Billy can be a team that instantly can frustrate you with the pace that they throw at you, with the weapons they use, they choose.
It's just so difficult to prep against. We saw how it cost fits against NRG in the past. Can DRX handle it just a bit better? Slow start to the round. They're all leaning towards A. The turret, making sure there's no flame.
And despite DRX, or Billy getting forced back into this A site right now, DRX has done it with no util at all. Only the cycling of that Viper wall, and that denies so much info for Billy. They just walked past the one-way at the perfect time, took all that space, and it's caused 4 people to be over here. Rin, first target, and he knows now that it's going to be towards this C site. He saw the fade.
He's seeing all the rotations coming through for the defensive side. It's really just K-Knight who's waiting. As you see the dump of utility, the nanos, the nade on the other side, they're going to get vulnerable if they try to push through that smoke. And they're going to walk right into Rin's crosshair. 28 HP still alive, though. The spike hasn't made its way out. There are only 10 seconds left. The turret's going to provide a little bit of cover, but it's dropped. I don't know that they're going to make it out. It's going to be a flood out onto the site. And there are a couple of members already close by. YZ takes care of Buzz. I don't know that the spike is going to go down in time. Just barely does. But all of DRX drop.
And despite the early success, I would say, from DRX there, succumbing to indecision in the final moments of the pistol round. We saw how effective and important these rounds were yesterday. And now again, Billy. I mean, great job from them. By the way, that KJ, Molly, and the Viper Orb, full fuel for them to be able to keep that up. Completely denies DRX from actually entering in. Big mistake there from DRX.
Just one round in, we're already seeing Stacks put his face in his hands, but you know, the Deaths was talking about how emotional a team it can be and how that often is one of the keys to their success. So we'll see how things continue to play out. DRX not opting to buy very much into this. You got a Sheriff in the hands of RB, a Ghost for Stacks and Mako, and then just Classics the rest of the way.
I like that from Zest, though, looking early to break the haunt. That gets thrown out from Bianc. Doesn't actually come in that direction, and now he just has to play for the space spot. He can get punished here if they just follow up. There's only one player nearby.
RB's coming by to help.
It's a good cross. You can't really push much more into that if you're Billy without extra support or util. Not knowing what could peek you from the C side either. There's a triple possible.
Here.
So many things to consider, but DRX taking the space that's been given to them, starting lean towards C, and look at Rin just on the other side of the smoke.
There, actually, the smoke that K-Knight is throwing down is a lot of a gap into that site. That's why DRX uses it to look to break mollies. But Rin is playing an off angle into his molly for it, so anybody who comes through is just going to get barrel stuff. That's really nicely done. Good details there from Billy.
It's so difficult. It's clean, and it's an ace from Rin. BLG already riding the high. And you see just how oppressive that Killjoy and Viper combo can be on C when you're trying to play through that. You've got you've got nanos at your feet. You've got Viper spits too. You've got to try to funnel out with. It's so difficult.
Yeah, it's very basic, simple details here that lead to this. Then masterful shots from Rin, and for me, Billy in their entire roster, Rin against NRG was the guy who was keeping that game even close in terms of mistakes that he was making, but they're just the fundamentals coming through on that KJ. Phenomenal stuff from him.
Really nice opportunity here for BLG if they're able to convert this round to set up very nice financially. Once again, this triple push towards A main. A lot of presence here. Oh, this time there's a paranoia wrinkled in. They're going to push him right off that angle.
A lot of times this could force these attackers to go really, really fast into the C side or the B side, react into it.
Sure.
But Billy is trying to bait that sort of reaction out, and DRX is having none of it. Still wanting to go slow. Nanoswarm popped to try to break the alarm bot, but Wisey is here to defend.
I mean, he's more than here. He's starting to push up a little bit forward, too.
Oh.
RB, are you aware that turret's going to help?
They've already broken all the KJ setup right now. Sure, the turret's on a cooldown, can come back at the end of the round, but alarm bot from RB pressured, and that's making Stacks have to spend Prowlers on the other side of the map when they need him for this execute.
Once again, heading back towards C. They've only cleared one of the nanos, and there it is again. It's so difficult to get through. This buzz is melted. No entry into the site. And then you've got the molly out from Yosemite. This is just so clean from Billy. DRX not finding any room to breathe, any space to work. And it's another disaster. The bonus in full effect for BLG.
They're getting choked out here on this C side, and that's 3 attempts now at it. You've got to start recognizing you need more pressure on that side early in order to get some of that fuel down, in order to get that molly down. Funny enough, the goals that DRX is having right now to break some of that util from the KJ on B side, actually Billy on the defense is having more success with. It's really nice game plan out of these two teams.
I mean, it certainly helps when you only have one member on your team that's died. Rain is 9-0 right now. A clean bill of health for almost everyone else.
Fast push now for DRX on this eco. Remember, they lost that bonus, so huge cascade of rounds possible here from Billy. But taking this A control is normally a goal for a lot of teams very early, but I think that fear that it felt like they were playing with in the first 2 rounds, at least what they decided on for their own game plan, is limiting them in this access.
Oh, he's just so aggressive. There's not a lot of, oh, there was a little bit of help. I didn't see K-Knight there, but the sheriffs from DRX keeping him down for now.
Now that's important here for Bianc to actually try to defend these weapons, and with that Viper wall up, he can do nothing for it. Just gonna try to use the timing right there to see if he can catch somebody going for it late.
He's got a haunt. I mean, still full utility.
There's a push coming from the door too, Yosemite.
They've got a
They're
nice,
gonna double peek.
Yep, they've got a nice pinch here. Only one weapon has been upgraded so far, and that instantly finds value, but the timing from Bianc is gorgeous! All 3 fall as BLG get another!
And it's the first real success from DRX, instantly snuffed out.
Whoa.
A timeout because of it too. Yeah, you gotta get on the same page here.
That's huge.
Because think about this on the other side. Billy is completely on the same page. You see Bianc getting these kills, but at the same time too, you had Yosemite coming in through the breakable door, and Rin was involved as well. All 3 players alive, getting involved in that final fight. Beautiful stuff. Just consistently have to commend these guys over and over for the level of Valorant that they are showing. Despite sometimes, and I know a lot of people trying to criticize them in that NRG game for looking a little chaotic, looking like they're relying on the whimsy and not their fundamentals. But in my mind, this team has shown so many different levels of their ability.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of depth to how they play, but then also, I mean, I think it's a fair question that has to be asked at this point. While I know it's early, if the whimsy works, and if the whimsy consistently works, and you have depth to other things in your game plan that allow you to play with a little bit of whimsy and know you can still throw curveballs at what's on the other side of the stage, I mean, why not?
Yeah, 100%. Right now, it's just full depth, and that's causing DRX. I mean, they need to think about how to approach this a little bit better. That C site needs to be pressured a lot more. They need to get that util out from Rin. They need to potentially even rotate him off of that site. And then they need to be decisive when they're hitting. Try to get in those timings when that fuel is low from Yosemite.
A 10-0 start for Rin. A Killjoy's dream, to be honest.
Just so good. And now they have to deal with Wisey's op coming online. Aggressive already against Buzz here.
He's so far ahead.
Should have heard the TP.
He's so far ahead. The Prowler in his face. He's got to try to get away. Manages to survive without taking any damages. You see a second one come through as he tucks behind, tries to land the shot, but Buzz from up top with the nade is just too much.
And important here, Rin does not have a second molly. Must use it to try to get Wisey in position.
He does have a lockdown, though. And honestly, with the way he's been playing, he might be all right anyway. DRX still feeling some of the pressure. They've got what they wanted. They took down the op. They took down YZ. They want to flip the map.
And they do have Buzz as showstopper now. His rocket could help take a lot of space here, but with Yosemite and Bianc, needs to be well considered.
They've got to be careful, though. I think if they push Yosemite here, there's not much room for him to help. He's got to play his life very dangerously, or he just pushes forward, gets haunted, and gets a kill onto Stacks.
C's comes in to delay as well, so DRX still not making their way in through main. They're going into Rin.
Oh, right back into Rin, you're right. Rin finally dying at the hands of Buzz. The B side open, the spike planted, and DRX in control for what feels like the first time, really, all map. K-Knight pushing forward, Buzz with 3 on the round, looking for the 4th. Yosemite on the counter, though, as they're going to claw their way back into this thing. Mako's left alone in a 1v2. Has to make something happen in a situation like this. It's been dire, it's been ugly, and it's not getting any better. Yosemite gets a 3rd as BLG gets a 5.
Where is DRX right now? That was a 1 round. When they started hitting that B side, it felt like a 1 round. And then all of a sudden it turns so fast. They got the first kill on YZ. They got success in terms of map control. Just the final hurdle, they don't use that ult. They don't use the tools that they had in that to be able to push through. And there again, Billy is causing fits with all the util. Everything is precise, perfect.
I got their omen.
That C's delayed for so long, for Yosemite to stay alive for so long, and that actually caused them to pivot into the B site where, again, you have players ready for it.
Precise, perfect, and honestly problematic for DRX. And all the questions about, well, maybe it was just, whimsy, as you were saying, against NRG. Can they do it here? You're right, Ball. They're showing a different flavor of Valorant towards DRX, and they don't like how it tastes.
No, in the first series against NRG, it was Judge. That was the story. It was like, oh my God, why is he just crazy with the Judge, tilting the other team? In their second series, not at all. There's very little elements of that in terms of the clutches. Sure, it was tilting, but that was it. Here comes Buzz.
Takes a different path, but YZ gets to kill himself. What the heck happened there? YZ already with 2. The spike out of reach. The round is done. I don't know how they get into this.
It's a nookie dodge up high. Buzz was so high, too. Couldn't get a hold on that rocket.
YZ's gotten 3 on the round. Perhaps another ace on the cards. YZ with 4. The ace on the other side, and it delivers once more.
2 rounds out of 6. We've had aces by Billy and 0 rounds for DRX thus far. If you wanted a bloodbath, you got it. This Lotus is looking phenomenal from Billy right now. Looking like nothing can stop them. Looking like multiple players can step up at any point.
What do DRX do from here? The buy is less than ideal. A Guardian and a Bulldog for Zest. And then just pistols. They have failed to find success with some of their ultimates. I think again about Buzz's previous round and how YZ got the best of him, but this time not the case.
They've gotten first kills on these eco rounds before, but nothing to be able to capitalize on anything here. YZ again falling, but this time the gun way deep. Very safe. They're not going to be able to recover it. They're going to have to use what they have. And that's a lot of space, a lot of control. They're still behind the Viper wall, sure, but lockdown. There's tools here still. And RB potentially could get a really late lurk if they do opt to go into this A side.
I think the question, too, is how patient is Ren? As Bianc falls on the opposite side of the map, you feel the rotations having to come through. Knight's in a really good spot, and of course, K-Knight gets 2. Repositioning on the 3rd. Not able to land, but Yosemite does.
30 seconds
They've
left.
somehow gotten this back to a 2v2. I don't understand. I don't understand how they're going to do it again. It just makes no sense.
And once again, DRX scratching their heads. 2 early kills. This is a knife the wall. He only has a sheriff. He has to die here. He already has his lockdown. So honestly, the Billy players might keep him alive.
That's just more fun. That's just more fun. Yosemite with 3, DRX still fat goose egg on the scoreboard.
This is crazy. And we are entering this series in another situation where people are still doubting Billy. Yes, they've only played against one team in NRG and got success against them. But here they are against the doubters, 7-0 up right now. Unfathomable.
And a furrowed brow for the IGL of DRX is he's the one who has to figure out what the heck do they do in the face of this. They have 4 ultimates to work with this time. Maybe that's the key.
It's a tough decision too. Like at this point, you probably want to start thinking about a second timeout before this gets completely out of hand.
Is it not already? Because, I mean, if you invest that here, you're dry the rest of the map. Termi has already called one.
Face your fear!
Nightfall through, Buzz satcheling forward. They've created some space. What do they do with it? You see K-Knight is already ulted to join the defenses of Billy. They're already all here.
This might be the first plant of the game for DRX right now.
Yeah, you may be right. Or maybe the pistol where
the pistol where they barely got it. Felt like the round was already over. This time, plenty of tools. The lockdown, they've got the pit too if they need to. Won't invest it here.
Note here, Bianca 1 point away from having the Nightfall. But Mako, from a distance, keeping them back. At least attempting to. YZ detained. He's got to take a step back. You see the pit now in play. K-Knight pushing forward, trying to find anything that he can claim. Really, nothing's going to be found, but they've bought enough time for him to get back online. Bianca's going to be on the tap. Stacks dropping him first. And nothing going to happen. I thought for a moment maybe they get to half and something happens, but DRX finally cauterize the bleeding and get on the board.
All it took there was a fast round, and Rin gives up that C site.
Well, it took a fast round. It took, what, 3 ultimates?
Yes.
4 ultimates, something like that?
Absolutely. But in terms of the early success, being able to get on site, which is where they've struggled so much.
Yeah, I think the other thing we have to consider here is it was a different defensive setup from Rin. He didn't have his typical Molly setup and Nano setup that we'd seen in the previous rounds.
Yeah.
So Buzz was able to satchel out and create some space.
I think a big wow, a timeout from Billy. Up 7-1. But I think the reason for that is because he's had such success, you can start to cheat. You can start to do things that get you extra value elsewhere.
Yeah.
And for Rin, he might have been thinking the B side. I'm not exactly sure where his setup was, but either way, DRX is able to capitalize, and now they start to have to deal with the same things that they were all series long so far. 7-1 again. Mind blown. This is a team that is stepping onto the global stage for the first time, stepping into the global playoff stage for the first time. And they're doing this. It's about time we stop doubting.
Perhaps that one round and the cheers from the crowd is enough for DRX to make a run at this. It's been an abysmal start for them so far on Lotus. But somehow, through the disaster, there's an opportunity to stabilize and convert. Or not. Rin is just on a heater, man.
He's been so good. They're going to try to go fast in it again. Nade lands on him, but this time he gets the early kill, so if he falls off, oh!
Another Molly kill.
They're both traded there.
They finally both fall, and this time the rotations are a little late, but it's not because they weren't proactive. It's because they're flanking through spawn.
I don't think that turret was up right now, so this double flank could be huge.
The Nightfall funneling them right into BLG's lap once more. YZ with the showstopper connects onto Buzz. The 3K and the 8th for Billy.
It's perfect right away out of Billy. They follow up on what was successful for DRX, and they figure out, let's just push this A site instantly. And when you start to get those kills coming in from Rin, when you start to get that Molly traded, yes, it's a 3v3 once you get the site, but that forces RB to come on over and give up the turret. Nightfall pushes them into the flank. It's just beautiful. Once again, such a strong response. Out of that timeout and effective right away, too. They might not need a second one. I love the fact that they called it here in this first half to just try to really push that knife in.
And the potential here for the twist of that to be their demise. A judge for Buzz this time around. And a heavy lean towards C once more.
And don't forget, because they won a round, they reset the loss bonus, so this becomes a very impactful round for DRX. They kind of have to win.
He's already gone his way out. The judge is not finding any value. Yosemite's staying alive long enough to drop that molly and getting a kill on Mako. I mean, that was a little aggressive by Rin there. But a 3v3 for the rest of the round. Two members still rotating over. Bianca in a bit of pressure.
Spike planted.
Double flank again through the door this time, and it comes really fast.
That
I don't think
nade is
RB
deep.
expected it.
No, he's so dead. But Zest on the counter, a 2v2. BLG trying to retake the site.
Oh, the satchel.
He's gotten his way through, and YZ with 3.
What is going on? Why is he just satcheled his own teammate there, gets up top, and gets the kills? It's like he baited his own teammate forward. And they're just destroying. He's asking what the heck is going on himself. This guy is destroying. He had already the highest ACS in the entire tournament. Second highest ADR, first among the players who are still playing. And here again, 15-3, it's gotta be up there for another just disgusting game.
And you effectively create a high-low, and even then, you see it. YZ was essentially isolated in that 1v2. Question marks. Question marks all over the place. There's always a Cinderella Balla. It always seems like there's a Cinderella, and this one seems to be fit to the size of BLG. That Slipper fitting quite nicely as they're up 8 rounds against DRX. A team that looked revitalized, a team that looked reinvigorated.
And they're getting so much value out of any of these A pushes. At this point, DRX has to start getting ready for dealing with the follow-up flanks that come despite getting some success on pushing into that C site. Finally, we're having some satchels early to try to break it. There, it broke both. Letting it stay alive for max damage. On the radius and YZ, we've seen this before. The turret did spoil the fun for him on this flank. The turret's down.
No way, no way.
What timing? Why is it that RB is the guy going so far here to break this door, knowing that he needs to keep that util up? It's like he's trying to make a play while the rest of them are following up behind his play, his idea. Door broken.
YZ, who's already found value on one, looking for the second is Bianca, and the rest of BLG try to hold A. And my goodness, once more, nothing for RB to do. When you're running 1v5 at the end of the round like that, I mean, what options do you have?
And you saw the traded flashes there. Both Omens using their paranoia, and I really think that it's fitting because Billy is abusing
30 seconds left.
DRX's paranoia here in terms of what could happen, in terms of the fact that this is such a devastating scoreline. DRX on the precipice of a massive first map loss here. We're about to enter halftime, but we're also already, maybe it's starting to declare this game is over right now.
I mean, we're close with it. We're flirting with it for sure.
11-1 would just be disgusting. Would be our biggest half of this tournament.
Just one round. Really the only thing keeping Billy from a perfect half against DRX, no less. Again, I can't stress the importance of that. DRX looks so good. They went through the gauntlet that was Group D. And people thought, well, Billy, yeah, maybe they got the best of NRG, but surely they can't do it again, right?
Oh my goodness, they used the showstopper to clear mound and not to actually execute on the site. Oh, and it gets a kill anyways. That's not supposed to happen.
No.
Why is he again? He's gonna respond.
Oh, that was a little aggressive. That was a little bold. Somehow stays alive. You see 2 haymakers shot out. BLG, the attempt to knockout punch, and for DRX, the attempt to just get back into this thing to give themselves a fighting chance. DRX, a 5v2 to close out the half.
30 seconds left.
Surely it doesn't happen like this, right? Surely it doesn't happen like this. Beyond's already gotten 2. YZ in a 1v3. Make that a 1v2. The timing is not great as DRX finally get a second.
A ridiculous half nonetheless, though, from Billy. That is dominant, 10-2. How can you even think of responding here from DRX? How do you get your mind right? Going into not only the next map, but the next half. This is just a stomp.
I mean, the next half, when you consider the attacking side of Lotus, should be a little bit more favored here. But we'll see. We'll see if that's the case. We'll see if they can pull it back together. A 10-2 lead in favor of Billy. Golden Boy on the desk to break down that first half.
Thank you so much, fellas, and I think we'll just go straight into our Verizon high-speed moment. It's, of course, YZ's ace in round number 6. What a play. And also, just in general, Mimi, this BLG team, they're here to cook. They are frying.
BLG, I think their reactions across this entire map were so good. On all of these retakes, YZ was going absolutely insane. I mean, the reaction time to satchel above the opponent's ultimate, pull out his own ult, to counter it, then throw the nade on the fly and find the perfect gap to take a kill. The team is playing well. They're setting YZ up excellently, and his mechanics are just ridiculous right now, Seth.
Yeah, he's just putting on an absolute clinic here when it comes down to this race, especially his movement has just been absolutely gorgeous. His rifling completely on point, and he has just been blowing them out of the water.
Yeah, it's scary. Like, this isn't even... Like, this is not what I had expected coming into today.
I mean, DRX, they just look so different than what we expected in group stage. I mean, to be fair, they're playing against an almost 400 ACS Raze player.
He
was
nuts.
already statistically the best player in the event, and he's putting up halves like this.
And it's the defending side. Which 2 rounds on the attack for DRX. That's an all-time low for them, I believe. Maybe when they played against Paper X in the Pacific final, maybe it was worse, but this is not a good look at all.
For context, you're normally looking for like 4 or 5 rounds. This is a solid Lotus defense. It's insane. And DRX honestly look boomed right now. Slowing down so many of these rounds, running out of time, fumbling the mid rounds. It is so unlike the DRX of group stage. It feels like BLG is stepping up at the perfect time.
I mean, the 2 times that we saw DRX play this map at this tournament was a 6-6 and a 7-5 start on the attacking side. 2 rounds, not gonna cut it. This looks like it's over.
Yeah, this is a rough one. DRX are gonna need to climb a mountain. Let's see if they can do it or if it's over right here.
That mountain looks massive, Golden Boy. I'm not gonna lie to you. BLG with an 8-round lead. Complete slaughter. They're having fun with it too.
Hopefully they can continue to get smiles on their face, because Billy now on this attack side to close out, and they already got just an Omen TP across. That was silent. I don't think they heard it. They heard it.
They have no idea. Dude, K-Knight only finding 1, but the damage is done.
And that's the problem with trying to slow walk, take that control as a defense. You don't end up hearing the TP. Either way, traded back, and they've actually got a really nice pinch here. That alarm bot still will be up from RB while they go for this push into it.
They've effectively funneled them into B. The thing is, there's really no contain
on
the spawn side of
the
things.
A players are not reacting to this. They should either try to take control of A main or rotate back to start a pinch going, and the timing could not be worse.
I mean, Yosemite's going to pinch him behind him. They're going to try to funnel their way out through panel.
Big nade.
There's a lot of trouble here for DRX, as once again, they have no idea of what's waiting on the other side.
And the fact that it's been quiet their entire time signals to everybody else exactly what's going on. Nobody coming through heaven, nobody else through A main. Oh, maybe not. Mistake there from YZ.
Yeah, numbers still in favor of the attack side, though. Now we've equalized. Rain is weak, 37 HP. The spam out from Akko into the smokes. They're going to have to pop their way out because RB's already gotten it 3/4 of the way. He gets it to half, finishes the job, and gets DRX the pistol.
Billy, for the first time in my mind, showing the first sign of inexperience there. Not really putting the clues together. Even though that flank was just perfect by Yosemite. Perfect by K-Knight in the first place to get that first opener. And then the situation that DRX went for was, again, ideal. in terms of handling that post plant, but just really thinking somebody was coming through waterfall. Now Billy down to pistols.
5 Bulldogs on the defensive side. Surely you favor DRX in this round. As Billy have gone exploring a little bit, a 1-3-1, and they fully make their way out. I mean, the spike is in the hands of YZ, and he satchels forward. He gets the spike down, and he somehow gets away.
Wow. And already success. He's gotten 2 orbs in this round. Bryn got the other one.
Hey,
and the plant.
You've got to be careful here. That nade is going to cause some problems, but oh, Buzz is just going to sink it. Never mind. He just holds it the whole way. I thought the nade was on.
And in this situation, the attackers don't need to go down. So economically, they're still going to be okay. Despite my heart beating for a second there while I saw all of them stay alive. It's okay. And again, I think that's a success for Billy, not only denying the kills from DRX there, but getting 2 orbs for YZ, the plant and the B orb, and then as well, getting that C orb for Rin. They're thriving in this case, and this is it. Big opportunity for them to close out this game. They win this anti-bonus. DRX, while they won't be out, you start to get those power ults. That becomes the win condition.
DRX just dumped so much utility towards A main there to effectively draw a line in the sand and not let him through. And I like that they're keeping some of this space as well.
That spray, the jump spot, Mako confirms there's nothing actually through, which means Billy needs to go for a second approach here. Plan B, rotate back towards C.
Second to clear some of the util, yeah. It at least drops the alarm bot. The nano mid is still there.
And that makes it hard. You can't play passive on B anymore. They're still looking for this, spamming down.
I mean, they just invested a prowler towards mid because of that.
And that's 50 seconds. They've gotten almost all the really impactful util down from the KJ. With this smoke, they can continue to look for picks inside the C site. They don't have to commit through this.
He's far up here.
Here's the freeze.
Zez creeping forward. K-Knight there as well. You see it just a little bit of geometry keeping the 2 players apart.
30 seconds left.
The timing on this is everything. That sees to swing out, but Zez somehow getting 2. Seems like it might be bonus back, but YZ with the counter punch. Yosemite with another in control for BLG.
YZ got his nade back too, so allows for this plant to go in, but it's a safe plant. They cannot commit to playing post plant from Mound.
They may not want to. Buzz and Mako, what do you do? A divided attempt at taking the site back as they approach it from 2 fronts. Rin tucked in the corner. Do you check it? Yes, you do. Even crouch, nothing converted. Yosemite's gonna have to do it by himself. Let's get down to a 1v1. Time on Yosemite's side is Mako playing swing around the Rosie, trying to find the timing. No idea what's on the other side, and Mako reads it well.
Huge bonus for DRX, and all of a sudden, we're within 5. And there's a big chance here for them to start snowballing themselves, start to have a half similar to Billy. And you don't get into that period where it starts to become thinking about these win conditions for Billy being easy to get, easy to achieve. No, keeping them from 11 is super important while this lead is still so big. Because again, you think about what Billy have in the tool bag to end this. If it was 2 rounds, you just need 2 rounds of massive ults.
Right.
And as time continues, that's what DRX is really banking on. They cannot lose a round for the next couple.
I mean, they're still intent on pushing a lot of this aggression towards A main.
Whoa, that's fast. Good reaction from Billy. Instantly just pushing on the other side while they lose the other 2.
The paranoia and the nade, it's so good! YZ getting one with the ult. And now the Prowler to push them back even further.
This is the problem here. K-Knight doesn't have the smoke. They're gonna try to push it again.
Trying to check both corners. And RB dismisses K-Knight. What else can they find? YZ and Bianchi here left in this 2v4. You see Buzz trying to satchel his way forward. YZ's gotten 1, but it's been traded back. YZ by himself, having to reload and reposition with the Hawn in his lap, and the pressure overwhelming of 3 members of DRX facing you down on the other side.
No way.
A desperate attempt to try to land shots that should not be connecting, and they don't.
Once again, really nice from DRX, maintaining this safe distance. Keeping Billy away from that all-important match point. And again, we're now talking about 4 rounds. This is very much in the realm of possibility with how few we play. Big ult starting to accrue for DRX too. Notably, that showstopper was saved in a situation you thought they were going to use it. And DRX's approach here on this A side is so important, crucial for them to continue maintaining this when Billy wants to work the entirety of the map. We've seen it before, we saw it in the last round, them attempt that. And if they can get success in getting kills as well, that pushes Billy. A lot of times their reaction is super fast to try to maintain that advantage.
I mean, in a lot of ways, this feels somewhat reminiscent to what we saw in the first half in how the defense is playing it. They're so aggressive towards A main, and they put the onus on the attacking side to either, I mean, if you want to go C, sure, by all means, but you're going to have to deal with the Killjoy utility and the Viper utility, or you try to go mid and you risk getting pinched.
Big difference here. As they actually tried to pressure that Prowler, does not catch Mako, he's making noise anyways. They're gonna try to fight for this. DRX sticking around.
This is big out for Mako, what a snap onto YZ.
A great protocol there, that nade clears the player's A main.
He was ahead of that. Stack still wise to it. Nicely handled. Aware of the threat, aware of the danger.
30 seconds left.
Do they funnel out behind that Molly? Buzz with the ult, and that connects onto Bianca. And that was the spike. The Buzz has been so crispy these last few rounds.
And that's it. Spike down across the way, past the wall. You're right, Buzz is stepping up. In the group stage, they didn't really need a massive performance out of Buzz, the one that we love, the one that we see all the time at these global events. There's really Stacks, RB, those guys were consistent. Zest, putting in a lot of work in crucial rounds. And there it is, timeout from Billy. Surprisingly, it's them using their second ahead of DRX here. DRX still has one available.
We had questions around whether or not DRX would burn both in the first half.
Yeah, I thought they should have.
Yeah. But Termi continues to handle the situation quite nicely. As you're right, Billy now out of timeouts for the rest of this half. They still hang on to a 3-round lead, but it's been all DRX.
This is crazy. I mean, I'm already in that territory where I think this is a very real possibility here for DRX.
Yeah, I would agree with you completely.
5 in a row. There's nothing to sneeze at. Getting that last one so important. And while I still think Billy is playing well, especially how they're dealing with that C aggression, or not aggression, that C setup that was such a problem for DRX.
Yep.
They're walking in there, breaking the molly, satcheling them down, and then throwing a smoke that makes it so difficult for RB to play around. I think those are the things that they're talking about within this timeout right now, how to really use that to their advantage. I would not be surprised to see them to go right into that and go for a 5 walk-in. Remember, the one round that looked like they almost would win that was when they ended up going into C site, breaking that util, tapping the door twice, freezing, and then going for another A or C execute when they had space already within the site. Didn't work though. But similar concepts can be applied. The other thing they could do is challenge this A execute that's constantly coming out from DRX, try to punish it with a molly over top, nades going back, prowlers coming through. Remember, Mako and Buzz stayed for so long in that last round. If that util came through, then all of a sudden, you would have had something different. This time, you do have difference from DRX. And Billy pouncing immediately. They didn't see that. They only saw Paranoia. They didn't see a nade, anything else, no molly coming out from the side of Zest. So they just walk out. And there's 3 hero rifles here. Even a buy down to 600 from Rin. Whoa, all the way.
They've created so much space. Behind all that utility, look at everything gets dumped. The Nightfall, the pit.
Mako got traded too in door. He got a kill and If he stayed alive there, all of a sudden you have a three-way pinch and retake under this pit, which is very devastating, but instead, you have control of door. It's planted for the spam. All they have to do is hold off RB.
RB's on the flank, and I don't know that the turret didn't see him.
He has a lockdown now, too. Not one that you could really use effectively, but if he gets in this corner and posts it, you have to have a response from Billy.
I mean, there's nowhere else for Billy to
He
go.
put a alarm
Oh,
bot.
this is so well handled. Look at K-Knight, understanding the pressure, repositions, tries to find some space to work behind it, and he gets a kill on RB. Buzz falls as well, but K-Knight not able to do anything more. Bianc and Stax in a 1v1. He's got to give up the space to see he's not going to connect. Stax has already got it to half. Pulls off, and the snaps from Stax is good. What a clutch. What a round for DRX.
The pre-fire's so good under pressure there from Stax. Hits the Red Bull clutch. Look at this. Key moment there, K-Knight trying to break that lockdown, instead dueling with Stax, and that forces Bianc to go all the way back into drop and forces the rush in. That's why Stax is going for half, knows that he has to really run to stop that defuse. No mind games player played at all, either side. Oh, look at this. Buzz not on this A side at all. Instead, DRX making it look like they're going for one of those setups. And he's on the C side. Switching that up could really make things dangerous for Billy if they go for any sort of C pressure.
For Billy, we mentioned that they had 3 rifles in the previous round. Because of how they managed their money, they still have enough to buy in the light armor on 4. We'll see what they can do with it. It was a costly investment in the previous round. They dumped, what, 2 ults into that? They still have the lockdown from Marin. And again, we're seeing some of the protocols that we've seen to open the round, the satchels to clear out the Killjoy utility. But this time, they're committing. They invest the lockdown, they dump the nade, but Buzz again!
The breakdown, yeah, broke it!
It was that easy!
Yeah, that's the reason Buzz is over here.
Not only does he clear out the lockdown, but he gets a kill with it.
Oh, he picked up the gun instead of the spike.
That's the wrong package. It's not what you were looking for. Kena, though, managing to avoid disaster, scooping up the spike. Now setting eyes forward.
Left.
See that satchel through. Bianca's gotten some space.
Great season. They've confirmed the hit is still going to be on the C side. Nobody tapping the door.
Buzz in a position to find more value. Just one, daring to challenge across the corner, and it is YZ. Yosemite on the trade, 13 seconds left, the spike's still not planted, and DRX still clawing for control. There's no way K-Knight pulls this off, right? This would be a 1v3. Mako's going fast with it. Oh, he decides to take the fight, but there was still so much to do. Mako cleans him up anyway as DRX get within 1.
And so far, it's a flawless half from DRX. Right now, looking for the comeback of champs so far from a 10-2 half to within 1. How has this happened? And I have to say, Doug, I feel like Billy's still playing a lot of these situations correctly. But DRX playing them even better. That nade to break the lockdown, it's so good preemptively.
Oh, he's ahead of this. He's cheeky with it. Takes a good bit of damage though and stays alive.
And the moment you've been waiting for too from YZ, the judge is back in his hands. He's gonna get up close and personal.
No satchels left. 1 kill away, 1 orb away from having Showstopper online. As they dare to continue to challenge Buzz in that cross once more. And this time it's the second time he gets the kill. They did get the spike down. Mako expecting some of the pressure out from Rin on the flank. Reads him like a book.
This is still dangerous. Time is ticking right now.
3v5, what do they have to delay?
Can they get this gun? Yes.
That's big.
That's the second gun now being able to be picked up by Bianc, and YZ can get out.
It actually went into YZ's hands. But Zest has already gotten to 3/4 of the way. There's nothing to stop him! They created so much space in spawn, they lost sight of the spike!
Again, an ingenious play from K-Knight, but just not quite able to bring it across the line.
8 rounds in a row. Billy flirted with perfection in the first half. But DRX showing that they could do, at least for now, what Billy could not.
This is twice now that we're thinking, could we have a perfect half? This is ridiculous from DRX.
To get so close,
Oh,
you
that
have no
nade.
shot, bro. You're so done. You're so done. If it was not the nade, it was going to be Stacks. The ult comes through as well as they push their way forward. Mako with 2. Knight trying to take a step back, dancing around the Prowler, snaps onto Stacks, well handled. But the thing is, through all of that chaos, once again, the dust settles, and BLG are down in numbers, they're down in control, and they're finally down on Lotus.
This is beautiful from DRX.
It's perfect. It's perfect. It's quite literally perfect.
9 rounds now in a row. A fantastic comeback. Now they are in the lead, in the driving seat too. I mentioned earlier how important it was for them to keep Billy off of 11. All of a sudden it's DRX with all the bank in the world, with that ability to have the same closeout, especially if they can get up to match point right now. And Billy is just riding this loss bonus, which means always you're gonna have a player who's low on money. Bulldog, Spectres here. And I like this. Continue to hit this B site. This is where the least amount of presence from DRX has been.
No shot, bro. There's just no way. The ult doesn't work. Follow-up from Rin doesn't either.
The second attempt at this site is something I like to see given success last time. But now that they get shut down here, now that DRX again ahead of that adaptation. How did Billy? What do they choose to go for?
I mean, as soon as the door was tapped, you see RB start to take a step backwards. Realizing he's in a 1v3.
Bomb grenade out.
I mean, do they try to challenge him much more? Yeah, he plays his life, and now Zest has shown up. Sax is not far behind either. They've gotten out onto the site, but they're going to be able to establish enough control to get the spike down? I don't think so.
A kill back allows them the space to recover the spike, though, especially with the Nightfall, but there's somebody getting a little ahead of it.
And RB not giving up an inch, looking for the second. Beyond's there on the trade, but Buzz finishes it once more. DRX get to map point.
Not only map point, but 1 round away from the perfect half here on Lotus. We've only seen that sort of performance twice at a global event. And when you see it, it usually comes in a 13-0. Instead, it's a massively close game, somehow, some way. I think a lot of people maybe look back at this and think to themselves, well, it was close until it wasn't.
Yep.
But this is a comeback of the century. It's so beautiful to watch. DRX is ahead of every little step. They just need that last page from Billy.
And talk about forgetting about the past. They've done so masterfully. And they're now in a position where not only do they have the financial advantage, not only are they up 2 rounds, but they have so many ults they can play around too.
There.
This is what I was talking about, Billy. Really doing a great job of taking it to RB's setup so frequently. Only 1 molly broken this time. There's that smoke that allows them to threaten that they're walking in. Instead, they're going to go towards this A site. They are lining up the mollies. This is what I was talking about against Mako. He has TPs to get out of this situation, but Buzz is joining him, and he's getting really close.
He's ahead of this now. Oh my goodness, just barely spotted. The spam keeps him alive, and you're right.
TP.
Buzz is here. Oh, just barely gets away. What do they do with this pressure, though? What do they do with this space? That Nightfall is going to get so much info. But BLG throwing the brakes on the round, pausing for just a moment.
Back to the B site. Pit going begin.
Allowing the Nightfall to subside, and they drop the pit of their own. DRX do is now they have B control. BLG, you've knocked on the first door, it doesn't open. Does the second?
Back to A, really? 14 seconds.
There's not enough time here. They've got to find success on this. The openers have to be clean. And Buzz, of course, it's Buzz who's here, and Mako with 3. The pit goes down, and so do BLG's hopes of winning this map. 4 for Mako, a 13-10 win, and a ferocious comeback on Lotus for DRX.
One of the best comebacks ever.
Unreal.
How do you contend with this? If you're Billy, it's going to be a big question that they're handling after the break.
When you play an actual ranked game, it's 50 minutes, but how much are you actually shooting? With Aim Labs, you can compete in over 1,000 tasks that will prepare you for any scenario in any game. For the new ranked season, you play, you get points, you can compare yourself to your friends. With Aim Labs' new one-to-one Valorant maps, you get instant feedback on how to get better crosshair placement, better peak efficiency. You can also instantly modify existing tasks with Discovery. Get started today by downloading Aim Labs for free and join millions of other satisfied players.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
what a crazy comeback that was from DRX. I'm now joined by their coach, Termi, and Jen here to translate. Now, Termi, you guys are no strangers to having a little bit of a slower start on your first map. We've seen it a lot in this tournament. Why do you think the start was so slow? But also, how did you make that comeback? That was crazy.
선수들 일단 10일 만에 오늘 경기였고 경기 감각이 좀 떨어진 상태에서 걱정을 했는데 후반전 때 그런 얘기들을 잘 풀어 나가면서 선수들이 분위기를 되찾았던 것 같습니다. 네.
Well, I mean, we've been rusty. We haven't played for 10 days probably, and everyone was kind of feeling rusty. But after the first half, I guess we were kind of talking about how to keep the energy up and how to play this out properly. And I think that's what went well.
Well, you guys did incredible. Thank you very much for joining me. I can't wait to see what DRX can do on map 2.
Thank you so much for that, Sue. And wow, you know, they say defense wins games, and DRX took that challenge. They managed to walk away. If your eyes are deceiving you, by the way, you know, you came into the halftime, you looked at the game, you were like, BLG's up 10-2, it's over. DRX had other plans. Achilleos, to our resident DRX expert, who I know just wants to lose his mind over this. What a game.
I mean, the fact that it was done consecutively is just unbelievable. And this is kind of the second time that they were in this territory, because I was watching this run back and I was starting to feel like, is this going to just be a repeat of Vision Strikers versus Cloud9 back at Champs Berlin? Because you go all the way back to there, that was a 1-11 half, which they then ran to a 10-13 loss. So it was a really strong comeback from them there. This time they actually get it done. So the first time that we have a 10-2 recovery in a consecutive fashion is just phenomenal to see. The recovery from DRX after they swapped sides was just something that I didn't anticipate at all.
No one did.
They were one step ahead the entire second half. They had a read when the Killjoy lockdown was coming. They positioned their Rays in the right place. They're ready for these fast reflanks and punishing them. They constantly were a step ahead of whatever BLG was trying to adapt to. And I think this is really where we see that gap of experience come through. Because Billy, they had a hot start. The game was in their hands, but then those first few rounds start slipping away and they're completely unable to recover versus a DRX who has been on these global stages, been in these positions so many times, and leverages that to just believe that the comeback's possible and make that impossibility possible.
This is just such an insular Pacific League thing, because Pacific is the only region in the world where Lotus was being, you know, you would have a stronger side on the defending half. It was 53% win rate overall across the entire league for the defending team in Pacific. But DRX basically never got to contribute to those statistics because they only played Lotus once during the grand final. But it seems like they're still carrying that mantra forward, representing the rest of the Pacific squads.
Carrying the flag for the Pacific region, you know, with that Lotus defense side. Unbelievable stuff. But let's go ahead, though, and continue the conversation for BLG as we check in with Yosemite for our AIM Lab shoot around. And as we, you know, discuss what BLG can do here, I was talking with Paperthin about this earlier, Mimi. I'm kind of curious if you feel the same way. I feel like DRX really did need that Lotus win. This sets them up very well for a 2-0 series overall, but to do it in the manner that they did has to be utterly deflating for your opponent, because it wasn't just a few rounds in a row, it was like the whole thing in a row, which is bonkers.
Yeah, there's two ways you can kind of think about this. Either we were a few rounds away from closing out, it was so close, guys, we had a great half, or it's we just choked 11 rounds in a row when we were just 3 away from closing out, especially for some of these individual players. Like Rin started 10-0. He ends the game 13-15. Got 3 kills after that start. It was a brutal, honestly, just dismantling of BLG. And I highly doubt these players have ever felt that emotion before. That's something truly different when you're that close to greatness, when you're that close to a massive upset that you probably didn't even expect you'd be able to do, and then it all slips away.
Especially the way that they started. They were cooking. I mean, they were frying DRX.
I thought it was going to be a 13-0 at one point.
Out of, what, 6 rounds played, they had 2 aces.
Yes.
The way that it started off was already unbelievable. The way that it finished was even more so. But I do think that BLG are in a little bit more of a unique position to actually be able to rebound here, because they're already coming into this playing with house money, as we like to say from time to time. They come in and they say, we don't have expectations, we're just taking this one series at a time. So I think that to be able to brush that off, I think they are in a good position to be able to do so.
But it's going to be so hard. Remember, this is the first global event they've ever showed up on. They just lost their map pick, where I thought they had their best chance to get a leg up in this series. And now we go to Haven, a map that DRX has always been good at, going all the way back in time. They just suffered a really rough loss to Loud on this map, but that was against the Harbor Viper, which I understand why they struggled against with this default breach Sova
more
composition.
Of a regional situation
Yeah,
there, right?
yeah, compared to Billy, where they play the mirror comp to DRX. They honestly play a very similar style. I wouldn't be surprised if they watch some DRX VODs to pick up some of their stuff on this map.
Sure.
And I think it's going to be really difficult for them to get that leg up here on Haven.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. It's going to be really challenging for them because DRX are now coming into this, all the confidence in the world. It doesn't matter, like, the stats, doesn't matter anything else. You just sat on that stage and just got destroyed for 11 rounds in a row. Achilles, BLG now have to dig deep, and if they're able to do so, that speaks volumes to what this team is capable of doing and why everyone should fear them. And I think they're capable of doing it. It's just going to be very, very challenging to do so on Haven of all maps.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I do think that they are in a good position to be able to brush off that loss. That doesn't necessarily mean that I think that they're going to be able to take this map, because Haven has just been that bread and butter for time immemorial for the side of DRX. They don't particularly like the map. They don't prefer to play it, but they know their strengths and they know, like, okay, we're at this stage, we're playing really well. Let's not just, you know, avoid Haven for the sake of avoiding Haven. We're good at it. Let's continue to run it.
To go back, though, to maybe some cope for the side of Billy here. They started so strong. They had great ideas on that map of Lotus. If they can have a similar read here, it could be great. But there's a surprise in the Prime Gaming Agent select. DRX has switched the comp up and maybe taken a little leaf out of Loud's book after losing to that Harbor Viper by implementing the Viper Sky into their comp.
This is really interesting. They're continuing to cook, but Stacks on Haven not playing Breach. Something about that just doesn't feel right. The Viper coming through. Zest has been picking this up more and more. I mean, his opening matchup, I think it was like the second time he had ever played Viper. He's been getting more rounds in on it. We saw him just play right there on the Lotus, but this is a very new look here from the side of DRX. I mean, they got to be feeling confident to be able to pull this out. We've been seeing new stuff from them at this tournament so far, but I don't know. Is this an overcook?
I think we need to see another strong start from BLG, a pistol round, a big play early on, something to get that energy they harnessed in the first half of Lotus back in the camp for Billy.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you're honestly hoping for here, right? This is going to be quite the matchup. Most importantly, because you have DRX coming in with a new composition, and new doesn't necessarily mean better. We'll see if it works out for them. Can BLG catch him off guard? Let's send it back over to your casters, Doug and Bala.
You know, low-key Golden Boy spitting when he says that at the end, because I think that's real talk, right? Good doesn't necessarily mean better, especially when you have a comp that you've been running for as long as DRX have on Haven. But we'll see if that's the case. They're starting off on attack ball. Meanwhile, Billy's sticking to what they know.
Yeah, absolutely. And it is very similar to what DRX normally run on this side, on this map. For me, I'm fully looking over on the side of Billy. On that side of the stage, how do you contend with a loss like that?
Yeah, yep.
You almost pulled off what felt like an upset, and you lose in that manner, not a single round after the second half started. Do you collapse, or are you able to use that first half as a way to get back into this mentally? It's a tough thing to deal with. Now DRX with this weird comp makes it a lot harder to prep for, but is Billy experienced against this type of situation? We see it a lot in EU, some tier 2 teams playing it as well in NA. Viper makes it really difficult to actually play into these retakes, especially when you get to this A side of the map. And that's where DRX is going right away.
Meanwhile, it's just Yosemite who's playing here from Billy, and he's playing up in heaven. You see, they were concerned with losing pallet control. They had the alarm bot, they had the nano down there.
Oh,
Yosemite
wait, he
drops down? What?
And they're mollied off from spawn with the orb up. This is what I'm talking about. It's like impossible to get through with just the first wave of util. You have to wait for that second to come through, and here it is.
But again, it's isolated. Rin now starting to funnel out, but they've done such a good job of containing them out from Link. They just waterfall their way into the next round.
That already is the first sign of them not being experienced, but I was just asking about in terms of scrimming against a comp like this. The win conditions for DRX a lot of times is just relying on trying to get on site with minimal losses, minimal util, and then use all the mollies possible to stall. Not even play for post blind, although that's something that they can rely on too, which is a tough thing to tell whether they're doing one or the other.
Right.
Billy need to answer both of those questions immediately on this defensive half. Otherwise, we're going to see the streak from DRX continue.
A little bit of information off that flash, forcing the smoke out. You see the ward being picked up for stacks. And YZ's gotten a little aggressive. Nothing but a sheriff. And the alarm bot's going to keep him back. Does he hear it? Does he see it? It's cleared out. He dashes forward off of the fault line, and Buzz, stunned up, drops him anyway.
The angle of that dash slightly bad because Buzz can actually hold that for his teammate. Hold RB's back. If he gets up closer and then dashes into that stun into window, you're looking at a dead RB and a gun picked up from YZ. They're going to go for a second layer to this, push through garage fast.
There are 3 members here.
And there's no Trailblazer from Stacks either, so they can't really get this info.
Sorry, not just 3, the turret's here too. It finally gets cleared out. Meanwhile, they're pushing their way forward, and they decide they want to funnel out into the site, feeling like they've lost control of the situation, feeling like DRX were intent on going B instead. They try to take aggression, and it does not work out.
Yeah. That's the problem with going out garage. Yes, you can get yourself a kill. Yes, you can get yourself the win in that initial fight. But then it's so difficult because you can have players coming from spawn. You can have players coming from window. You can have players coming down the ramp in front of B. And that's what happened right there. Just nowhere else to go. That's 14 in a row now for DRX, and a big opportunity here. This bonus. If this starts to balloon, I don't see a way as a player you can stay in this when you've just had such a massive defeat.
No, I can't fathom that either. And remember, the first 2 halves that we've played, bonuses have been converted on. First, it was Billy. Second half of Lotus, it was DRX. Can they do it again? The opener on tonight is quite nice.
And Zest is the entry there, paired up with Buzz.
Oh my gosh! DRX may be back. Yeah, they seem to have forgotten about Lotus a long time ago.
This game might be the perfect game to make it so difficult for those people who love to overreact. And right here in the bonus, I'm going to do just that.
Yeah, go on, overreact.
Because Mako's on the flank, this round's over. And you also have RB playing mollies in the post line again. That's what they love in some of these situations. That's what they love to contend with. And I'm looking at a Billy who's going to struggle with that fact over and over.
Yeah. In a lot of ways, it feels like DRX, if they're going to continue to catch these timings, it's very reminiscent of how Billy liked to play.
Yeah.
I think about how they did it against NRG on Split. I think about how they did it to DRX on Lotus in the opening half. Finding these ratty little timings to expose tiny gaps and make massive gaping wounds. But DRX is doing the exact same thing back to them.
And for me, the first 2 series that Billy played, everything did go their way. They were winning clutches. They were winning magic moments.
Yep.
Not quite the same thing here. DRX is the one, in my mind, who's having those moments. Opportunity here. Billy on a light buy. There's a Guardian up for Yosemite.
And
Guardian down.
Yeah, and that really felt like the perfect representation of what you were talking about just a few moments ago, where it felt like the magic was leaning towards VLG. You think about that in the opening to Lotus or against NRG, Yosemite hits those shots. He gets 2, right? And the crowd goes nuts, and we go, how the heck are they doing this? What's going on? That spark isn't there anymore. And in fact, it feels like such a distant memory.
And against Fnatic too, it was like, okay, we're expected to lose this. They lost. You don't have to contend with anything mentally there.
Right, yeah.
Here, they've been punched so hard. It's a gut punch losing that one. You get all the air sucked out of you.
Not just to lose the way that they did on Lotus, but then also the start here. The fact you lose a pistol, the fact that you get bonused. Bianca's about to face 4 members of DRX. Yeah, he gets 1 for his troubles.
30 seconds left.
But that's all it is.
And you need to start doing some damage here for Billy. You can't just rely on your loss bonus to Balloon. If you want to come back into this, if you want to stop the momentum, you have to deal with the economy of DRX, which is really starting to go a little crazy.
mean, it's mad when you think about it. Zest at 55, Buzz and Stacks, 48 and 47 respectively. Like,
he did pick up a Phantom, so maybe he can save that. Walking away from his teammate, though, is not going to be the way to do it.
No.
And that's the problem there. Knight needs to try to die in this situation, whereas YZ wants to escape with the Phantom, then they can't play for each other. He's going to go back for the Phantom, which is good. At least one of them gets alive, but what I was talking about, this bank, ballooning and ballooning. The ult's ballooning and ballooning, and on this map again, this is one where his ults are so impactful. A pit by Zest. Lockdown, the Seekers, all such valuable tools here for DRX, not to mention the knives from Buzz too, although with Bank, it's really difficult to even find yourself a place to use them.
Huh.
And this timeout marks 16 rounds in a row lost for Billy. If you didn't have enough time to contend with that loss on Lotus, this is the time to start to reconcile with that fact.
And reconsider your approach into Haven. You're right. A total of 5 kills across all members of Billy right now. I mean...
Hey.
I mean...
That's one of those guys I'm talking about, right? The overreactors.
I mean, the situation doesn't look good.
Dude, I love this game. I mean, in that first map, everybody's like, it's over, DRX is done, they're going home.
Yep.
The second half, they're like, oh, they're back, Billy is fake.
Those tunes change quick.
I love being a part of the VALORANT community when we overreact and we just can't stop.
No.
We can't.
No. Nor should we.
All right, so you're saying this game is Jover?
Oh, yeah, it's Jover.
That's messed up.
Billy have to stop the bleeding here. The fact that you've invested in a timeout as early as you have, YZ has the op, and it seems like it's going to be a peek out of Garage, but there's really no setup for it. I thought maybe a combo with a fault line or something like that, but this is...
He loves to go dry.
Yeah.
He loves to do that, and he is the master of re-peeking. We've seen him do work at angles like this, but look at DRX. They're already considering an early one-way, so he can't peek out. Now he can activate the dash and go for something more. This turret, nobody's peeking off of it yet.
RB is just filled in behind it. He didn't even get the turret. That thing's still up, pesky as it is.
And look at this double duo of Zest and Buzz again in front of this smoke. Already got value before. Drone coming in from backside. This is an opportunity to isolate a fight for Buzz up close, and they miss him.
They have no idea. Is K-Knight aware? Is he expecting Buzz's presence?
I mean, Buzz kind of has to wait for a second smoke here on front
Yeah.
B from either Mako or Rin to get out of the situation or use one of his own. But then he can get spammed.
Right.
If you show your presence. There's the smoke. Finally he can get out.
He's going to push into it. They both pushed into it at the same time. K-Knight tried finding space in that smoke.
Oh, they pitted in, which makes the big threat of them walking into plant, but they're not actually going for it. This dog up short is going to actually give up the hit, though.
Yeah, they've got to be careful because BLG have 2 members here, and one of them is YZ with the op, but he's going aggressive. He's going forward. That's the pit down. Zest has fallen. YZ finds one with the op. And now the paranoia is going to delay even longer. Mako has to take a step back with the spike. 18 seconds left. There's no way into the site.
Yeah, this is overcooked. I don't think they're going to have time to go either C or B.
RB's the only one with some space, and he's now dropped.
And with the ult as well out of Bianc, he cannot die here. They might have time.
Oh.
And he does. Can he get the plant? No.
Oh.
Yes.
He's going to get it.
Just barely, I think.
How have they made it this far? This
you can't
could
lose
be
this one. You can't.
This could be a backbreaker. This could be devastating. Can Billy stabilize?
Why is he on the angle? Mako can't go past it.
No.
And he knows. Plus another one.
Not like this. A 2v2. Buzz with 3. He's got blades too. He's just perched down on the side. He's gotten 4. Can Buzz do it on his own? No, he falls. Mako looking for it. The spam connects. A back-breaking round as BLG crumble once more.
That is just absurd. And Billy, not only do they have to deal with the fact that they just lost to a perfect halves after dominating on their first. They were so close. Now, once again, so close. But they get hit with a 2v5. Oh my goodness.
It was like 0.1 left on the clock when the spike went down.
And they're going for a fast push down mid. Knives active for YZ, going for the Fnatic push.
This is well set up. He's gonna see so much. Zess was the one that didn't get caught though. And they continue to push into the aggression from BLG.
Looks like they expected it. Zess was already hiding from the dart pre-round.
An attempt at catching him slipping just spells more disaster. DRX up 6-0.
18 in a row. Following up from Lotus. I asked if we wanted a bloodbath. Some people would be happy on that first half, but this is absolutely brutal.
Billy back with weapons, the op in the hands of YZ.
Every step of the way, they're expecting the peaks. They're expecting that push. Are they expecting the up down C now?
We haven't seen.
They are, man.
Yeah, that's mad.
Already smoking top C. Trying to deny information, force the op to rotate on a normal passive angle, but it's not normal.
Dude, it's crazy. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. They're flat. It really feels like they have nothing left.
Solo duels too there from K-Knight.
Nice from Bianca on the counter. Buzz is weak. Still so much to do. 31 HP left for him, and he's got to hold the side by himself. And Bianca very well may.
Player standing.
A 1v1. Another opportunity at getting back into this. And this time it connects. Finally breaking the streak of, what, 18 rounds in a row?
18 in a row, but big round for Billy. They lose 2 players early. That's a 3v5, so some life in them still. And the Billy fans in the crowd desperately trying to inject some energy and deny the DRX fans something here in the arena. But this is what I'm talking about. It's so difficult. If you didn't do damage early into this bank from DRX, you're going to constantly get hit with, now you have all these ults up. And Billy, for the first time, not with max loss bonus, insta ult into heaven from Mako.
And he's sticking it. There's so many things you're gonna have to contend with here if you're Billy. You've got Buzz dashing forward, you've lost Heaven control. They have to play off.
You should run.
Dual lockdown though. Are there mollies from RB? I think he just placed on the spike, which means they can play post plant here.
How do they handle this?
Lineups from Zest, lineups from RB.
Knight has ult.
4 out Heaven.
But they don't expect Mako here, do they? Oh, he gets hit by the stun. He's gonna dash right into him. YZ falls. Buzz still playing down in hell, no armor, 72 HP, the swing out into smoke, the spam connects as Buzz gets another, looking for the third, and he finds it.
They just got flooded back in a situation where they're the ones trying to use that breach ult to get out on site. Buzz is under, really deep in dark, under Heaven. He puts himself in a position where he doesn't get ulted, is able to protect Mako, who is luckily in the best position ever when YZ's trying to dash out. He's literally in his smoke.
Yeah.
Not able to trade that kill, and that allows all the players coming back from the lockdown to rush their way back in.
Buzz was a hero there for sure. 13-3 for DRX, and I don't know how Billy slowed this down, man. I really don't. They continue to put tools in the hands of their star. YZ once again with the rifle.
And he's not going to have an op in the rest of the half for this, though,
No.
because of this decision, unless somebody can save up for him, which Yosemite might be in position to do later on.
They ran it a couple times, and it didn't find a ton of value. That was so far back.
I do like how DRX are swapping up the person who's going up with Buzz to clear up close B. Normally it was Zest, this time it's RB.
Yeah.
RB is a less risky player to invest in this one. Already using one of his mollies, and Zest is closer
I've got your
to any sort of impact in terms of ults.
Ooh. Zest almost catches him there.
Oh, they're looking to pounce if that Seeker actually gets a little bit more information about how empty that site is.
Yeah, you could tell they were threatening it. But alas, they turned their attention to A once more. YZ, the only rifle in hand! And 2 found.
Down A.
But you see it, paranoia, concerned about what's coming elsewhere.
Here.
RB is through garage right now.
I don't know that they're out of play. I mean,
oh my goodness, he is deep.
Recalling my bot.
Can they pick up these weapons? Can BLG?
He didn't clear the site, so DRX is going to have to do that themselves, but RB's in position to backstab them through their own spawn.
Yeah, but there's really nobody who's going to be there. It's just K-Knight. And if K-Knight can win this duel out, they have so much control because they've upgraded weapons! They scooped up the weapons that were left down long, and now there's a fighting shot at this.
It's not planted for spawn either here. It's not planted for RB. Mako has to do everything. There's nobody coming RB's way.
I mean, he's done it before, though. Can Mako do it again? The fault line. Mako looking to connect. Only one found. RB by himself in a 1v3. And the frenzy from a distance, no less, gets Billy their second.
That right there, you asked how do they stay in this, that right there was how. 2 hero rifles bought, they were still gonna be able to buy next round. So dealing with losing that loss bonus really well and winning in that instance with the MasterCard Thrifty is so important. They had 3 frenzies, 3 pistols. Look at this out of YZ. And Doug, I think I have the script. I think they're gonna go ahead, DRX is gonna close out this half 10-2, and then there's gonna be the perfect half.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You got the script already?
Yep.
Well, we'll have a little bit of time to discuss this script as Billy's starting to find some life and injecting some pace into this defensive side. Again, YZ was the hero that last round because not only does he get the kills with the rifle that was invested and put into his hands, but that allowed the additional rifles to get picked up for Billy to give them a fighting shot at that.
And just those 2 rounds is enough to start to break the bank from DRX. It's not perfect out of them, but plenty still. If they're able to start stringing some rounds together, we might end up with a broken bye towards the end here for DRX. Either way, they're still in full control. But I think possibilities creeping back into Billy's head with those couple of round wins that they've gotten now. But they are starting to rely on some significant hero plays out of YZ. And you could see in some of those lost rounds too, people solo peeking to try to find value. They need these last 3.
So desperately. And they find themselves with a fighting chance.
I will say these halves with this type of Viper comp are really swingy. We can get really massive leads on one side or the other.
Are they gonna try, again, aggression towards mid? This lineup from beyond, the fact that K-Knight just invested his fault line, YZ close. Oh, it's so well handled.
A double peek from mid and garage.
Whoa! So nicely done!
And that's timed with Bianca's dart landing so that everybody is trying to avoid it or hit it.
Right, either you clear it out and then you get sucker punched, or you're lit up like a Christmas tree. DRX quiet on that one as they start to rotate towards A in a 3v5.
Somehow, some way, he's avoiding the alarm bot right now. No way to actually know that it's long. That gets some space. This peek from Yosemite.
Oh, just a bit behind.
And that was Marco smoking late because he's trying to get space here for Zest.
And those shots are going to show up late too. And Sax had already cleared out so much. They invest 100 Fury, though. Bianca's getting a little bit of damage done. Sax is going to fall to the aftershock. A little bit more, though, as Zest gets 2.
These mollies are so good in that orb. He's going to TP past it, though. Oh, right into Zest!
Mako's really far back, too, and right now there's a smoke impeding his view, but they have to clear Zest, and they do. Bianca pushing forward. K-Knight with 3, and another round for BLG.
Might have started slow, but it might end strong here in these last couple of rounds on the half for Billy.
Out of charges.
And don't forget, this is a team, it's their first time stepping on a global stage at this event in group stages. It's their first playoff match at a global event ever. And they've actually earned themselves with their group stage push to get a second opportunity, even if they go down in this game. But everything that they learn along the way is so crucial. And I think you're already seeing them break through one of those barriers.
YZ as a judge. And Blades online. Wanting to find a way to peek through the smoke. You see the fault line set up for K-Knight too. They're going to pounce on this. They're going to pounce on this because Yosemite's going to get some info early on. And there it is. There's the fault line. And there it is for Yosemite. 2 found. YZ with the 3rd. Oh, it was a trap and they took it. RB's gonna have to 1v5 his way through this round. What a spectacular setup for Billy.
Most beautiful part about that to me is that the Jet's not the one pushing up short. Every other team is going for that sort of approach. But a carpet bomb through. Sewers with the breach, with the Omen, with the KJ following it up. And then it's YZ that they're baiting into with the Judge. And again, a fantastic smoke out of Rin from cross map. They found some life, yeah, and honestly, the fact that these rounds are coming, they're coming at crucial moments where DRX does not have these ults at any point in these last couple.
And they don't really have it. I mean, they have some money to bring this into this. A Bulldog for Buzz, he's got Bladezos, Zest with the Guardian, and meanwhile, the op for YZ. Currently no challenge down too long, though. And it seems like Billy are intent on wanting to take some of that space. They've tucked Yosemite into Cubby.
I love this too. YZ with the op on the angle, if they ever spot him. It's so much more difficult to deal with a player in Cubby because you're trying to not get opt at the same time.
Right.
There's the possibility of going for a pop smoke, but very unlikely to happen. But in that light, nice attempt there from Zest to break the turret with the spam, and he finds it.
There you go. Second time's a charm.
You normally don't have high pen weapons on the attack side, so the fact that the money is broken actually allows them to do that.
Prowler.
Are they trying to go for that same pit where Zest was trying to lurk through A when they hit the execute?
They may.
And maybe even force Buzz into a position. No, it looks like they just want to hit this B site.
Yeah, the smoke and the flash. Buzz dashing out with Paranoia to follow.
Oh, love that underneath him too. So he can push back into the back of sight. There's that pit I was talking about.
Mako feeling some of that pressure, has to reposition. They've got Buzz back sight.
Remember, Mako can always TP out.
Yeah.
Oh,
but is there
shots!
something to clear Buzz?
The plant didn't go down. 15 seconds, they have to rush it.
Zest is going to have to do it on his own, and Buzz gets cleared out as well. Managing to get the spike down, but you're left in a 5v3.
Oh, risky moment there. Zest was the one who had to go recover the spike. This lockdown's going to push off the pit.
They're going to have to give it up. And that's going to open up all the sightlines.
He's going to stay, Doug. They're going to try to hold the pit up.
Oh, it's so audacious. He does find one kill for it. He's still alive. Oh my gosh, he finally gets cleared out. A 3v2, stacks with both. He's gonna have to get it 5 HP and he cannot. Rin winning out the crucial 1v1 in the 11th hour.
And all of a sudden, this is very much a game again. We've been in this position before, but this one much closer. Billy's still holding on.
I mean, for both of these teams, we've seen them have to deal through so many mental hurdles. For DRX, it was halftime in Lotus. And then when we really thought everyone thought BLG was done, Billy was no longer gaming. They come back to get it to a 7-5 half, a competitive one at that. And for DRX, we've got to ask, really, we're going to get the pleasure to ask Buzz this because they got through the group of death. They had a nice long break. Let's see how they spent that time.
일단은 플레이오프에 가장 먼저 진출하게 되어서 너무 기쁘고요. 일단 그 플레이오프 경기 전까지 많은 시간이 있는데 그 많은 시간 동안 잘 준비해가지고 플레이오프에서 어떤 팀을 만나든 이길 수 있도록 열심히 하겠습니다. 사실 그 죽음의 조라고 불릴 만큼 많이 강한 팀들이 섞여 있고 어려운 조였는데 당연히 어느 팀을 만나든 이길 자신이 있었지만 저희도 질 수 있겠다라는 생각을 갖고 방심을 하진 않았고 일단은 플레이오프는 일단 그룹 스테이지보다 훨씬 더 중요하니까 그냥 저희끼리 그냥 이 남은 시간 동안 플레이오프를 잘 준비해서 좀 더 새로운 거를 만들어야 될 것 같고 그리고 좀 더 부족했던 거를 좀 더 많이 채워야 될 것 같고 그렇게 하면 또 이제 상대도 저희를 이제 간파하기 좀 어려워질 것 같아서 저희가 남은 시간을 잘 활용해서 그런 강점을 많이 이용해야 될 것 같아요. 다른 팀한테 없는.
Utility's just gonna be so much to deal with. Buzz killed himself. Falls to his own nade, but Zest makes it okay. Keeps him in it. And Zest gets 3.
다른 팀한테 없는 그런 많은 시간을 잘 이용해서 저도 괜찮고 저도 어차피 패자조 가서 이기면 된다라는 마인드로 저희가 졌다고 너무 분위기가 다운만 안 되면은 패자조 가서도 혹은 1맵을 지든 2맵을 지든 다음 맵에서 좀 더 힘을 발휘할 수 있을 것 같아요. 죽음의 저에서 올라온 DRX이기 때문에 절대 쉽지 않은 경기일 거예요. 그래서 아무래도 좀 준비를 단단히 하고 오는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 저희는 그 어느 팀을 만나든 아주 강력하기 때문에 잘 준비하고 오십시오.
For DRX working through the gauntlet that they did, they seemed to walk away from that a little bit more weathered, perhaps a little bit more grisly.
Yeah.
And that's what gotten them to this point in a situation where most teams crumble. Down 10-2 at half. They made a run at it. Now they find themselves on the receiving end of something special where Billy have made a run at this.
I love that from Buzz too. It's like he predicted the comeback on that first map. He said, we're trying to work on having that ability.
Oh, it worked. The time invested, remember the long break that they had. If that was their intent, if that was their focus, job well done.
Zest did use a molly here to prevent them from taking backside, to use this, keep this wall up, but Billy wants to flood behind it too.
This is so messy. It's a 5v5 for the site! And they've left Buzz tucked, but they know he's there! Bianca and YZ! A 2K for both. And RB's now just starting to rotate onto the site. And it's not gonna work out. Billy with the ever crucial pistol.
It's a really cool round from DRX, but Billy with the better response. So talking about preparation there at halftime. Both sides know exactly what to do in this situation. The fact that molly goes down signals to Billy. Okay, they don't want us backside. Let's wait until they take it and then really pinch them from all sides. YZ's first initial push, fantastic. And DRX is playing solo Killjoy towards A on both sides. Both the pistol and this one. No orb to even support him here.
Look at where Yosemite and Ren are right now.
Yeah, they're chilling in spawn.
Yeah, they're so far back.
Yosemite's just on top of, like, under his turret.
Guys are just expecting some pressure and some aggression from the defense. It just never comes.
It's interesting too, because it was the right choice at the beginning of the round, but with the pressure up C long, DRX has chosen not to actually stay around in garage, stay around in mid. It looked like they might go for a similar push to what Billy was trying on their own ecos.
I believe RB spotted some of the players down long. But I guess not fully convinced that that's where the hit's coming from. Now he knows. I mean, he's stunned up. He's not going to be able to get off site. He's paranoid. He's flashback sight. Managing to find comfort in the smoke, but eventually cleaned up nonetheless.
It's so difficult to stay on site there when that paranoia is coming in, the stun's coming in. Breaking the dart is difficult by yourself. You can see him panic on all directions there. Nothing he can do to get off.
Here. It's just like waiting for death.
Oh, perfectly timed. One way, but he just walks into it. They're flooding out right now, and it doesn't matter anyways.
Oh, they're trying. They're trying, and just not the case. Billy somehow, after the disaster that we saw in the opening at Haven, have tied us up at 7.
This is a streak of their own right now.
Yeah, you're gonna have to start counting the other way at this point.
I was just remembering, how far did I get?
18.
Not enough fingers.
They've won 6 in a row, 7 of the last 8. Going back to that first half, and again, I've got to draw attention to this because it's happened 3 times now. Every team and a half has won the bonus when they've had the opportunity to do so. 3 for 3. Can Billy continue that streak?
Standing ahead. The fact that this is already tied is commendable for Billy right away, because other teams who lose that first map like that, they crumble. We've seen it before against DRX against Furia back at Champions. It was a massive comeback to bring it back to OT and win instantly. And that second map, devastating. Here though, Billy's still holding on and potentially could take the lead if they win the bonus.
Nice trade.
Cover going out. Definitely favors the attackers in most cases, but Yosemite down means flanks are going to be possible. Wonder if DRX wants to start to go for it, but without Buzz, usually that's the guy who would go for some aggressive pushes.
Right.
They found Mako alone here though. And again, same situation, he's gonna make a TP play up close to the orb.
But he meets the same fate, much like we saw in the previous round. Stacks pop, flashing out of the smoke, doing it on his own. And they've gotten a shot at this. They've kept this very competitive. Brent's gonna have to do it on his own. A 1v2 RB weak. waiting for the challenge on the other side, and DRX throw the brakes on it, understanding the onus is on Rin to swing out and make something happen. Zest get 3, DRX take the lead back.
Zest has been phenomenal in this series. 15-9 right now, but in particular, throwing that molly as they go for the flood actually lands perfectly onto one of the players from Bilibili, vulnerables them up, makes it difficult for them to position themselves, which is one of the key strengths out of this Bilibili side. You see actually 2 mollies thrown out, landing perfectly. One on default and one where the Jet normally dashes. That fast flood as well, getting the flash onto YZ. Something that YZ's been getting caught out a lot by.
Oh, they've set Buzz up here. Now spotting both. Well handled, dancing around and trying to isolate the gunfights, but that's all it is for now. K-Knight has the Rolling Thunder.
Drone traded by Trailblazer, keeping the space here by Stax. Well done. And the drone doesn't get info about exactly what's on the other side because that's instantly re-cleared. Mako denies any more information from being gathered. Breach ult though, and they're playing up close. This could be really bad for DRX.
That flash didn't hit.
Look how back he's playing right here to make sure that he's hitting the player in short.
It didn't hit Buzz. Oh my goodness, it didn't hit Buzz. They're gonna check him. No, they don't! Buzz goes unchecked. Stax gets another. DRX refused to relent on the site. K-Knight left by himself. The setup man now having to play getaway.
30 seconds left.
He can't.
And Buzz has just gotten away with the round. Just crazy. He just tucked himself into that smoke. And once again, a different smoke from Zest. He's throwing a lineup from spawn at the beginning of the round so he can set up on C as well. So spreading his Viper Util really wide and allowing somewhere to play for Buzz. Normally that smoke is going in between the default box and short. And here he's using it on long instead for that moment right there. It's simple things.
Just when it seemed like DRX was in trouble. I mean, the site exec looked so good. There was really no way, right, that they were going to survive. Yosemite even started to check the corner.
Yeah, he spammed him too. I mean, Buzz got down to 29 instantly off a shot through the smoke.
And the timing to just turn away.
Everybody ran past him even after he was getting those kills because you thought he was running away from his smoke. No, he stayed inside.
I mean, the chaos in a situation like that to try to keep your wits about you is so difficult.
Even to get the right information. 2 here players hitting the site during an execute like that. Comms have to be clean, crisp. Not quite there for Bilibili. And they will use their final timeout of the potentially series here. I'm still, sometimes I'm looking at the score, I'm looking at the series score, and I'm like, oh yeah, this is fine. Bilibili losing this map would be okay. No, because I had already written it in my head. Yeah, for sure they won that. And we heard from the desk too, that Lotus game was the biggest comeback after a 10-2 half. And DRX might own the majority of biggest comebacks ever at global events.
Yeah, they've had their fair share of them.
It's ridiculous. I've seen 9-3s from them, obviously, with the curse, but 10-2s as well. We just saw exactly that. Now here on Haven, they're putting down a comeback attempt from Bilibili. And they've actually kind of forced a weird situation to buy. It's stingers, it's knives could be popped from YZ.
Just the one rifle in the hands of K-Knight.
And there's definitely not as much nuance here in the Bilibili attack side that we were seeing on Lotus.
Yeah, agreed. Absolutely.
It's a lot harder for them to, ooh, they're just gonna pop, maybe push through Garage. Yeah, he's going for it. It's instantly denied by Zest of all people again.
The blades blunted, the hit on the other side falls too. K-Knight with a nice trade onto Mako, but whatever attempt they had at trying to catch him sleeping just does not manifest.
A cool attempt, but very low success rate.
Yeah.
One attempted to push your Jet into B, into C Link to go for a Garage pinch on that. And there was not even smokes there from Rin to really assist with that. It's just, why is he trying to do it on his own? Look at this. That one smoke, but not a follow-up on to spawn and then Rin TPing in. We've seen him so many times TP in front of DRX players. Maybe hoping for his teammates to get the kill so he can go for a fast push through Garage, which would catch him off guard. Speaking of off guard, they're going to go for another C push, maybe a dash. Yep, dash through from YZ.
They've taken the space. What do BLG do off of this? Do they understand what they've lost, and do they try to pounce elsewhere?
Yeah, Buzz. So much control. They should have heard the stun. They should have heard everything, and they should have seen the wall swap, but I'm not even sure they've got that info yet.
I don't think so.
Nobody peeking mid, only a turret, so they might not. And once again, that orb swapped back to give room for RB to play in short instead. Everything's so well considered from DRX on this defense.
I mean, they've got him corralled and controlled.
Buzz early info, yep, no damage done to him. And this wall actually supports him quite good.
Yeah. Just a question of how much gas is left in Viper's tank and when that wall goes up.
Might not be any, actually. They're through it.
Yeah. Fully disrespecting the wall, the aftershock back sight. You hear the ult come through as they try to clear Buzz off this area. Mako has joined him.
Smoke lasts forever. They just hold on to backside. It's so nice.
Are they going to get to this? Yeah, they are. They're intent on trying to take the site, and so far, so good.
30 seconds left.
Billy have dropped 3. Make that 4. RB left alone. We've seen him in situations like this so often. A 1vx when the round seems like it's done. But can RB inject some magic into a situation where a couple of members are weak? No. Billy with another.
Mako there succumbing to what Rin just did. He TP'd backside where Billy players are ready for them. It's very difficult to deal with in that situation. Mako throwing his smoke down, trying to play. You can see it right there on your screen. Mako, as the smoke elapses, is trying to get an advantage as Stacks fills the space that he leaves. But either way, Billy is so comfortable hitting the site, realizing they don't get the space that they really need, waiting for a little bit, and then pushing even further. And that's another example of that. Beautiful freeze.
Buzz with the op. And they very well might end here. They've taken some A main control, but concerned about short with really no setup here. I mean, you see the respect that both Jets are showing one another.
Yeah, this is interesting right now. I think Billy is considering the fact they just smoked the turret. DRX did, so they don't have information about what's down mid, so that's why they slowed down a little bit on A.
Is it going to reach? It didn't spot him. Oh my god. Oh, it finally spots him. Just at the very end.
They should have seen the op in his hands too. Trailblazer to maybe get him back on the line, and if it goes deep enough, he might get back and get all the info. Mako needs to stay alive though.
It's going to be difficult to do. 31 HP, no armor left, but he TPs and stays alive. Now Billy rotating towards C. Yosemite, the only one who's taken some damage so far for the attacking side. A note here, Zest is ahead of this. He's already rotated over. The Molly again from the Viper to cause some problems on the flood out from Billy, but they managed to circumvent it for now. RB, 45 HP, tucked behind the wall, trying to find some space. Again, this is madness. Almost every single player is just standing here on the site. There's nothing but smokes and walls keeping them apart from one another. And as soon as it goes down, it's going to be a bloodbath. 1-for-1 early on. Sacks looking for another, but it's BLG once again who established control, but do they know Mako's here? He can stop the round by himself. He's going to swing on it, but the spike planted. Mako with 3 and the round is over. DRX with another.
And he gets the final kill through the spam. He's just trying to deny the plant. I don't even know if he knew what was going on. Either way, if he doesn't get that, Buzz is so far away in that 1v1. Really difficult. BLG losing track of how many players were backside. I'm pretty sure they saw Mako early in that, when the smoke all fell.
I can't believe that. Yosemite was so weak. The free kill, the spam through the box. We've talked so much about streaks in this series. DRX have won 4 of the last 5. They've reestablished control in the face of a ferocious attempt at a comeback from Billy.
And Billy has slowed down so much since those early attempts.
Yeah.
Remember, they were just throwing things at the wall in terms of pushing B on their ecos, trying to up the pace. But they're realizing that's the wrong strategy. And at this point, you start to second guess any ideas of what you have on the game.
Here.
They're so consistently being put in that position on C where they just can't push further through the Viper wall.
Through Zess's mollies, yeah.
And we saw the beginning of the half start in exactly that fashion.
What do they do to counter this? It seems like they want to set up for a flush out of garage, but I mean, RB, he's going to step back on the smoke. You got the fault line set up from K-Knight for them to dash out forward. You've got the paranoia set up too.
Oh, pit reactively, but there's an ult coming out from Bianca right now. Does he tag anything?
They haven't gotten out onto site.
No.
Dude, DRX have handled this so well.
30 seconds and they have to pivot. They can't go C anymore.
30
There's no way to flush Zest out.
But they've left Yosemite as a trap. A trick! Oh, where did that shot go? That looked like it was going to be between his eyes. Buzz sticking around. And he pays for it as Billy. It seemed labored, it seemed late, but they roll over DRX. Can Zest 1v4 this? What's the money situation look like? Spotty. Buzz has a bit to go around.
Toxins going up.
So maybe they take a shot at this, but he's just going to save this. Not wanting to give a orb over to K-Knight, to Yosemite, who's very close to his lockdown too.
Toxin screen down.
A 20-second decision to push back out of garage and into B. Into the hot. Buzz with a crucial missed shot.
I mean, I need to take a look at that one more because that looked on.
Yeah, could come back to haunt him for sure.
And then the decision to stay.
Try to do. Oh, whoa.
What? What happened there?
Did he have a gun? Yeah, he did. That's question mark.
Where did he die?
Just to the spike down bottom grass.
Yeah, but
there's that mission. Oh my God. I'd be so mad.
And there's a hole in his hood now.
And then just ripping them apart with the insert in garage too.
Oh, bro.
That's just not.
That's silly.
No reaction. Love it. Ay, ay, ay.
2 rounds keeping these two teams apart. DRX still with control, the op in the hands of Buzz, but they're going fast towards A. And that's not where they are. YZ with blades, the first one found. He's got to drop down, but K-Knight's there to help. Can Zest once again be the anchor? Can it be too much? He's already gotten 2. He tries to pop out. Zest almost with 4.
I swear every series that guy has game-saving multi-kills. And it might just have happened again. Buzz and Mako on the retake. Mako's been great. Buzz with the op, though, is going to find it difficult to get value.
That's going to hit him.
Maybe both? Buzz has knives.
That is both, you're right. But the dash forward, he clears hell first. Leaving Bianca by himself, and Buzz snatches it back. Beautifully set up by Mako. The paranoia was pixel perfect.
That's the difficult situation when you go for that setup. It's so consistent at getting value normally. Setting up the crossfire in dark, in graffiti. And I don't know how that takes down K-Knight. That's just ridiculous.
Dude, holy Zest, man.
He's
what
been
a hold.
A rock.
Yep.
I call him that all the time, but he really is. And DRX is on match point, not match point, series point. Upper bracket semi-final point. A team who gets there almost every time. Here they are again. No strangers to it. And definitely no strangers to closing out maps like this.
Billy do have some tools, though. They've got the Rolling Thunder. Reynez is ult currently with the Spike, but you see the buy, Bianca with the Spectre.
And they've swapped up this wall again, don't forget. The Viper wall in front of B, into garage and down bottom C. It hasn't worked in the past. That's a lot of info.
3 spotted with that Trailblazer.
And that's from C-Link. I mean, that thing went far. Drone to get him up close. Mako with the smoke. They're not going to rely on that delay. Remember, they can't without the Viper wall. So Mako maybe has 1 assist smoke.
Crosshair train, and once again, the miss, but he somehow dodges it once more, dashing forward, trying to find space, and Mako with 2. But Rin on the counter, punching right back.
Mako was full stunned in that situation. Zest is fast.
Again. Can Zest be the hero for DRX once more?
Just gets the kill and backs off. Playing this very well, but here's the freeze from Billy. Can they find any way to maybe TP it on the other side? Maybe, if Bianca's aggressive.
But you leave him here by himself? No, they're gonna dig their heels in, at least I thought, towards C. A reposition to play down long.
Bianc thinks he can play. Yeah, they're playing away from the Killjoy lockdown.
Oh, he's got 2 shocks too.
Oh, where's he
Rin,
gonna
where
TP?
are you headed?
Remember, K-Knight on Lotus was so good at finding the proper spots,
This
but
is so safe.
he's not even using it through B. Too scared. It's not planted for long, remember, but actually putting that threat in their head.
It is, and he's got shocks, but he's not using them. He's just going to try to spam through, and RB's going to be able to hold it the whole way. There was not enough. RB sticks it. DRX survived the best possible shot that BLG throw their way in advance.
Up into that upper bracket, semi-final. It is exactly where they belong. DRX not only prove that they can stay deep with resilience against teams who are definitely putting up fights, but on top of that, they prove, once again, we saw yesterday with Loud, that the group of death was very, very real.
Billy takes the stage and drop a bow, but the important thing to remember is that there's still a lower bracket run, and for Billy, it feels like a team that learn with every single thing that goes their way. I mean, we thought maybe NRG or just a weaker form, but man, did they push DRX.
Just insanely good from Billy, but even better for DRX. It's just crazy. Surprises after surprises. A lot of people thought DRX was not going to show up at this tournament. I mean, when we saw that group, it was like, oh, we don't really care. It was an exciting group, a lot of exciting matchups, but they've changed that script completely. Everybody back again behind DRX. It's been phenomenal to watch them throughout this group stage and now in playoffs.
There were so many questions with the roster, right? Foxy9, Zest, and for it to be the player whose people were calling for his heads, man. For Zest to be the one to pull off the performance that he did this entire series, and then to close things out on Haven the way that he did, such a consistent anchor, top fragging for DRX. He was a hero.
Yeah, that's why people wanted this roster to stick together for so long. It's because Zest consistently that guy for the team. It's because this team operates so well together. And while Foxy9 is definitely an up-and-coming, promising player, DRX need that stability. And you can see the levels to their game when it gets added to it, right? A new comp coming out on Haven, coming out on Lotus for the first time.
Well, I think the important thing to remember for DRX as we think about their run throughout this tournament is it's really important for them to get wins like this where Zest is performing well, because the questions about, well, is it the right roster? Right, Termi having to weather some of that, both from the crowd and then him individually, internally for the roster, that matters so much, right? Because now there's full confidence in this roster. If there wasn't surviving the group of death, there has to be now.
And we get set up for a very interesting lower bracket.
What a mess.
It is a mess. Right now, obviously, Fnatic's down there, Foot's down there. But even later today, we have EG versus EDG. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that matchup. But we could have either EG playing against Billy, another Chinese team, or EDG playing their brethren.
Just mad. Just absolutely mad. Again, DRX showed resilience. It was a streaky series, really, from both teams, but that's where I think a lot of the experience comes through. It's in those moments where it's crucible upon crucible, and you're wondering who it is that's going to figure it out, who's going to be able to be left standing when everything is left out there. Just so well done by DRX. They take down Billy. We're going to throw it to Yinsu, who's standing by with the Verizon post-map interview.
All right, everybody, make some noise for Congratulations, that was a very great victory from you guys. Now I have to talk about map 1. Tell me how you were feeling when you were 10-2 down, losing, and how did you guys manage to make that comeback?
I mean, when you're losing in the 10-2, but we are still losing in a big score, but we still feeling we are going to win. But just our feeling was like we are not warmed up yet, and we just didn't do our things well, so we can come back from the second half. So there's no worries about the second half.
I mean, 11 rounds in a row, Buzz. That was kind of crazy. Now, all year with DRX, you guys have been experimenting, you know, sometimes with Foxy Knight, sometimes with Zest. And for this tournament, I believe that you have committed to just playing with Zest and do your thing. And he is looking amazing. He's doing really, really well. So how are you feeling about that? And do you think that this was the right call to stick with Zest for this one?
I mean, we are very confident with the Jest, even with the Foxy. But as you know, Foxy is a very talented player. He has a potential, but at least we have to still wait for him. And Jest has a great second call and still have a great game sense. So maybe we can play with him and we can make more better performance with the Jest.
His Viper is crazy. It's really, really nasty.
Yeah.
I also want to say that after Tokyo, I think normally every international event that you guys qualify for, everybody believe in you. They're like, DRX, this is their time. They're going to win a trophy. But I think after Tokyo, people's belief in you dropped a little bit. I don't think that many people believed in you in this tournament. Do you feel like you proved them wrong? It's time to believe in DRX again?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, that's right.
I mean, after we failed to win the VT Pacific, and we're going into the Tokyo Masters straight. I think we lost our winning mentality at the Tokyo Masters, and this LA Champions, I think we found again.
Yeah.
We have a winning mentality now.
Oh yeah, everyone here definitely believes. And one last question before I let you go. You'll play the winner of EG versus EDG. Who do you think is going to win that game today?
I'm not sure, but we screamed against the EDG a lot, even in the Korea. So we know each other, and we have screamed EG also, but I still don't know who's going to win. But if Kong Kong pops up, maybe, who knows, EDG can win.
Oh, all right. Thank you very much, Buzz. You guys are going to see DRX over to the next round. He thinks Kong Kong could be popping off today, and he just might, because EDG will be taking the stage against EG right after this.
VALORANT 冬の陣千秋楽誇りをかけた戦いを
What a clutch from Celsius!
その目で見届けろ 世界との取り組み幕開く両国国技館にて開催
Little moments of joy are not so little. They are pure joy. Therefore, treat yourself. Come to Andalucía.
Red Bull gives you wings.
DRX may be the fan favorite here. They may have dominated Asia for a very long time, but their opponents, Billy Gaming, are looking to assert the Kings and assert themselves as the new leaders in this region. And let's see how this all boils down as Billy and DRX take the stage.
Anybody who comes through is just going to get barrel stuff. That's really nicely done. Good details there from Billy.
It's so difficult. It's clean, and it's an ace from Rin.
That was it. Here comes Buzz.
Takes a different path, but YZ gets to kill himself. What the heck happened there? YZ already with 2. Perhaps another ace on the cards. YZ with 4. The ace on the other side, and it delivers once more. Bianc and Stax in a 1v1. He's got to give up the space to see he's not going to connect. Stax has already got it to half. Pulls off, and the snaps from Stax is good. And Buzz, of course, it's Buzz who's here, and Mako with 3. 4 for Mako, a 13-10 win, and a ferocious comeback on Lotus. Buzz still playing down in hell, no armor, 72 HP. The swing out into smoke, the spam connects as Buzz gets another, looking for the 3rd, and he finds it.
Let's go!
And gets some info early on, and there it is. There's the fault line, and there it is for Yosemite. 2 found. YZ with the 3rd. Oh, it was a trap, and they took it. And they've gotten a shot at this. They've kept this very competitive. Rin's gonna have to do it on his own. Zest get 3. DRX take the lead back. Who established control, but do they know Mako's here? He can stop the round by himself. He's gonna swing on it, but the spike planted. Mako with 3, and the round is over. DRX survived the best possible shot that BLG throw their way in advance.
Welcome back to day 10 of VALORANT Champions, and it's now time for our second and final match of the day. And oh boy, it's gonna be a good one, because it's Evil Geniuses taking on Edward Gaming. And oh boy, this one could very well be a banger. I'm Golden Boy, of course, currently yelling at you, and I'm joined always by the right-hand man, it's Mimi. And of course, we have the one and only Paper Thin joining us, because we had to kick out Achilleos due to his DRX biases. I'm kidding.
I'm not much better than that.
Actually, never mind. We swapped one out for one that's even worse.
Exactly.
Clinton, it's good to have you here, brother. What a game that was, though.
I was losing my mind backstage. I mean, like, that 10-2 half, I was like, well, you know, okay, Billy's coming out strong. They looked really crisp, really clean. They had some great rotation, some great reads on DRX's attackers half, and then it's just like, I've seen this with DRX before. I mean, with the, you know, back in the Korean League, they've done it to other teams, so it's just not like that surprising.
You had the script.
I did.
You know, you knew exactly what's going to happen. Well, let's do a little bingo update, huh? Let's see where we are right now. We had a bingo card shared at the beginning of the day, and so far, okay, we have quite a few on here. That we've gotten Ace, we got the YZ Judge kill, we got How Did That Happen? We also got a Shorty kill, Yosemite taunted, we had a crowd chant, got that one in the beginning of the show. 22nd round, I don't remember that one happening, probably did. 1v2
Probably
clutch.
because it was only 20 seconds long.
I think we're good. I mean, we just need the Boostio scream.
That's a guarantee. Free space right there.
This is Jover.
Gonna be a bingo.
This actually is kind of Jover. Yeah.
We
Boostio
bingoed.
scream.
You guys are using that word too much.
Oh,
you started it.
So now that the bald people are saying Jover, it's not cool anymore, Mimi? Is that what you're saying?
I mean, that was like the word like a month ago.
Oh,
like we need to move on.
She's saying we're old. That's actually what she's saying.
There's no winning. There's no winning on these streets. I swear. There's also no winning for Boostio as well. Unfortunately for him, because I think he's made some bold statements about Chinese teams that I think he might have stepped in it a little bit. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Chinese Valorant will never be better than NA.
Never. Absolutely not. I will make sure of it. Never.
Boosie's not paying attention to the rest of the world, but we will all be speaking Chinese soon. So I'm going to have to go and disagree.
Now, I want you to pay close attention to the dynamic that happened there. Potter wanted to kill Boostio when he said that.
The nervous laugh sold everything right there.
Okay, so just an FYI.
She knew it was going to happen. This arc for EG has been insane because they went from at Tokyo being the most lovable team ever. They just barely get all their players there. They go on this miracle run because they might be knife someone. And now this event, they're just trying to take fight after fight. And the thing is here that there's a chance they're going to have to run a gauntlet of Chinese teams and prove themselves right with Boostio saying some big words there.
And we've already seen with Billy, like when you trash talk them, they take it personally and they come at you. Yeah, exactly.
He took it personal. He took it personal. All right. In any case, though, guys, Edward, of course, is gaming here in LA, but they are a force to be reckoned with. Let's just go back in time. And actually, Mimi, I know you have a telestrator for us because they did some magic against Giants.
I want to talk about how quickly EDG improve and learn between games because they played Giants twice. I want to first look at this round, which is from their first game where they're playing split. You'll see initially EDG got an advantage in mid, had a nice little trap play to kill 2 players there. But what I want to focus on is how this late round goes down. EDG realized that a B finish is likely and they're grouping 3 players over towards this B side of the map. And Giants actually make a really good decision here. You see that everyone up in heaven, these 2 players, are fully crouch walking because they know that EDG is anchored in on that site, and Giants, with no one being spotted on that cross, are going to be able to completely take an EDG who lacks information in this mid round by surprise. And you'll see that this round just is completely over at this point. Giants get a few big kills despite the lack of time. They win that one. But let's fast forward now to the second time that they played. And this one was a much different story. You can see it's already 11-3 up for EDG. And in this round, we're in a similar situation. It's gone into a mid round. Giants have taken space. You see everyone is set up onto this A site already. But EDG, instead of kind of grouping together, waiting for contact fights to be taken into them, in this round, instead, they're really shrinking down this map with an advantage. You see, everyone is grouping up towards spawn together and waiting to go together to be able to retake against Giants. They punish the player on ramp, and then this on-the-fly flood into the site is so well set up. I think what makes EDG, and honestly, why I think Boostio is wrong about the Chinese teams, is that, yeah, a month ago, even earlier in this tournament, you could have been right that the Chinese teams wouldn't be as expected to be as good as the Chinese teams, but they just adapt and learn so quickly from game to game, which in particular for EDG has made them so good this event.
Yeah, I mean, you can see that the confidence is really, really building. And it's that they can play their own style and they can make it work against these other teams. And some teams really do struggle to adapt against them. I mean, they play a really loose style at times. They'll push space, they'll wait for you, and then just see, okay, we don't got any contact in this area. No, okay, we're going to start really taking advantage of that and see if we can just make a player, you know, work off of that space individually. And it's really impressive because they're all so talented they can make it work.
Yeah, they definitely are. They definitely are. You have a lot of talent across the board, really, on both teams here. But we also have a very interesting matchup here. It's actually Nobody versus the veteran Ethan, which is not one that you necessarily would have thought immediately to draw the comparison to, but it is nice to see, firstly, Nobody's been having a hell of a tournament. And then Ethan has, similar to Mako, has always been like that consistent player for EG when they needed him.
Clinton, I see these players as such opposites. Well, Ethan is like consistent, great utility, winning clutches, super safe player. On the other hand, Nobody has been ridiculous. He's just taking absurd risks in the series for EDG. And for the most part, well, he looks silly occasionally. It's been paying off, and his individual performance has been wild.
Yeah, it's just building off what I was talking about before, where Nobody like will hold an angle, he'll wait. If he doesn't have any contact in the first 15 to 20 seconds, then he's like, I'm going to start pushing. Just by himself as a Sky. I mean, we don't see Skies do this. We don't see Initiators do this very much on their own. And on the other side of the coin, Ethan, such a solid KO player in particular. I was really impressed against Foot with the timing on the knives, you know, shutting down QE's Blade Storms, things like that, just perfectly placed fragments to stop plants and things like that. So really a total dichotomy of these two players.
Yeah, so much to talk about here. But for now, though, let's actually send it over to Yinsu to get some quick words from EG's comm.
Oh, EG, they are in the building. Come over here. Let me grab you for a quick word. Now, everybody is looking forward to this matchup. I know some of your teammates have already said their opinions on what they think about EDG. I wanted to get your thoughts. What do you think about EDG and also this game you got to play today?
I think EDG are a really good team. I'm really excited to play against them. Kang obviously a super great player, and Boosty said he's going to shit on him today.
All right, thank you very much, Com.
Okay.
All right, then.
Busio, I love you, man, but you are not setting yourself up for success. Goodness gracious, bro.
Again, another Chinese team with the possibility to do the funniest thing ever if they beat EG today.
This will genuinely either be one of the greatest games of Valorant we've been treated to, or it could just be wild. Either way, I don't even know what to expect, but our coaches are standing by for the map picks and bans, so let's go ahead and see where our teams are headed.
All right, EG, you'll be the higher seed for this matchup. So Team A or Team B?
We'll take Team B.
Team B. So EDG, you'll be Team A. And we will start with your first ban.
And Fracture.
Fracture, your ban.
We will take out Haven.
Haven. Map number 1 from EDG.
Number 1, Split.
Split. Side on Split.
Defense.
Defense. And map number 2?
We will pick Ascent.
Ascent. Side on Ascent.
Attack.
Attack. Okay, next set of bans, starting with EDG. You have Bind, Lotus, and Pearl.
And Lotus.
They ban Lotus. Your ban, you have Bind and Pearl.
Okay, we'll take Pearl.
So you'll ban Bind?
Ban Bind, yes.
Okay. So map number 3 will be Pearl, side on Pearl.
Pearl. Attack.
Attack. Okay, let's run back through this. First set of bans, we have EDG with Fracture and EG with Haven. Map number 1 is Split with EG on defense. Map number 2 is Ascent with EDG on attack. Next set of bans are Lotus and Bind. Map number 3 Decider is Pearl with EDG on attack. Good?
Yeah.
All right, good luck to you both.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Edward Gaming. Evil geniuses.
It's the matchup we've all been waiting for. Evil Geniuses takes on EDG. Words have been exchanged by both camps, strong words at that, but now it's time to truly put up or shut up.
Both these teams were the underdogs, the Cinderellas of Tokyo. They both went on their run. EG went a little further, made it to the finals, and now has come back into this event as one of the favorites. But they've doubted EDG, they've doubted Chinese Valorant, and every match, every game here at Champions, these teams have continued to prove why that's wrong.
This is going to just be such a huge test today for both of these teams. I mean, EG going up against an EDG squad that's super confident, that has something to prove here, and they're kind of just so aggressive. I'm curious if, like, EG's style of being so good with their ults and landing their utility so well, if EDG is going to be able to get ahead of that, kind of keep them off balance, keep them off pace, kind of break that signature style of Evil Geniuses.
And let's also reflect on the map picks and bans real fast and just see, like, I feel like everyone kind of got what they wanted, you know, out of that.
Yeah, I mean, we get a Split for EDG. They've been so confident on that map. And EG, we get their Ascent, which is also really good. Obviously, Fracture being banned out, I think puts EDG at EDG in a pretty good position in this Veto. But starting out on Split, I'm interested to see what EG goes for, because they haven't played this since Tokyo, where they lost to Fnatic and Paper X with the double duelist comp. I wouldn't be surprised if they have something new.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of curious about, because it should be a mere comp basically between the two of them, assuming that nothing has changed for EG since then. But what you've seen so far from EDG on Split, especially against the Giants the last time out, was devastating. I mean, comfortable giving up space and then collapsing onto you, doing things that just completely kept the Giants off balance the second go around. And then going over to Ascent, I'm not sure. I mean, EDG, you know, that map to me isn't one that sticks out as like a milestone of this team. So it's going to be
like
pretty
they'll
curious.
be okay on it.
Yes.
They'll be okay on it. I just don't think it's definitely more EG there.
What I do like of these first two maps is that we're very likely to get a head-to-head of Jet v Jet, but it's going to be different than what we expected. Never mind. Prime Gaming Agent Select, some surprises here. Boostio on Chamber. We haven't seen him on this agent since 2022, but when EG was stepping up, he was great on it.
Why is Chamber pick not on our bingo card today? We missed out. We missed out.
Demon won on Astra as well, by the way. This is the second controller he's playing after the Fracture Brimstone. This guy, normally their Jetstar.
I'm worried that it could be a touch overcooking. You don't want to take your...
It's EG, man. You're going to doubt a special comp from them. They're so good in the prep department, and this might catch Edward off guard.
I think you might be right. I mean, this is really definitely pretty exciting. I mean, Boostio is going to be so crucial here for me on that Chamber. Can he find that high impact? Can he shut down the high octane players in Kong and Smoggy? I mean, we've seen what they can do on those duelists. We've seen that they can just run people over with them.
Kong versus Jojimo is going to be so exciting here on the two raises. Jaw has been insane. Kong's been insane. Shrine, get ready, because this one's going to be excellent.
I couldn't agree more, Mimi. Shrine, I need you to make some noise and get ready as we jump into this matchup. And let's send it over to your casters. It's Pansy and Hypoc.
Thank you so much. This is truly one of the hottest matches we have had so far. So much said leading up to this, but let's bring it in. Let's talk map Veto. Start there for me.
Well, I mean, we'll park the agent composition for a moment here. But yeah, it's starting here on Split. I mean, EDG have a phenomenal record here.
They do.
Only
They
lost
do.
being to Giants this year. And outside of that, obviously toppling PaperX and Team Liquid in Tokyo. So this is a curveball for EG to come out, start here in the Veto, and also to bring out this composition.
The crowd's ready. The teams are ready now, seconds away. But remember, remind yourself, Split started EG's turnaround, dealing with Aspas, dealing with Loud, and propelling themselves to the likes of Tokyo and then back here at Champs. But this composition has me reeling. But we start now with EDG on the attack, EG on the defense, and a little set piece in middle.
Slow start here, but EG look well equipped. Flash comes out, actually Boostio 2. Shots landed, your guy will be the one to find the headshot to Kang. Reducing EG's numbers down to 4 very early on. And immediately EG pivot over towards Heaven to proactively clear the space outside ramp.
But it plays back in Jorg mode, and yeah, he gets dealt with swiftly. Now,
One's
you
on
gotta
an
look at
island.
Demon 1. He is so isolated. Can he buy time? Can he even create safety here? EDG are flooding towards the site. Cautious couple of steps here, and he remains unnoted. Checked on. Smoggy has him down. Perfect start, tilting this into a numbers favorable scenario for EDG. Plan soon to be had, and Howdong taking off Com's head. It's Boostio and it's Ethan left standing. Howdong, yes, down low, but still drawing all that attention. Boostio's fallen and Ethan's down. EDG start this off.
Recovering from conceding the first blood fantastically. Like I said, EG almost make the right decision, right? Proactively clearing just to make sure there's no lurk outside A, potentially Chichu or Howdong in that situation. Position to try and backfill that pressure on mid. Chichu just walks up, finds a kill on Heaven there. And D1 makes a decision here that he stays on site. And it's very peculiar. You can see Com frantically trying to tag people with a snake bite just on the fallout to maybe play him in that situation, but it's a tall order to stand there, go 1v4.
Had the option to back away, opted against it. Boostio, ahead of the util. Could be challenged. It is a singular player though, almost targeted here. Flash ready, but you can see them rescinding away, falling in towards sewer with a creep towards middle. Demon 1 spotted them, and it's not just him. Com trying to be played in off this. Do they keep that diligence? Not just yet. A right click and maybe a follow-up. He's trying it. He needs some help here. But smoked off. He's still standing. Finally dealt with. EDG getting the reins back in this round. The cavalry comes in, but it's too little, too late. Boostio would need some heroics here. No more shots left to play with. It's just the classic 3 stand. EDG do well in the second.
And Howdong does recover the Bulldog as well, so protecting as best they can through to the third. A confident start here. Another attempt here to proactively clear the lurk, potentially, like I said, Chichu or Howdong in that situation outside A. We'll see if that trend does continue. See how actually the purchase will lie here. Might just be A Sheriff and a Ghost in hand for Smoggy and Haldon.
It's going to be somewhat light here.
I was going to say, expecting a little bit of pace to try and convert this, Lauren.
Again, if you're EG, you're praying this is a clean round. May not be the case. Let's see, how much damage, how much danger can EDG create? No subtlety towards middle. Willing to challenge, and look at Ethan forced away early on here. Made to respect this. Down on 25.
The second push through from EG. Demon 1 and Com tasked with holding down B side. Only one Snakebite left, but Demon 1's still pretty healthy in terms of utility.
Oh, and it's this late lean. Look at this rotation we're seeing. Haldong is just bait. He is keeping 4 players enamored with him. They all want this. And at this point, look who it's going to come down to, Boostio.
So the TP actually safe in spawn here, so he's got a nice little off angle, maybe not expected.
This is nice. The wall reveals, respects it. Dips away, does a little bit of chip, not too much particularly, and you can already see EDG taking the site. They've got what they wanted. They're going to get a plant.
Problem being, can they find a kill though? I'll argue it's Kung in this position that poses the biggest risk, Lauren.
Boostio checked on, and they're getting close. They're getting a little audacious here, but held off with the spam, but time beginning to tick. Flash comes in, Chichu. Neron got caught by that, but keeps himself standing. They need to get moving here for EG, waiting out the util. Boostio forced away. Jorgamo trying to step on forward. First fight found, but the trade's there. Can only get one. Chichu on the swing. EDG, rip it up EG. Just come alive, he's in his grave. EDG converting bonus.
And I was really concerned about EDG were going to convert this post plant into a kill. Some sort of pressure, because EDG are allowed to stack up behind this poison orb. There's little control towards heaven on the side of EDG, but it just comes down to chip damage, some key damage done ahead onto Boostio, I believe. Jorgamo tries to satchel out, doesn't amount to anything. EDG able to slow this down and control the post plant.
I get scared when I see him getting fired up as well. All of that talk beforehand.
Especially early on.
Yeah, you get him rolling early. And I mean, so far it's mostly been the Chichu show. The guy has been, pumping up those numbers, but confidence is key. You're going to see Sheriffs coming out, Stingers. Not without a little danger here, but we have to see if it's put to good use. And look at the patience from EDG. They are going to be sitting deep, hyper-passive hold.
EDG almost anticipating some sort of aggression here. Waiting for EDG to overstep the mark. Very slow default here. Spike not committed, still in sewers. Looks like the crunch onto mid. Yeah, could be devastating time for Boostio as he will fall. Not necessarily a big indicator as to EDG's plans towards the end of this. Still 60 seconds on the clock.
This could be, looks like the eventual goal will be that A site. 2 players, maybe the third. Slowly coming over. That's going to be Jorgamo, the last to bolster the numbers, but again, they are working with Sheriffs. Classic, it's still going to be quite tricky, and their clock has still got 40 seconds. So they've got a little bit of time to play with.
Well, Common Jorgamo actually have Stingers here. Problem being, there's no Snakebite to really, make them do much more damage, as EDG just going to hop onto site. Common Ethan will fall, Jorgamo next in line, and it's just Demon 1 left. A Sheriff in hand. In the blink of an eye, Lauren, the site will fall.
It's so surgical. Full faith in the util, hyper-aggressive, very, very clean work. And now for Demon 1, formality, really, if anything. And EDG stamping their authority very early into this game. We are looking like a very well-drilled side on here. The composure looks perfect, the reads have been good. Everything so far is a tick in the box for EDG.
Well, Demon 1's going to give this up. Nobody hunting, but actually turns his back.
Timing on this. Oh, and the look back.
There's rechecked.
Yeah, very nice.
Slowed down a little bit. Still trying to get away.
It. Oh, they're hunting him down. He can't get away. And Demon 1 not having the start he wanted here. Prime Gaming flawless coming through for EDG. As said, clinical in approach on that burst towards the A site.
The concern being really, this is where we can start talking about the composition, right?
Yes.
Versus the double duelist, Boostio has to play so aggressive because it's not as if they can heavy anchor a site off utility or anything like that.
No.
This composition feels like it should be very proactive on the defense for EG. And it's very kill dependent, right? It's very... it's not, yes, you could argue the Viper and the Astra there, but with Demon 1 being the one to slot onto the Astra, there is a bit of a question mark there.
It certainly is. Let's see how Demon 1 fares this time around. An adjustment, it looks quite clear-cut with 3 players posturing towards the B site.
Could be now the operator in hand for Boostio. Maybe we'll set things in motion for him. Can play a little more aggressively.
Also just noting the ults here, Chi-Chu one off, obviously Kang just got his as well. And you have the knives in the back pocket for Smoggy. Nobody's still far away and as is Howdong, but still, they have a lot to work with here. And it looks like the set piece, the barrel's shown. Demon 1 given an opportunity, he's not made the most. Oh, he denies it on the first. Eventually traded out with that rocket coming through, but Chi-Chu's lurk could be massive. Smoggy on the entry, he's taking down Combo, look at the site. They're still not quite...
They're half in, half out.
Oh god, and Chi-Chu's timing. He could have done so much more damage. EG are fortunate to even have Ethan standing in this. EDG have got a wrap on this site perfectly.
Here. Boostio. Hop in hand. We'll actually trade out here.
Oh, the timing on this!
Oh.
A second lease at life, and can he make anything of it? Nobody that wants to be checking. He's got the timing down pat. Ethan might just keep this up. It might be time to dip out from this. EDG are approaching this perfectly, Mike. I can't fault them so far.
Might even be time for an early timeout here.
I think it might be. I mean, very un-EG though. We know they have early game plans. We know normally it's the first 6 they're happy with. Is there going to be an adjustment here? Because I think they need it.
I tend to agree. Like I said, the operator coming in hand for Boostio should really be the turning point for EG to find their way back into some of these rounds. Doesn't come through here. Not seeing that same comfort from Demon 1 on the Astra that we do with the Brimstone on Fracture, for example.
Yes.
Even here, pulling the trigger very early on with the barrel shows. Still finds the punish on the showstopper, but it's traded out. And I think traditionally the plan being comms here on Rafters to be that second layer to slow down any sort of pop towards B site. But we're not seeing success around that just yet.
We're not, and everyone's starting to warm up for EDG. You can see the smiles creeping on the faces. We'll judge in play for Jorgamo. And a potential victim. They try and burst? No. Jorgamo slowed down enough here. And a fast-paced mid-piece. Smoggy wants to divide and conquer. 3 on the other side. Operator is there, and it's in the hands of Demon 1. No real escape for him. So this is a battle and a half here. Smoggy toying with his life, really, on this corner. A 3-play stack. Attention drawn towards B main. Do they even turn? Do they avert their eyes? So tentative, the swing, he's noted him, he's taken down, and oh, Kang on the follow-up. Operator is gone. Smoggy catching Boostio too. Best made plans in tatters. Yeah, Ethan can catch one, sure, but he's gonna need a whole lot more. And look at this, Chi-Chu has this round of wraps. Oh, Kang, 0 respect coming through.
Spike planted.
Ethan returning the favor as well. We'll get this operator back in hand, 48 HP, but a 1v3, no chance of the retake coming through in EDG. They smell blood in the water.
Oh, they're circling. You can see him close in on in. Chi-Chu there, nobody as well. And Howdong just waiting out in middle. They're happy to commit Chi-Chu to this. Does Ethan get to survive? A prized possession to keep. Chi-Chu's closing in, round the corner, by Ethan, by Operator. Hello, another for EDG. This is sophisticated dominance. And just to make sure, a shot to the body, and there it is. The timeout has come in.
And the reads have been so good from EDG so far.
Gorgeous.
Anticipating the aggression in a previous round. Here, the amount of time Smoggy's just waiting for somebody from EG to re-peak onto mid after that initial wave of pressure. Again, it's only really Com to commit to that early clearance, and what happens? Kung, he's there for the trade as well. But I'd say the trade, he's there to swing on and double down on it.
The spacing was fantastic. Even at a loss of the first, he would have been able to trade pretty effectively. So EG have a strong hand here into the round coming, right? You're going to have Tour de Force, you're going to have plenty of ults. This is their biggest chance so far, but none of the players are particularly firing here. I think so far it's just Ethan with 3 kills leading the scoreboard. They're having no individual impact, call it that way. Whereas on the other side, I think it's a collective approach. Yes, Kang obviously a name to look at, but Chi-Chu's having his time. Smoggy's up there. Everyone has come in fired up.
curious to see if this is actually a round where we see an example of how they want to potentially employ Boostio here on the chamber, or dare I say something cooked up around Demon 1 on the Astra, but certainly hasn't come through here. Opportunity of the ultimates opens up a load of opportunities for them. Even Con 1 off the pit as well. 6 rounds unanswered so far. EDG with a stranglehold on this first half of split. Another round that looks like they're equipped to deal with some sort of aggression. Spike not committed just yet.
And Flash didn't catch. Didn't quite cross the corner far enough to note Chichu.
I was going to say, but it gets Boostio on a very deep angle. Now, we haven't seen success from the operator. Do we see anything from the Tour de Force?
Yeah, but look at the other side too. I think it might be just Chichu. It's not. It's Kang there too. Waiting for this. It's a patient game between the two of these. Who blinks first, really? EDG are happy to take their time. We've seen those beautifully crafted hits. They've been doing incredibly well. They're trying to maybe pose that thought that there is pressure in middle, but it is only one. That slow creep back towards A. The Seekers are highly indicative of this A piece. Boostio still here. Kang on the other side, and Kang's got him! What a peach of a shot! Boostio embarrassed on that one.
I mean, the fundamentals just look so good from EDG so far. The jump peak, the bait out as well to pull the first shot. Kang finds it. Boostio will fall. EDG once again looking to explode behind that. Jorgamo with a showstopper on the other side of the map.
Still, look at this pressure. EDG just with a stranglehold on EG. There's no safety. There's nowhere to run and hide. EG are getting bullied in these rounds. Demon 1 on the B site, million miles away. He's going to keep that gun, hopefully. EDG are playing to another level right now.
Unfortunately, EDG just haven't shown up in any of these rounds. Yes, they're being ripped apart by some of these setups, but we haven't really seen whether or not it is a commitment towards a late rotation, re-clearing mid after they get contact on one of the sites, but there's so many casualties falling ahead of the spike being planted here that EG don't even really have the recovery factor in these rounds.
No,
as if they have something to claw onto to get themselves back in.
I want to see what that gear shift would be. I mean, they had the timeout. I didn't see a huge switch up. Maybe I missed it. But again, I want to see if there's a gear shift in them here. What do they have? Because EDG are tearing this game away from them, and they don't look particularly phased yet. I don't think we've seen a fully competitive round, if I'm completely honest. As you noted, those early attempts coming out.
This is just so...
God damn.
Look how well constructed that is. And you can't even fault Boostio in that situation.
Not really. I mean, the whole team is tailor-made. Look at these!
This is without the Trailblazer, without the Boombot. It's, like I said, fundamentally, so far, EDG are just a cut above. And yeah, Potter can barely believe it.
What are you meant to do with that? What are you meant to do? Pound for pound, he's being played in. His teammates are perfectly setting them up for these successful rounds. And another attempt here, Boostio. This time, not going to get cleared by the dog. But a familiar foe on the other side. Ethan trying to play him in potentially. Dealt with very quickly, did not get the full information. Boombot going to make things uncomfortable now.
Forced out, TP.
How many times?
Back towards safety. Again, they've almost noted now that actually there was a setup towards mid. Don't necessarily catch the timing in terms of the window towards B, but problem being, Demon 1's found one.
And he's going to keep his life. Yes. Doesn't get traded. And now Boostio's here. Demon 1 nasty on the pill. Boostio with a double. Much better. Demon 1 is there. Lovely synergy. Finally, they slip back into a nice little crossfire. Make them work for their dinner. And Chichu is claimed first for EG.
I said EDG have an opportunity here to do what they've done previously. Feel out the stack, feel out a little bit of pressure, or EG at least trying to dig their heels in somewhere and look to explode on the back of that. This time around, missed that window of opportunity on B. A beautiful collapse from Boostio. That's Smoggy's hand that gets tagged on the first there. Feels bad for him.
There we go, they're breaking... Well, they've broken a little of that momentum, but they have to double down on this, right? It can't be a one-time thing. EDG have been playing near on perfect Valorant to this point. Can they note where Boostio is again? He's going to certainly note there is presence. Cross made. Divide going up too. So it's on Boostio.
That's pulled the rotation.
Everyone.
Look at the minimap here.
Oh my god. I thought Boostio was going then as well. And that's going to really confirm it. Add that real dedication to this. But Boostio's not convinced. And look on the other side. The man of the hour, the man of the moment, waiting. That wall drops. Suddenly there's danger. Boostio feels it, but can he control it? Ah, Jorgamo though, finding middle. That's huge. They've dealt a deadly blow, but so's Kang. A-site's open. He gets there in time and he wants to control more. Oh my god, Ethan denies. Okay, they get a step back on the site. The spike's still here. Nobody's working on the B site. Do they rotate?
They think this is a double pump. Ethan's actually headed back towards A. Haldong tucked into ramp with the spike. I mean, can they even regroup it? Nobody has a lot of ground to cover. Still a little bit of time to work with.
25. Ethan starting to drift back towards heaven. I think you're going to hear these audio cues now. 15 seconds. One flash works, the other going to draw the fire. 13 seconds now. They've got to make that spike work. Nobody. No way! He's got another. And now it's Haldong against Ethan. One of the best chances so far that EG have had, and it might just slip down to the 1v1. One flash for Ethan. And Haldong gives himself a second. The draw! Haldong! Ethan crumbles under the pressure as EDG rack up another.
Lauren, they're running rings around them here. EG just have no idea what's going on in this round. Again, the Cosmic Divide goes up. The flash behind it confirms Jorgamo. 2 massive kills in mid here. Such an awkward engagement at the end there.
You just don't see that sort of fumble from Ethan either normally. He is your rock, you know what
Okay.
He's giving it, and why not?
Okay.
I mean, you do have EG on the ropes here. As said, Ethan is normally so solid.
On the ropes, they've drawn a second Potter timeout in the first half.
That's saying something.
That's saying something.
We barely normally see timeouts for EG. They're happy to run those early rounds near onto the grave, but here they need it. They need something. One round ain't enough. What's going on?
You talked about as well coming into that series versus Loud, where it felt like the first time where they figured out how they wanted to change things for the team internally, but the game plan here hasn't even really got off the ground. No. EDG haven't given them any room to breathe in this first half of Split. Unfortunately, we come in here, round 10. It's not comfortable in terms of the old cycle. The finances are a million miles away for EG. They're going to have to concede potentially another, unless maybe they can get something going on the back of Boostio. On the side of things, EDG, I mean, they could have bought out for the rest of the half a long time ago.
Yeah, they're golden. I'm just so thoroughly impressed by EDG. We've seen kind of, you know, the individual heroics from that side, absolutely, but right now we are seeing probably one of the best drilled sides here. The way they are approaching this game is honestly gorgeous.
And it's not just brute force, it's showing
not.
some of the structure, some of the reads that they have. It's been beautiful to watch, Lauren.
How many times have they found Boostio? How many times have they dismantled these little setups? And again, forced away. There are layers to this. The pressure's starting to mount towards Veto.
Look at the bodies here.
Gang's away. He's going to drift off this, maybe feeling out that pressure. Yeah, they definitely read this stack.
Chichu's still expecting maybe some proactivity outside A.
Here.
EG just a little shallow on the clearance. I don't think they got confirmation, but it's given the information across to EDG to once again make a decision. EG are scrambling to rotate towards A.
Okay, right place.
Again, the weaponry is the big concern next.
Absolutely. Feint shot goes in, and it's Ethan with the classic to take down Kang and Boostio on the follow-up. Hold on. What happened during this timeout? Suddenly they're digging in a little deeper, but there's still room, there's still time, 40 seconds. Flash will note there is someone towards ramp, but where are they going?
Boostio's about to re-challenge here. I mean, nobody's got the spike. They slip away. Demon 1 unnoted as of yet. Haldong desperately looking to fish him out, though.
He's going to be getting the call now. And
Demon 1's not spotted it.
This position, is it more than one for maybe Demon 1? It is all 3! The triple for Demon 1! Holds down the B site, keeps a little hope alive for EG.
That's what you want to see from your late round anchor. especially on a thrifty round. Beautiful stuff from him. And such a crucial snake bite to set this in motion. For Ethan to find the first winner classic. Boostio are able to capitalize from that. And Demon One barely breaking a sweat to close that out with a three-piece for the MasterCard Thrifty.
Got to do it again though. This was still on, you know, on a knife's edge here. EDG going back in now, still on the bite, still with enough in the pocket. And an early feint towards middle. Not much commitment behind it yet. Maybe on the secondary attempt they'll commit.
I'm kind of trying to apply a little pressure towards Heaven here, but EDG haven't necessarily bitten on it.
I'm in panic stations. They have Heaven control. They're going to have a little pressure through on ramp. This is a lot to handle for Jorgamo, Ethan, and Boostio. Chichu starting to test things. Demon One's dealt with Kangkang again. That backline threat has been removed, so eyes turn towards the A site. This time they're holding on stronger. This time EG are trying to handle EDG as Chichu, the last one standing. Spike not in hand, and Ethan, he's got to be clean now. Does he have that control back in place? Chichu on 62 HP. That's another attempt. Not today. Ethan stabilizing, as have EG.
That one round sets EG into recovery mode and a chance here to close out by some divine miracle an 8-4 half.
How could, it doesn't even feel like that was potential.
Absolute madness.
A secondary timeout really correcting what was going wrong, but here again, lovely work from Demon One to be that stability on the other side of the map.
And a tiny synergy here as well. The satchel out from Jorgamo.
Double up. I think I'm seeing a double up.
Yeah.
Demon One and Boostio both running this now. And Smoggy's got a huge chance of overwhelming towards the A side. It's only Ethan here, and we said he's stabilized, but this is a tall task if they continue on this pathway. Does have his Seekers if he feels a little uncertain. Boostio's coming over. They've lost a lot of ground here, Mike.
They have. Trap spotted as well. I don't think anybody from EDG can really go forward and deal with that, but EG have preemptively rotated across, but difference being Spike semi-committed here at least.
Yeah.
Nobody can't really fall or have it noted. You see Kangkang and Haldong elsewhere on the map.
Oh, that time Boostio starting to connect now. Kangkang reveals maybe the other part of the plan here, potentially trying to punish someone going for information in middle, but he doesn't get what he wants. The Seeker's going to be telling the picture, painted in front of their eyes.
This looks like the first round where actually EDG have a total misread on the situation. You're trying to scramble to hit towards B,
Demon One's still here. He's not been moved off this, so B main is safe. It's Heaven that's the problem.
An operator not noted yet either.
Big info, that's 2, 3 players seen. Boostio wants to go back in, but is Con waiting, catching them as they drop down towards Hell, but Chichu still doing damage. Oh, and Haldong finally appears. 2v2, Jorgamo on pillar, looks to the right, looks to the left, he's surrounded, he needs help, and right now he's dead. 14 seconds, and Ethan couldn't get there in time. So close, they have no idea. Ethan, he paused for thought, and it was the right choice. And the 1v1, the plant's going in. He's got 2 flashes. Chichu,
he missed the plant!
Ethan's gonna live, and he does! Chichu fumbles in the last second!
He came off the plant!
Was he trying to outplay Ethan, test his metal again, or simply a mistake?
Oh my word. He had the pit as well.
That could have been GG. I mean, was he trying to catch Ethan on the push-up, or did he fumble it? I want to watch this. What?
Wait.
Huh?
Well, I mean, he didn't react on the player cam either, but...
That... Okay, we've got some questions here. Ethan will take it. He's like, yeah, sure, give us the 4th, but that's left us with a couple more questions going forward, but the answers we want to hear from for now will be coming from Kangkang in just a second.
吧，因为我们上次就算是输给了 PRX， 但是我们仍然觉得我们是能够赢下来 Giants 的，因为我们打 PRX 的时候，队内的沟通、队内的状态啊什么的，是比第一次面对 Giants 是好的，所以说这一次的2比0，其实我们是有感觉的。其实我认为是 求这名选手其实上限很高吧，就那种无极限的感觉，所以说我感觉球球能够更进一步吧。但是有一句话不得不说，球球想抢走我的 MVP， 所以说他今天跟我击拳的时候，在最后一场赌用的特别用力。At Fracture one map, he win the clutch, then he just.
Smoggy up top is going to put it into a 1v2. And this is the man you'd want in that scenario, but both players up above, a flash ready. Truly unbelievable!
我都可以很友善，但是在赛场上我就要释放出我那一团劲，我不仅是为了我自己，也是为了我的队友。所以说我在赛场上，我把所有东西都视为敌人。我这次的感觉就是跟 Master 不一样嘛，就是 Master 拿了一次8强，但是我们在冠军赛上一次的表现还是在16强就淘汰了吧。算我们在顶级的赛事里面，我们能让全世界知道，我们不是被高估的。
4-8, and it feels like a miracle that EG even made it to 4. EDG came out all guns blazing. It was a perfect beginning, but 2 timeouts and a little life left in them, there was a chance. They've given themselves a window of opportunity.
And coming into the second half now, EG, in terms of the initial game plan, has to be executed perfectly because they have no timeouts here. There's no chance for a pause for thought to catch their breath. EG with a massive pace change here, Lauren.
Oh, but look at the stack! Oh, he's been dismantled. Only one goes down. The boom-off follows up. Kang's gone. The stack is dealt with, but Smoggy is not. He's still running rampant in middle and leaving the player advantage with EDG. And they pause. They've taken a second here. They want to try and figure out, maybe let the dust settle for a second. Ethan still has the spike. Com has a good position, and he might have just heard that drop down in the vents. Plant going to be coming through, but for Com, he has to be good for one and survive, and he's done exactly that.
Open plant as well, so EG can send another player back towards ramp. It looks like it might be Com's initial plan here. This is tricky.
The timing.
Yeah, Smoggy's got to stay here.
I think Smoggy's onto it a little bit here. Flash is there for Ethan. Lovely from Com. And it's all on Chichu, who has been monstrous in that first half. 13 kills. But this is a lot to do. Trying to draw out the players, but 1 bullet ain't much. And they ain't playing into this. Com is playing patient. Valorant sitting pretty. No easy kill to be had. Ethan, ringer Rosie, toying with him and puts him out of his misery. EG claimed the first in the second.
Played to perfection by Com. Like I said, dropping off from rafters there, re-wrapping towards ramp. And Smoggy, like I said, has the right read to stay up here, noting that it is potentially an open plant or a plant towards heaven. Unfortunately, a crucial kill goes in the way of Com. At that point, I mean, it's unrecoverable for Chichu. There's just no scenario where Com's ever going to lose this from heaven. So, ticking the box for EG to kick off the second half. Pistol round on the board. Kung.
What? What's he got there?
He's got a bucky.
Hmm.
He's on that YZ hype train, I guess.
Oh, Lord, he's not.
Oh, it's a beautiful skin as well.
It's very nice.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, he's playing in the bucky.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I think EG think there's something weird in middle.
Yes.
I don't like it. There's something off. I think we'll go away. Just slowly creeping over. And probably rightly so. Kang way in there is a terrifying aspect to consider. And I mean, look at B main. Look what would have happened if they gone there. A horrific little setup waiting. But right choice made here for EG so far. Haven't quite sped up enough to truly take towards the site. There are going to be players on towards ramp trying to catch that back line. And timing's going to be everything. I think they've seen it, and they have. Com deals with it well. You can see Chichu trying to maybe have a secondary go at this. Not going to happen. Bulldog's there. Very hard to break even with just that ghost. It was mostly on if they maybe fell into the trap that EDG were trying to set with that bucky. Paint shell is there for Kang, so he can be a nuisance. This is going to take a lot to break. There's the paint shell. Oh, does not go where he wanted.
There was a paint shell.
Yep. A little bit of redecorating over by Ram. Nice shot from Smoggy, but look at the HP. Down to 4. Not going to get much more out of this one. And Boostio taking the space is held on the hunt. inevitable. EG pivot very well there, Mike. They managed to navigate away from the storm.
I mean, not just there, but I come back to the same thing. That one thrifty round, and somehow with EG kicking off the second half, as you would hope, they're only 2 rounds away.
Oh, here's the test, isn't it? Right, this is the big one to start with. This is a.
I mean, this is to equalize basically, and it's looking pretty healthy.
Yeah. Boostio's got Vandal out. We've got Com still on the Bulldog as well. Could have a chance of this, but for EDG, this is the one you want to take away, right? This is the big one that you want to do the damage on to try and course correct, push that scoreline further out of the potential of EG's hands. And Smoggy's been nasty in middle, and again, this crunch is set up here. Do EG continue in this line of thought? Or do they avert again? They've been testing these waters. They haven't fallen for it particularly yet. Jorgamo's in a little bit of trouble here.
He's tanking that.
And he gets wait, they're backfilling this space. Look at the timing on this. Has Kankan read this? He's sticking around a little later. There's a chance he's thinking about it.
Aware of the possibility.
Yeah, just for a second. But we've seen the intonation, the approach from EG has been leaning towards A after that middle pressure, but this is a new layer, this is a new adjustment. Kankang is on a platter. He looks so vulnerable, and EG strike. They've isolated and dominated, but nobody ahead. Plays ahead of the flash and catches both. Big trade from Jorgamo. Spike back in hand, and Boostio is on bodyguard duty. He has to keep CT safe for the cross, and he has. Spikes on the site.
Chance here. EDG to maybe get some pressure in, but everyone's coming from screens. Jorgamo tagged up, Boostio trying to hold the line here in elbow.
Here we go, EDG first steps. Forced to show a little more. Boostio going to be falling back further as Demon 1 waiting. Striking, takes down Chichu. This could be huge. Oh, Mouse will jump for Demon 1. It doesn't matter. He's back on track. And EG back to shooting bodies.
And now just 1 round away. Started with 6 unanswered for EDG. EG come back and find 6 of their own across the half break as well. Sheriffs for EDG here. No ultimates available, 1 off the Blade Storm, but the pendulum swings now, and EG are the ones in control. And a chance to equalize here.
There. We know that EG have to kind of retain this form. They don't have timeouts. They can't depend on Potter's input.
Like I said, the game plan has to be executed perfectly this half.
Yeah,
if there's any curveballs, any adaptation that EDG come in that really, really puts pressure back on EG, you've got to be concerned about that situation. I mean, a lot of it then rides on Boostio.
Yeah, it does. EDG, you feeling a little interested in middle this time, but Ethan, right place for it. Oh.
Back-to-back rounds where there's just been half a second. He's coming back through.
Oh, the brawl, and Smoggy connects it so nicely. Ethan's gone. That's a rifle in hand. Kankang's got it as well. Oh, and Smoggy's bursting off the back. Wait, EDG turning up in this round. Boostio battered, and Jorgamo, last one alive, like, hey, if we don't have a buy, we're going to take yours instead. Jorgamo, show me some magic. 40 seconds, 4 to find. Challenger. Take it down. Okay.
Chill down.
Yeah, lead EG. Oh, it's Chichu. The backbone of this side. Holding strong here, turning the tables. EG lost grip for a second, and look what happens.
I mean, if that MasterCard Thrifty has the same impact as the one in the first half did, that's a concern. Again, just half a second either way. The previous round, the snakebite ticking away on Jorgamo just as EDG drift away. Ethan turns his back for just a second.
That's going to be heartbreak. Yep. Yeah, there's some polarizing emotions. Yep. You know, you've done him dirty with that. I said, Ethan, if he stuck there for 10 more seconds, different round altogether. Maybe Smoggy still hit the shot, but we don't know that. But look at what we do know. Jorgamo's walked middle. No challenge for Smoggy. He's thinking about it, yeah. He's felt something. He's heard maybe a step. He's considered it off the U-tilt. They're just going to prop up Jorgamo for now. And look at the rest of the map here. Trying to be played in. Not sure if Smoggy got noted falling back this far, but they do know that heaven's clear.
So EG might try and regroup outside A here, but as I say that, actually, despite Cross's paths, Seeker's invested. It's not necessarily a big indicator, but will make EDG maybe believe there's 2, potentially 3 people outside A. As EG, are drifting towards B, but problem being Smoggy on a deep position.
This is everything on Smoggy. All this
Gonna
man's back.
dash.
Yeah, did he get spotted here? Com seems unaware, but he somehow gets his gun out in time. The layers crumble, and EG get the open floodgates towards B. They got drawn into it, Neron baited into it, and they still win out the fight. This should be 8. Chichu, Kang, nobody, a lot to work against, a lot of ground to cover, and a lot to clear. Do they even go for it?
No.
No. Pulling the plug on that.
Purchase is semi-protected as well with Haldong and Smoggy's finances, but just, I guess, a slight miscalculation here with the setup. Smoggy, no dash, he's the one on the deeper angle. You almost want Haldong to be the one baiting a little bit of contact for him to play Smoggy in, but I don't even think Haldong's jump peeking this. He's certainly not shouldering the angle. Tiny mistake in the setup. And Com, very diligent on the clearance initially.
And I don't know if that was because of how much was cleared by Ethan's dog towards Heaven, that there was nothing noted there, that the pressure from the Seekers coming in, was it not necessarily expected but considered? It felt like it was. So really nice information placing together. And again, the question is, do EDG pump the brakes? Yep, they absolutely do. So timeout for them. They have the option still to play with, right? They've been stopped here.
You take that, though, if it's round 18 to call your first timeout. Yep.
And to be fair for them, they get Potter to talk as well now.
Yes. Yeah.
Big check back in for them.
So there is an adjustment here now coming out for EDG. I'm surprised they haven't made that mistake yet. It's going to happen.
EDG.
EDG.
Come on.
Egg.
Yeah, GG. Egg. We were always going to be screwed on this, let's be honest.
But the concern being if EDG have any other set pieces, trap plays they want to try and cook up here. So I haven't necessarily seen them rely on that too much. I only really had the play back in round 16, but EG doing wonders to build back into this map.
I'm genuinely quite impressed with the resilience.
I felt like this was going to be a 25-minute map.
I thought we were out of here.
Yeah.
I was going to start planning lunch, dinner. Absolutely
Could still
not.
catch lunch, yeah.
That's true. But genuinely, I think this is what we deserved in this. I think all of us saw this matchup coming in, and you wanted the best from both sides. Now, bear in mind, if EDG are able to kind of turn up a little bit here, turn up the pressure a little bit more, then we've got an absolute belting series. Because, again, EG aren't even with them yet. They're still one away from tying this series up. But look at the trend. Look at that runarounds. This is another defining one here. No ults to depend upon for EDG. On the other side, yes, Com has his, but 2 used very recently, Jogmo and Demon Ones.
Actually, protecting a purchase behind this as well with the judge coming through. Actually passed across the Smoggy. EG will have back-to-back purchases here. So maybe why they're playing this a little more passively. Yeah, Smoggy going to tuck himself in with the judge.
But I like that because we saw Jogmo exploit this in just that round prior. Yes, highlighted by the Seekers, but he got given this amount of freedom. So a good read and potentially a death sentence if he drops down. Will he clear it with a boombot? Will he still be diligent enough to do it? Does he want to stay unnoted? Yeah, hello again. Are they closing in on Jogmo? That's death. That's
Don't
death.
do it.
Trying to bait out the drop near on, but no one answering it yet. No one pulling the trigger. And they're just trying to work out this puzzle.
Jogmo is on an island. Nobody just a little overzealous.
There's still Smoggy. He's toying with him.
He's actually cleared under the first rope with the satchel.
That's actually so sick. Haldong next on the chopping block, and Jogmo is clean with it. Did he spot the player on the site? No, he didn't, so Chichu gets a second lease of life. A chance to follow up towards Com, a little isolated.
Oh my God!
It's stunning from Chichu. This is his site. He's making it work, and he's got support. Demon 1 in a 1v2, 13 seconds. What can this man do? We know he is nasty with it, but so is Gang. It's 10. It's double digits found. EDG back in control.
Chichu with an insane 3K to hold the fort, bailing EDG out. Because again, it's going to be if if Chichu falls here at the first herbal, maybe even getting traded out after Jorgamo, EG can just swarm site. It's another situation where...
What the?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Nice having a little TriCast with Potter.
Yeah.
Love that.
It's a good chorus.
She's killing it. Who'd have thought it? 8 to 10 though.
She can take the fine.
Uh-oh. Here we go, here we go. Pacey. And this time Jorgamo stopped. And Smoggy, he's still going. Kang's there. They are destroying him. EG trying to come out, looking confident. Left in a massacre in middle. With Demon 1 and Ethan a mile away, they're still over by B main. They still have so much work to do, and Chichu has 100% spotted them.
Going to slow things down once again here. Oh, what?
Okay.
It's Demon 1 to find it.
A minute. Kang on the site with an operator. One flash and a missed shot. An opportunity. Seekers coming through. Is this really going to happen? Eventuality feels that nobody will get here, but he's not there yet. The Seeker should show enough.
Problem being, look at Demon 1. He's actually staying late. Ethan's solo pushing side.
Get out of it, get out of it. Are you serious, Ethan? This is so dangerous. And the timing on this, look at where Demon 1 is pathing to. Look at the timing on this. Ethan is just a distraction. If he gets the spike down, that's perfect. But it's so much pressure. Demon 1 from the depths of hell takes out Smoggy. And now the 2v2. But again, remember, nobody... Ethan, are you seriously considering this? Absolutely turns around at the right time. Howdong's trying to clear through. They're trying to slip away. They've got 70 seconds.
There's no time.
They have to commit. They have to commit. Where do they clear? Is it CT? Is it B main? 10 seconds now, make your mind up. Plant gonna come in. Demon 1 has to keep him safe here. And for EDG, they're starting to build back through. Howdong first fight. He's got it. It's all on Demon 1. And he's getting aggressive. Demon 1 fully unleashed. Bulldozes in. Takes out Howdong. Claims a little bit of safety in CT. But he's got nobody on the other side. No flash there just yet. But this would be insane. Demon 1 alive and well. Back to business. Turning a 2v5.
That is one of the wildest Red Bull clutches I think we've seen so far.
The way they move around the map, Mike,
call it a clutch, but between him and Ethan, the timings, it's another example, just a half second here and there.
Yeah, yeah, that's a heartbreaker too for EDG.
Demon 1 slips the net to backstab Heaven.
At that point as well.
It's just unbelievable.
Okay, we got ults though, EDG. Wait, where's Kang just been to get this damage? Was that just a bit of spam catching maybe? Down to 53, very early on. Now, I guess the redeeming factor of this is, yes, he can get healed up, and he did have the operator, so he will be back to 100.
He hasn't taken a shot, so he wasn't necessarily noted in terms of the op, so maybe it was just spam as soon as the barrier dropped.
It feels like EG, unless they navigate through Heaven or something of the such, you're going to look to end A here. With the Viper's Pit committed to B main this early. There are players behind this though. They're not just leaving it down to 1. It's certainly not just Chichu's show over towards B. Howdong in a lovely complementary position with Smoggy as well, who does have the knives out. And EG are on red alert here.
Have no access to Garage. Demon 1 still tucked outside the pit right now. I don't know he was going to hang around, but it might just be a death ball through mid by the looks of things. Is Com coming across to maybe counter pit?
Let's see.
He absolutely is.
There we go.
It doesn't spread as far though. Still gives Chichu a little pocket to play inside.
They've got to be noting that. They've got to be aware of that. But the burst towards Heaven is being slowed down again. Look at this stall coming out here, but can Howdong deal with them? He absolutely can on the front line, but the second, not enough. Smoggy, explosive, takes down one, can't get the second. 10 seconds now. There is still Chichu on the site. There is still that pocket to play in, and there is still a player towards Heaven. Comms cleared it, and now you can see EG trying to come alive, but the timing on this, the plant just about comes in.
Got paint shell to work with here.
It's Can, come on. Oh, what are you doing? Ethan, how dare you disrespect this man? You don't get to have that sort of peak. And now can he find Com? Can, given the name of the beast from the east for a reason, but not today. But back in his cage at 10 to 10, tied up.
These rounds are just unbelievable.
They could go anywhere. Oh, a second timeout. They pumped the brakes.
And we've seen a couple of instances with, I don't want to call it overheating, but a few oversteps from EDG. Feeling as if they have the read on the pacing and looking to try and disrupt that maybe, but it's resulting in EG punishing them. I mean, the play here from Com, the counter pit is huge.
Let's go!
Because it actually removes Chichu's late round position to anchor from as well. Like in the situation where EG come through, find the plant, and they're basically huddled onto site. They have to take Heaven or Spawn on the back of that, and neither of those are particularly good options. So Com basically flips this one on the back of his ultimate. Beautiful stuff.
We're seeing really high quality Valorant right now. It genuinely is such a treat to watch between these two. It's incredible, genuinely incredible. What a fantastic start. Now, with this last timeout burn, this is the last check-in for the rest of this map.
Yeah, I feel like this is a crack of the whip, honestly. It's 10-10. There's nothing really to invest here. We did see an attempt earlier for EDG to try and play through with a judge and try and protect a further purchase, but it's amounted to nothing as we enter round 21 now. EG, firmly in control.
But I'm pretty sure this could be the first time they're actually in the lead in all of those rounds. Been working from those back
Don't show me another Thrifty. I can't take another one.
There's a Stinger, there's bits and pieces, enough here to cause a threat. Now, this is going to be a patient round to begin with. EG need to check the entire list. Cross the T's, dot the I's, go through it all. Chichu wants to try and be a little bit different. Maybe try and switch things up here. But Demon 1 seems very aware of the chance. There's 3 players behind him.
Yeah. Stacking bodies up here, EG. Looking to mitigate the risk as best they can.
Here we go, Chichu. Lovely. Ahead of the flash there, Boostio going to be punished, not going to get the follow-up. And Howdong couldn't quite chorus it, so he has to fall away. Stall comes in, Seeker's getting slowed down, finally allowed to kind of highlight how many were on this B site. Catching one towards middle. Be Smoggy forced off here. It was just a classic, but again, he does still have that Bucky if they dare draw in. I'm a little nervous about this.
I'm very concerned if EG don't make a move in the next 15 seconds. With the Cosmic Divide going up, makes me believe they will.
Yeah, let's see. Dog to go forward. Hello, there's a flying player, and we know who's waiting. Kang tries to do something a little unorthodox to say the least, but the site is still not cleared. Howdong is here, 24 seconds. It's getting a little dicey. There's players on the other side, and the Bucky is in one's hands. Oh, taking off the spike plant. This is where it gets dangerous. Can Smoggy be the threat? No, he cannot. EG finally getting themselves in the lead.
And I'm concerned actually of where the finances lie behind this EDG purchase. This is potentially EG hitting map point. I say that the purchase it won't be a full purchase, but I'm concerned about maybe the gaps in utility because we're not close to some key ultimates here. We do have Howdong on the Cosmic Divide.
Double up.
Double up. Okay.
Oh, this is costly. What? You've got a tour de force to play against too. It's Kang.
Maybe this is their answer to the tour de force, is to try and get 2 scopes of their own. You're right, it's a roll of the dice, Lauren.
Again, EG's protocol list has to be robust here. Boostio is going to take mid control, but we know that on the other side, Kang's waiting. Deeper angle. Not that shaky aim that makes you question yourself, but holds well. You can see the lean, but the timing on this, now it's only Com they noted, so not truly going to be telling too much. You could see almost that rotation coming out there from Howdong, but second guesses it. And it's 3-2 split. Looks now like it will be committing. Now that should be a second player. As Com, now you've just seen a Sky Flash. You've just heard the satchels as well. This is 3 players building towards the A site, and you can see the EDG pushing up a little deeper towards
Surely
ramp.
not.
Boostio, he didn't pull the trigger. He doesn't quite know. Somehow evades that. And it looks like it's this A finish coming through.
Nobody's in a very, very risky spot here. Potentially looking to play inside the smoke.
Nobody. He's pushed ahead. What is this position? 17 seconds, they've got to make a go of it, and nobody's got one. G2's position is devastating, catching so many, but now they have the sight, but it's fallen onto the likes of Ethan. We're looking towards what's going to be standing.
Wait.
What a read from Ethan! Dominates towards heaven, and Com sending him down to hell. And Smoggy, the last alive here. Operator, yes, in play, but what's he meant to do with it? And look at Com. Look at Com's positioning. There's no way. There is no way he expects it. EG making it up to 12, taking themselves towards map point.
How is Ethan living there?
How's he
getting a kill?
How's he getting a kill?
The pain shell ever so slightly off from Kung Kung to potentially punish the plant behind that as well. I mean, after what initially, look, what is that?
One enemy remaining.
And this is after Ethan had a shaky first half. We saw him, those nerves were there, and it was so uncharacteristic of the rock of EG, basically. But now, what a different look. And this could be so defining.
And the byproduct of those double operators, a Bulldog and a Judge here in round 23 with EG on map point. No proactivity once again from EDG. I have to rely on EG walking into them. Chichu actually, yeah, no snake bites. She's very concerning in terms of maybe slowing down one of these mid pushes, Lauren. As I said, EG looking to probe across the map here. Trailblazer does actually spot inside Mail. I'm not sure if he spotted two, but definitely tagging one, yeah. Smoggy's rifle no shield, I didn't even see that.
It's not a pretty purchase.
Nobody's going to have to go huge once again here.
He's so close. This could work. Maybe it is a Judge. That is the spike. They're in a smoke, and the constriction around the side. Can gets caught. Nobody still holds the line. He will not let them pass. They can't make it forward. Demon One trying to make it through, but nobody denies him again. Com now in a 1v4, and his HP is disastrous. EDG somehow digging deep enough to get us up to nearly OT.
Oh my God. Just when you think it can't get any worse in some of these rounds. Nobody just absolutely farming outside this smoke.
Almost. Oh my God, look at the buy.
Yeah.
It's buy.
Yeah.
It's a stinger,
I don't want to.
It looks like pace is the answer. But Chocobo going to be made vulnerable. He's got to be so careful.
He's so
now.
spammable.
46. Oh, he's gone down. Nobody. Perfect punish. They'll slip through in middle, but when do they consider it? How much room do they get with this Boostio? Trying to make the best of a bad situation. But they've already fallen away from heaven. EDG know better than that. And Demon One could be walking to his death if he goes to the mailroom. Look who's there. Look what he's got. You don't want to go this way. This is Kankangs all day of the week. They're down to 3. Boostio's still with that stinger. It's so far from ideal. No safety either. No good start. No great position to lean on. And Smoggy getting curious. Might swing that pillar. Boostio, the timing.
Hang on.
Timing. Boostio, can you do it? He's taken down one. Ethan got nobody. It's game back on in a 2v3, but they still need more. 50 seconds. Support's on the way. You can already see him flying over. Boostio got Smoggy, but it's all on Boostio. He's fallen. 12 to 12. It's OT, and this game damn well deserves it.
Switching sides. Overtime.
I feel like we've been going a week already.
I don't want to leave. But
This is such an outrageous map.
One enemy remaining.
And even there's a scenario where EG potentially flipped that round. We saw a 2v5 earlier, this one a 3v5. But EDG convert round 24, send us into our first overtime, Lauren.
Oh, this is going to be one of those games
And
to
it's
be
fitting.
remembered. It truly is. Both teams showing such resilience to get here. And EG, okay, I thought they might have been doing something a little curious towards middle, but they've just played it out as per. Boostio, there with the operator, deciding to invest in towards it. And patience. Name of the game for EDG, slowly creeping closer.
It's the flash to force Boostio away, but operator not necessarily noted just yet. No confirmation on the back of that. Kung desperate to pin down Jorgamo. No harm, no foul.
EDG have won the fight for middle at least. They've given themselves an avenue, right? They've carved a path through this map. They are leaning towards a side that has 3 players on it. The Spike is yet to be convinced into this.
Well, Con would have heard that. I was curious if it baits Jorgamo back into a peak on Heaven, but he's staying on rafters right now.
They're looking like they might pivot. I'm still watching that Spike.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, Howdong now heading towards sewers. You can tell now that all this utility is actually planting the seed of doubt in EG's mind.
Boostio.
They're in such committed positions as well, Lauren.
How long does he stay here? Oh, he's seen one.
He's legged him.
He caught him. Howdong down to 30. But now they know the plan. Now they see what's up. And look at the flying in. Boostio! He finds one. Kang, fabulous trade. And the sight for Con on the back lines. How's he gone here? 15 seconds and a 3v3. They've got the time on their side for EDG. But now the positions closing on in. Jorgamo's getting there. Chichu, the timing on this. Creeping a little deeper towards Heaven. They have no idea.
Is that a pocket to play in?
It looks like it.
That's disgusting.
Demon One's considering something's up. He doesn't like it. Something's off, but they're focused towards Pillar. That's a problem for another second here. Just as Chichu turns, it's all about timing. Demon One, he goes down, a bullet to the side of the brain, and now Con with so much work. Attack and the frag to follow. But time is ticking, Mike. They gotta get moving, and EDG are not letting them, taking back the lead.
Switching sides. Match point.
I mean, Boostio, it's like some kind of sick aim labs routine here. Still gets one. Smoggy falls. He's traded out. Com goes full imposter in the backlines. But EDG, this first wave is able to convert the site control into a plant. Chichu gets into a deadly spot. Almost caught by Jorgamo, by the way.
Yeah.
Coming up from vents. Again, there's so many rounds to it. Half a second is what's deciding it.
Timeout for EG. Haven't had one in a while for their own to call, so checking back in here. Yes, working from a deficit. But the ability to come back already shown, but EDG stamping authority here, claiming that first in the OT does remove a little bit of that pressure away from them. Obviously, you don't want to rest on your laurels, but again, gives them that little bit of safety going forward.
Seeing Kung here on the defense. Opting for an operator as well. Boostio did the same for EG in the previous. But do we get one of those moments, one of those magical moments from Kung? Here in round 26. Does he get aggressive this time around? Looks like he might be committed as the B-side anchor. Smoggy to control up towards Heaven. Actually a very well-invested 3-man stack in terms of the utility elsewhere on A side.
Smoggy's flashed. Jorgamo almost got there in time. Smoggy now has to be careful. We know that Kang's here, but he's going to give away the game. He notes the operator now. You can see the pressure, and Smoggy plays ahead of it, taking down 3! Outstanding work! And it's all on one. Demon One with an army in front of him. He's got an operator, but they're hunting him. For all those words said, for all that bravado, he's on his knees, he's on his back, and EDG are winning map 1.
What a ridiculous map, Lauren. And this started off so one-sided to EDG. It took EG so long to get into this. And it comes down to overtime, Lauren.
Yeah, the fact it got this far feels fantastic for a series like this. I cannot wait to see where this one's gonna go.
Bringing in a new roommate to save money, is that the plan?
Well, we gotta find some way to save, so say hi to Glenn from work.
Hey,
That's my mom.
Yeah, I think I have a much better plan. We switched to my plan from Verizon for just $25 per line.
And that price is guaranteed for 3 years.
All on the network we can count on.
It's a good plan.
It is a good plan. Glenn, looks like we're not gonna be needing you, so I'll see you at work.
Oh, later, Glenn.
Save big with My Plan, starting at just $25 when you bring your own phones. Guaranteed for 3 years. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Beast mode, I'm in beast mode. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode. Ain't no place that I can't go. Look at me, ho. I've been working on my free throw. On the West Coast, I've been thinking about laying low. I said fuck the judge, now that my case closed. I got ex-hoes taking pics in my clothes. When I count my check, please, please don't stand too close. Foot on they neck, man, I had to do the most. They ain't let me in, so I had to break the door. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. You be lying on the trap, and we both know. I ain't riding with a fraud, that's a no-no. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode. When I'm lying on my back, I'm in beast mode. I'm in beast mode.
Harder, baby. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't harder, baby. Don't stop. Don't stop. Harder, baby. Don't stop. Don't stop. Don't stop.
Wow, wow, wow. What a game we just witnessed there. Clutches from both sides, and you genuinely couldn't have asked for a better way to start off this series. But it's EDG who will take split. Their map pick 14-12. And now we get ready for map 2 here. Of course, Golden Boy alongside with Mimi as well as Paper Thin. And let's just jump into this because I mentioned before those crazy clutches. This game, Clinton, was just defined by the clutch. It was wild. Red Bull got their money's worth today.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This was absolutely back and forth. The MasterCard doing pretty well in the Thrifties,
That's
too.
True,
so
too.
This was a really good game for our sponsors, but a good game for the fans in particular. And also, the funniest thing about this whole thing, nobody had a retake. They never worked. None of the retakes worked. If you got the spike down, you won the round. That's it. That's all it took.
Yeah, and it was so defined by the late rounds. Both these teams having incredible clutch moments. It seems like whenever EDG plays, you're guaranteed to get into these moments where they get into overtime, where these players step up so much individually. And well, I think that's what pushed them over the line. To start with, I thought EDG had a really good game plan to deal with this chamber. They were constantly applying pressure to Busio, not allowing him to get value with the operator, pulling out his teleports, then slowing down these rounds and being super successful with the late round execs on their attack side in regulation and in overtime as well.
Yeah, and we see all of these clutches begin to kind of materialize one after the another, and it just goes to show you it's like this game, Clinton, these types of players, like nothing is a given here, right? Because you would think, oh, Kongkong's gonna pop off, but then out of nowhere, you know, you got Haodong who has a moment, or Smoggy is like looking like a superstar. It's really, really difficult to stop this team that honestly just does what they want sometimes. Like EDG is a formidable foe, I can only imagine.
And this is what has made them so good here this year, is that it's not just Kong. It is a lot of other players. Nobody's having one of the best tournaments of his life right now on these initiators. He's just absolutely nuts with the Sky and the Sova and stuff. So, I mean, it's great to see that this is now a team effort. Yes, Kong, an absolutely unbelievable player, but beneath him, behind him, he has so much support.
And this has got to be a big sigh of relief for EDG because they've lost so many of these overtime games at global events before Tokyo. That was always the crux of EDG going out early, of not making playoffs. They get it over the line here against EG, and I think are now in a really good position for the rest of the series.
Oh, this is going to be so exciting. Of course, we have our Verizon high-speed moment of the match, or of this match. It actually happened in round 7, and we had a lot to choose from because there were a lot of clutches, there were a lot of high-speed moments, but this one in particular, I think, you know, just the fact that you had sacrificed the jet into the peak so that this way Kong can get the hit onto Busio. Like, there were so many layers here, Mimi. This is exactly what Paper Thin was talking about. This team, man, they are unreal.
The coordination between these guys is incredible. In particular with this double duelist composition. I think the way that Kong and Smoggy path into sites together on the attacking side is so good. They're always aware of who's looking where and are set up once they're landing from flying in the air to be able to trade each other out and punish side anchors. It's really difficult to do, and EDG achieves it so consistently.
Yeah, and once EDG, it's like once they make the call to do something, everybody's on board and everybody is going all in. It's like, you know, they get a kill in mid one round and all of a sudden it's just everybody's just firing into that lane and just trying to take things over, and they wipe out 3 players in a heartbeat.
Credit to Haodong, the IGL of this team, for having the ability to call these really fast reactions and to have built up a team that can always follow up those ideas in the mid round, which again, even the best teams struggle with that sometimes.
Well, let's hear what Coach Potter had to say ahead of map 2 regarding that loss on map 1.
I'm now joined by Coach Potter ahead of map 2. Now, Potter, the comp that you ran, a little bit of vintage EG there pulling out. We saw Crew do it as well, and it wasn't super successful. So do you feel like it was a comp issue on Split, or is there anything else that could be fixed ahead of map 2?
Definitely a little bit of both. Definitely a little bit of both. We've got Max on Astra, and so that double dive, that sort of pressure that we're used to applying on Split was lacking a little bit. And plus with the slow start that we had, it just made us a little too stale. Going into map 2, it's Ascent. It's the mid-round map king. Everyone is gonna be mobile. Everyone's gonna be looking for fights. And that's exactly what we need to kind of warm up back into this series.
Yeah, I mean, if there's anyone that can get back into this, it is you, Potter. So good luck, and I look forward to seeing it.
Basically echoing what we had all kind of assumed as well, right? There was multiple things kind of at play there, Mimi, but, you know, it was an incredible slow start. Like, that is just not something you see all the time from Evil Geniuses, and on top of that, too, it kind of had shades of what happened with DRX, and that's literally what Termi said, need to warm up, right?
There's always a risk when you try a new comp that you'll have a slow start like that, but it is EG's opportunity to come back. We're in the Prime Gaming Agent select for Ascent, and Clinton, unsurprisingly, it's default comp versus default comp. This is really going to be a map about the fundamentals, the mid-rounding that Potter's talking about.
Exactly. You know, there were slight compositional differences, unexpected ones maybe on Split, but here, what we all kind of were looking forward to get to see, you know, Kong versus Demon 1 here on the Jet. Everybody kind of squaring off in their individual roles, trying to make this work, and it's going to be really interesting. I mean, yeah, EDG on Ascent last time they beat Giants. It was a really strong performance from nobody, and Chichu in particular. You know, Chichu doing a phenomenal job on that Killjoy, locking sights down. Nobody was just nuts on that Sova, just in his fragging power. He didn't even have a ton of assists.
Yeah, and we didn't get the head-to-head in map number 1, but I think no one would not be excited to see Kong versus Demon 1, the two breakout stars of Tokyo, in the upper bracket here at Champions, facing off on their star agents.
I couldn't agree more. We have the aces now in their roles, ready to rock. And this is map 2. Does EG have it in them to force a map 3? Only one way to find out. Let's send it back over to Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
Thank you, analyst. Lovely to even hear from Potter there as well prior to getting back into this. Map 1, probably one of the most world-class maps we've seen so far. A fantastic battle, but map 2 is a little bit of a different affair, as noted. A bit more mid-roundy, a little bit more, I don't know, maybe calm in the chaos, not sure. How do you feel coming into
And
this?
a return to normality.
Sure,
We get the head-to-head now of Demon 1 and Kang on Ascent.
What a tantalizing prospect.
A map that can live and die by the Jet performance as well. We know
Absolutely.
EG have some really, really good ideas, particularly on the defense, to set Demon 1 in motion. Again, looking for the same things we saw on Split. EDG demonstrating a very solid grasp, reading the map correctly, because it's going to be so key to their success here to kick things off.
Diving into this, EDG on the attack and EG on the defending side. Yes, trailing one map, but that was a damn close affair. Okay, Com. Couldn't see a thing, but
Spidey
still gets...
sense,
Yeah, tingling on that one. Down to 50 for Smoggy here. There's mid-creep, though. The timing on this could be massive. Kang gonna get posted into the corner. Just for a second. Not be given much play, and Com seems to be considerate. Spots a player, but nobody had drifted so far out.
Here.
And now look at this catch on the rotation. They had no idea that he is divided between them. Demon 1 trying to backfill the space, but this is brutal. This is going to be Boostio on a platter, potentially. But they're going back towards middle. Giacomo's going to have a chance at this. Wait, hold on. The timing on this could be everything. And actually, the paranoia...
The paranoia is beautiful.
Unbelievably well crafted. EDG. Playing like they have full awareness in this. And Chichu waiting. Watch this pistol back. It is just the most perfect round. Demon 1 can do damage, yes, but 6 HP is... Oh my good God, Chichu! They saw everything, Mike.
I didn't even know you could wallbang that with a ghost.
Same.
Finds the kill onto a 6 HP Demon 1.
What
to
on
convert
earth?
what is a beautifully constructed pistol round.
I
mean, I said this 10 times on Split, Lauren, sorry.
No, you're
Half
fine.
a second, either way, Com spots out the drift up mid.
But we talk about, you know, even Potter saying it, this map is about that mid-routing, kind of punishing rotations, getting into these positions, you know, causing that discomfort. Look at that. I mean, you could run this back and watch every single moment in it. EDG were manipulating this round like masters. Fantastic start here. EG going to be put back on notice. There is no easy round. There is no start to this. And EG were notorious during Tokyo for converting all those pistols. They had so much of a backing from that. Here, it's a totally...
The bonus conversion as well.
Absolutely. What a totally stark contrast coming here into map 2.
Kang on a solo mission here. Scope in hand. EG stacked up
4
on a
victims.
site.
5, maybe. Anyone else, I'd say maybe is at a disadvantage, but it is the one and only. Can be a shotgun, can be a sniper, can be a whole lot of things in this man's hands. But they are coming this way.
Yeah, they've felt nothing elsewhere on the map, so feeling as if they're going to have a little bit of freedom to split A. Com been holding this dart for an eternity.
And they're going to go in. First contact, maybe Giacomo here. Paranoia gets sent. That's going to be an isolation of one and a punish off the back. Kang goes down, but now the rest are going to be on red alert. Howdon can only do so much. Overwhelmed. And now EG trying to brawl this out on the side, but overwhelmed with weaponry. This should still be EDG's round.
Where's the Bulldog, though? Smoggy's got a scope in hand right now.
Oh, okay. Didn't get it, I don't think. Good damage.
And it was lightly invested on the side of EDG. We did see pistols coming into it, so going to protect the round 2 purchase regardless. I mean, yeah, everybody sat comfortably anyway.
Yeah.
A Guardian and a Vandal to work with the Sheriff in the hands of how long? I mean, seeing what happened last map.
I don't think I can forget
Still packs a punch. EG certainly with the advantage here.
Let's see now with rifles how this looks. If we Demon 1 playing towards Cat. Nobody creeping up very early here. Chi-Chu as well. Kang. In the right place. Feels as though there might be someone on the other side, maybe expecting.
Chi-Chu come forward, removing the alarm bot though, should pull a rotation or force an adjustment here. Demon 1 though, on the back of that, we'll find Kung. He's found a second. What is that headshot?
It doesn't even seem right, it doesn't seem fair, but nobody gonna correct course. Control towards Catwalk. Bear in mind, they still have wine control, they still have good map presence. Yes, a little blind over towards B, but they still have the utility there as well. So the question mark remains, short or middle? And as we can see, EDG drifting up towards mid. No active contact towards B either. You can get deep towards this site.
The problem is, Com could be isolated here because the turret facing towards main, EDG can slip behind it.
Yep, don't need.
Well, this might actually bait Boostio into a peak, potentially pressuring the smoke.
I think they're away. Yeah, now they absolutely know there's more danger here than expected. You can see the backline being pressured. Boostio tried to consider it, but nobody. Hunting him down, clears him through. Oh, Boostio. Okay, nice shot towards Howdong. But bear in mind, this was a lighter buy. This wasn't everything. A little bit of stall on the site, gonna force an uncomfortable plant. Boostio looking to try and punish that, and he does with the follow-up. Spike goes down, yes, and a costly round sure. EG do make it out of the woods.
Nobody even find the kill onto Com there. With the drive-by, just running it down into Boathouse. But the crucial kill being Boostio onto Howdong to remove that second threat. This headshot.
Nailed.
All right.
Random bullet spread.
Yeah.
One enemy
Feels good once in a
It's
while.
a bloom moment.
Where did that but go? A confident start there for Demon 1 as well. That's what you want to be seeing. Him getting activated
Yeah, I mean,
early.
you get him off the Astra, you want to see him have a few heat-up rounds like this early on Ascent for sure.
Because you know that Kang's coming in hot. You've already had him having a great showing here. Smoggy having a big performance too. First challenger, Jorgmo, careful, punished. Big work from Howdong there, willing to be brave enough to take the fight. Jorgmo's gone. And now A is looking more vulnerable. This was more of a spread as well. It wasn't fully committed from EDG towards the side of the map.
And talk about it being a
Boostio.
Curious on this.
Okay. I didn't want to see him play ahead of that utility.
No. Even there, no real need to confirm presence if the turret is still up.
They're trying to clear middle though for EG. Yes, A main could be an issue, but they're still wondering if there's more to this, and there certainly is. It is that B hit. EDG will have to reveal to the turret, sure. But we know it's just one man. It is going to be just Boostio. Yes, the stall is there. Kang can disrespect that. Damage gets done. Hold on, catching Howdong. That's big. Just a shot in the dark and it's rewarded. Slowed down for a second and the site will be EDG's. Plant should be coming in. 4 players in response. Nobody having his ult as well. Going to try and punish CT as he does. Catches out Boostio and forces EG further back.
Good info as well. At least if somebody wanted to get a little more aggressive, you can see Chi-Chu positioned up on lane, but he's going to commit to this spot. They have the alarm bot to play contact off here. That cloudburst covering it.
Yep. Couldn't quite punish off it, but certainly noting the timing. Smoggy is barely breathing, but it doesn't matter when the backline is that damn good. EDG, large and in charge here. Full control. EG not having a say in that retake.
And actually the setup is the recon off the alarm bot. Beautifully timed from EDG. And again, the punish here on Jorgmo.
Nowhere to run.
To kick things off. Yeah, I heard it too, don't worry. Yeah, really tough post-plant for EG to chip away at.
Okay, ult progress-wise, you just heard it. Be invested from Demon One, and I think that they might be aware of that.
They might be aware that there's a chance he'll get aggressive. 3 people holding the gen updraft.
It's a lot of respect to one man, rightly so. And EDG fully prepared for this. That's an active angle for, near on there for Ethan. That's a little bit of information to be rewarded.
As I say, did the knife actually catch Demon One, and it did. His suppressor noted now, EDG, again, repeating the same sort of success we saw on Split, which is winning the early information game in a lot of these rounds.
Now, Ethan should get info off that, and does. Lovely.
Well,
good timing
there's your
on that
response
too.
in terms of the info game.
Again, when people look at Ethan, I still say, yes, numerically not always going to be the standout, but what he does in a round.
Value and impact,
Massively
undeniable.
Now, with no further pressure towards A main, do they start considering this? The Aldrone seems as though that's the case. Sees nothing, though.
So the assumption is just Chichu here.
30 seconds
It
left.
hasn't forced a third member of EG. Smoke should be a slight confirmation of that.
Really should be, and now you're getting the util coming through. Nobody has punished Ethan, though, on the other side of the map, so they're going to keep the two busy here. Boostio's in danger. When does he go? When does he leave? Demon One does catch nobody, but it's EDG taking towards the site, and Com has not had the hardest start.
10 seconds.
And he still doesn't. 10 seconds, but the plant should be secure, should be safe. I don't think they can deny it now. You can see Demon One trying to look for it, doesn't catch a pixel out of place. And Can waiting in a dirty little angle here, and look at all the util slowing down. Demon One goes in, spots him, he knows he's here. He's trying to hunt him out, and he does! But Chichu claimed Jorgamo. It's all on Demon One. 4 knives, 3 targets. Oh, the opportunity fades. Demon One now staring down the barrel as EDG continue on their path.
Extending the lead to 3 rounds. EG going to struggle to purchase back into this. Should just maybe be a stinger, a sheriff here and there. Lockdown not really feasible in a round like this. EDG, meanwhile, this ult cycle will begin to swell, actually.
Yes.
They're going to come back into the buy round in the next, potentially, with the null command, the lockdown, and the blade storm, which is already in hand for Kung. EG in a very, very good position now, bigger picture-wise.
Hold on. Still clearing through. Very aware that Jorgamo has been toying with the idea of keeping that presence towards Wine, but exploration on the other side. Quick clear on the turret, going to call back Chichu to attention. It's not just Boostio. Demon One is here. Guardian too. Suits him. And you can see why. Excellent shot. And now the pressure on the other side of the map. They've taken it. A site is EDG's. Plant should be coming through. I don't think nobody's going to get pressured too much, no. So again, this should be a comfy plant here. Now the lockdown could get played in.
They're going to go for it. They're actually committed to the lockdown here. I mean, there's no lurk on short, so this will force EDG into a position where they have to get aggressive or retreat.
Doors down. Ethan, hold on, yeah, Can, hold on, the timing, they're gonna get detained, 3 players, Jorgamo, he's hunting them, Demon One's there, Haldon has to try and defend his team, and now look at them, stand and deliver, nobody's down, and EG against all odds, running it through.
A total miscalculation, and EG capitalize to find themselves a MasterCard thrifty.
Watch this back.
I mean, initially it looks okay. EDG find 2 kills, but
thinking all right.
But then it's like, I mean, they have to base as close to clean up as possible here. And Haldon, he's just overwhelmed.
I mean, it was a 1v4 basically. That, you know what I mean? He's literally got 4 players running at him. Back on the buy here. TP on for Jorgamo, but a couple of ults as well on the other side. Chichu's got his lockdown as well.
And actually flipping that, I was talking about bigger picture, how potentially we would have been looking at 5-1 here with healthy ultimates for EDG, but we saw the null command come out. Bladestorm invested.
Massive swing round here, potentially evening this up a little, taking away some of that lead that EDG was starting to gather. And now with the operator on, you can see the awareness from EDG. Maybe trying to note that triple swing. Wanted to be extra sure. A little bit of a deeper angle for Demon One. And maybe a test.
You should run.
Lockdown's there. How long does he wait? How long does he stay? Do they keep this in mind? 6 more seconds? Yeah. No, he's going to fall off this. Smart choice. We'll have to take away A little bit of that space that he'd controlled. But Boostio, not dissuaded, has an opportunity. There was a chance. Look at the reveal. Information's now being poured through. Jorgamo is just in his own smoke. Kankang's there. Demon 1 whips his wrist around, takes out Kankang, and now it's down to 2. Make it 1. What is this white belt from EG?
Show me that kill from Demon 1's POV.
Please,
that
what
looks
was that?
ridiculous. And the blink of an eye, again, off the back of a Thrifty. EG swing this half back in their favor. Oh. Oh. You don't even see the animation complete. That is disgusting.
Let's go! Let's go! Huh. Wonder what she said then.
Like I said, she can take the fine for the TriCast. It's fine.
EDG feeling as though there's a little bit of momentum now with Evil Geniuses. They're starting to warm up a little bit here. So they thought, okay, let's take that away. Let's take that wind out of their sails. It's going to bring this back down and readdress what we're seeing.
And the key component being when she let Demon 1 off the leash a little bit, get him off the Astra, let him run rampant in a few of these rounds. It's a much closer affair here. Obviously, Pistol round 2 aside, EG have had some good answers here coming back in. And like I said, that Thrifty being so pivotal before EDG are able to establish another lead. Similar to what we saw, what was split 6-0, so 5-1.
Yeah.
You're in a very similar situation. Nonetheless, controlled for the time being, still within 1 round.
Yep.
Only the TP for How Long available for EDG now. No Command and Jorgamo on the other side of things, but Demon 1 and Com pretty close.
Flash and a peek from short.
Nobody on the other side of tiles for this.
But it gives Demon 1 the angle. And how far does he explore? Yeah.
Well, you know he loves to push up behind these sort of plays, and nobody, none the wiser.
And we were complimenting how well EDG were activating their players, right? Playing in a couple from that first map. Nice to see EG showing a little bit of that here themselves. Druma on the crouch jump peak, just trying to keep check on anyone. Kankang has already drifted over towards Wineside. So Druma's got to be careful here. Chichu has punished Demon 1. That's on the other side of the map. This could be a red herring, but now they're already investing in towards the site. Com, what on earth? Kankang drifting right into his sights. And now the site's not so safe. How Long's gone down, and Com is just spraying for his life.
There's the spacing here. Smoggy was just sat inside the smoke. Nobody following up on Kankang.
Oh, Com's position should be rewarded unless timing is on his side. It is. Chichu, limited options, yes, but punished there. And the high-low setup, going to be hard for Smoggy. Now he knows what he's in for. He'll have fancy his chances.
We'll probably just try and hold on to this rifle here. I mean, it's Howdong and Chichu that are struggling financially behind this. We talked about at the start of the map. The beginning here is one of those examples, some of the set pieces that are so well drilled from EG.
Yeah.
To create opportunities on the defensive ascent. And even here, Com's decision making as well, to swing through here, to try and bail out the player on site.
left.
Still, it's under a ton of pressure. Unfortunately, didn't see the follow-up from EDG. That will tie things up 4 apiece. Even the timing here, Chichu's kill, like you said, could be a red herring, but I think immediately after he finds the kill, Ethan's knife lands in main, and it only tags Chichu.
So you're like, oh.
So, yeah, I think even there, it's like, yeah, Ethan immediately starts rotating away.
Yeah.
He's like, yeah, of course, Chichu, have fun with that. I'm off to away.
I'll see you in a couple of seconds, maybe up short. I don't know. Com, get ready. Yeah, it's the information game now starting to drift a little bit better into EG's hands. And the ult cycle, we were talking about it coming online for EDG, but right now, Evil Geniuses are 1 away from having the full hand.
That was only 3 rounds ago, by the way.
Just, yeah. Oh, look at this! Com catching him! That's nobody! Kankang dashes away. That could have been even worse. Another little set piece.
Yeah.
Another one.
Back-to-back examples. The flash over the top, so they can't deal with the recon bolt. Guaranteed value there from the Hunter's Fury.
Demon 1's been here the whole time.
He's going to be rewarded.
Chichu did best him before. Oh dear, time to run, time to run! You can see him scarper away. He isn't alone, he's got Boostio as well. Still got the full setup of utility. Wait. Bloody hell.
That didn't hit, did it?
I'm
Smoggy's at 53
yes.
HP.
I'm not going to say yes yet. I don't know. And I'm getting nervous.
Production,
oh my
please.
God, Demon 1's down 119. Look at this drift up middle. Kang again! He gets punished this time, but he does so much damage as Boostio is now on a... He's going back in for more! The flash of God tier flash comes in! Ethan might have just sent one of the best flashes I've seen in a minute right there.
That's just ridiculous. And it's a split-second decision.
It's called on the fly.
When he's inside the smoke.
And this is the start of things. Bloody hell, there's nowhere to go for
I want to know if Smoggy gets shot.
Look at this. Game-changing moment there. Wow. Jump scare.
Jump scare, yeah. Sorry, you did the hard work, Ethan.
I'm so nervous, and look at this presence in middle. That's 3 players here. Boostio, he's dead. Overwhelmed. Kang with a chance down. Demon 1 barely saw a pixel. Support from Short coming in as well. Ethan got to be careful to not overdo this one. Demon 1 is in a little bit of a scenario here, a little bit of a pinch coming in. Back towards B main, but Demon 1 getting curious, and they are just on the other side. Com is only good for 1 here. They've got access towards the site. B is looking good. Slow down a little, but TP taken. EDG should get a plant. But Mike, look at the HP.
Smoggy tries to make something work.
Spike planted.
Nobody on 11 HP. Howdong still healthy, but no utility, no paranoia to play with 20 seconds away from a smoke in a 2v3 now.
This is on Howdong. As much as nobody can try, even with his ult, it is very difficult with 11 HP. Trying to toy with their minds here. And EG do need to get a move on. Clearing as they go. Paranoia sent, nobody overwhelmed, and EG clear the site. No threats, no problems. And now a defuse going to be coming in. An operator back with Demon 1. EG starting to take more of a lead now.
Starting to stretch their legs a little bit. Nice pace change coming out here. I mean, to find the open onto Boostio.
Beautiful.
But difficult with that sort of purchase to follow up on that. I mean, in terms of, sorry, the Odin and the operator being the other 2 obstacles towards B site.
Look at the money for EDG. 1 hero rifle.
3 sheriffs.
Stinger. I mean, that Hunter's Fury just burning a hole in the back pocket of nobody, but no chances. And another tag for Demon 1. Kang's down to 10. Jorgamo so prepared for it too. Shorty ready. Gotta be careful to not get caught out here. Yeah, decides to TP away. Gets to safety. They still got Com there. That shock dart.
Oh my God.
And right place again. That's stunning. Kang still finding so much value. And that flash was fantastic. As Ethan swings it in the end. Can Smoggy pull off a miracle here? A 1v3 is a lot to ask for. First challenger, first fight, but Demon 1 doesn't let him fight alone. Do it again in Demon 1. There we go, 7-4. They are stretching this lead. Look at that run of rounds.
Come into round 12. Kang will have an operator in hand. Ethan has just been phenomenal with his utility this half. No surprise, that shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. But we've seen so many examples here.
And this is the fun thing to me. Does Kang take a fight on Demon 1? Does he try and find an aggressive fight to take? Demon 1 seems very prepared, and maybe a little bit of a fake out here. Last time around it was a swing from Cat, but they notice him early. Demon 1 now forced away. Kang moves in. Boostio, careful now. Ooh, preemptive, that's ambitious. Gonna force him off. No punish.
This will give Smoggy the null command as well. I mean, some big question marks elsewhere on the map. EG haven't gone exploring though. It's a very deep hold on A site. No utility to play off here. But EDG can't sound.
I but it's a risky clear back through. Yes, you've got 50 seconds, so there's still time, but as you said, as much as EG haven't explored, EDG don't know that. So they have to be very meticulous in this clear.
Well, the knife here from Ethan. Not sure what it connects on, but
Ethan.
nobody.
Ethan! They line up and he knocks them out. Demon One waits and strikes. He went for more. This guy's audacious, but it plays in Ethan. So now it's Chichu with 4 to find and 30 seconds to do it. Maybe he can get his buddy back. Maybe there's still a second. Maybe not, because they are all up for it. And Ethan with a belting round. EG coming alive here on map 2. Strong lead.
I mean, I'm convinced nobody's going to hard clear Ethan here, especially with no real pressure elsewhere. I mean, there's no active angle being held towards B main. But it just doesn't happen, and Ethan capitalizes, topping the scoreboard for EG.
What a marvelous first half for EG here, bounding back after a marathon of map 1. Let's take a second as we move forward to consider what this means and why assume. Let's hear from them themselves. Let's hear from Com.
I think especially with like the hype and also hate around our team, I think it's a pretty big, for me at least, to like get to at least playoffs, short-term goal met, and then obviously progress through the tournament and keep improving as a team. So I think those are like, right now, hit the short term, trying to get towards the long-term goal, obviously. I think it's pretty sick. I think everyone on this team deserves it. We all have gone through like the lowest of lows and the highest of highs. I mean, we've worked really hard to get here, and I think we do deserve it.
Sure, they've got the sight, they've done the damage with Viper's Pit. Now that could be the difference maker. For Maj, 56 HP, staying alive inside of it will be a real challenge. He's managed to buy himself a bit of time, but there goes the orbital strike, and there goes the Viper's Pit. Cracks left on his own, and with a Sheriff in hand, he stands no chance of taking down the Demon.
I mean, they're kind of building a storyline of us as villains, and I think it's cool. I think, again, all esports needs their villains. I think it helps out the esport in general. I let Demon One and Boosty do that because I think they can back it up easily. Like, they're insane players. I think the rest of us we're just like the middle ground. We kind of keep like on like a steady table no matter what. So I'm a little different from them, but I still support them in whatever they say or do.
And it would be underselling the possibility of a turnaround here. EDG still have a chance, Mike, but that run from EG has teed them up here perfectly. 8-4, commanding the half, but they are certainly not out of the woods just yet.
Absolutely not. EDG need to repeat the success that Evil Geniuses themselves found in the second half of Split, especially to kick things off here. Now, I've seen 2 examples of kind of polarizing halves across Split in a sense so far.
Yeah.
Looks like EG might actually lean into a set piece here.
You kind of know that they...
Don't overthink it. That's my job.
Script out is almost the wrong word, but they really practice their pistols. Drilled here. And you can see where the main play is for EDG, focusing 3 players early towards 8.
It's a long rotation.
It is, it's a long way off. And look at Demon One, he's on a tear. And Chichu might be on a plateau. He is! Demon One picking up where he left off. This man is unrelenting in approach. And the 3, as you highlighted, a mile away.
Even the Brucio attacked up here. Brucio eats the first, finds the wallbang. Smoggy, he's put him down.
And with Ethan's HP being lower, it's not impossible. Okay, Demon One, okay. The crowd are calling, he's got 5 HP! Demon One might be answering. 1 more. Held on with the Sheriff. And Demon One prowling, spotted. He's gonna lose 1. They're letting him do it! Demon One answers the call from the crowd with an ace to start off the second half.
Potentially shattering the hopes of EDG to piece together some sort of claw back in at the start of this half at least. Another beautiful flash to set things in motion here.
One enemy remaining.
Again, the constant unsung hero, doing well on the board, yep. But still, Ethan's work happens in those moments. And I love the way that EG literally allowed him to run for that. It was like, screw it, get in there. And have everyone straight onto the rifle too. Bulldog for Boostio, on the other side, Ghosts, and that's it. 3 classics, 2 Ghosts. That's all the EDG have to hold with here.
Ethan was actually holding that flash to punish the orb. Nobody will fall.
Christ!
What is that?
Christ!
How's Chichu got away with 20 HP as well?
I don't know. No, there's Kankang apparently. 4-4 though.
How long has no clue?
Oh, Smoggy might now. Well, it's an issue. Now loses track a little, but drawing in 2 more players. EG are just masterful in approach. Look at this. They have the complete green light towards the B side. Yes, EDG kind of have to stack out. They kind of have to try and play against whatever they can in this sort of round, but they have what they need. Spike taking its time in the hands of Com here. A little worried about this if Kankang keeps going. Could close in.
I'll take their sweet time here. 30 seconds on the clock as the smoke's finally deployed. Now, it's becoming very difficult to find a way back in. In the blink of an eye, it's Com and Ethan to clean up. Everything invested, maintained. EG will have a fairly well-rounded opportunity here in round 3 of the second half, and Team 1, even though he fell, he's 1 away from the Blade Storm. He even gets the rifle back in hand.
This is the round.
Yeah, it's got to be.
The round.
It has to be.
If EDG have any aces up the sleeve, you bring it out this round. Otherwise, this was a flash in the pan here on this map for them. They'd rather forget it, but we move forward. We look to see what the plan is. Best foot forward for EDG. We're going to note presence. And again, yes, that rifle is there for Demon 1, but Kankang again curious.
Great Boostio's got 2.
Yeah, how is he here? Oh my
They're not
God.
going to clear him.
Oh, he almost made a meal of that, but still, going to punish 1. That's nobody gone down. And this then leaves question marks around the map. What's gone on here? And look who's drifting up, Cat. The timing on this could be... He's missed it. He's going to be walking top middle at this time.
But he's going to catch Jorgamo. Jorgamo's doing the same thing as last round. He's trying to plant the seed of doubt. The paranoia invested here. He TP's into short, though.
Jorgamo...
He's slipped the net.
He's insane. How is he here? Just going to pop a little smoke for them as well. Yeah, it's going to be that B piece. So then we look towards the likes of Chichu. Challenger, spotted, taken. Demon 1 put back down to the depths. And Chichu has to fall away. Doesn't want to get isolated himself. And look at the creeping death. Kankang moving in. Is there a catch on a rotation here? Howdong seems curious. Seems aware. Oh dear, there's the punish on the back line. 30 seconds. Can they pivot? Can they do anything? Plants down. There's Kankang. And here come the problems. Ethan has to stall out. And that would be miracle work. Upgrade found though. Can he stall enough? Not going to win the fight. Howdong giving them the next step. Ethan, fantastic flash, punishing ahead of the pump and expects the swing here. Kankang closing in. Fantastic work for him. Diffuse coming through. It's costly, it ain't pretty, but it's a round on the board and one they needed.
Absolutely did. Jorgamo actually relying on his own conditioning from the previous round. That TP, the left Smoggy guessing in round 14. Now capitalizes it. Slips into the back lines to catch that rotation and do further damage
to
EDG's economy. Said good recovery from EDG regardless. There's a real chance that this can spiral out of control if potentially Jorgamo finds further damage.
Yes.
Holds them up in rotation. Still 10-5. Bit of a financial reset with the reinvestment here, but Chichu down on the Bulldog. And Demon 1, as you can see, operator in hand now.
Okay. Looking to clear the utility.
Here.
Done so subtly, not revealing the operator in play. But it may not be the be-all and end-all. Look on the other side, map 2. We've got EG. wonder if they toy with the expectation here. We know that Jorgamo has been testing the waters consistently. What do they read into this now?
I have the spike.
Don't mind just seeing a split coming through. Again, a very, very deep hold on A. Concern being Smoggy. Pretty short. We're going to see on the minimap, but he's in hell jump spot in main. But the focal point will be towards Haldong here.
The switch up's curious too. Boostio on the operator, giving Demon One the rifle. Jorgamo going to be noted, but I think it's just Jorgamo. That tells them nothing.
Because of the last few rounds as well, with Jorgamo being the one here to sell the fake.
But the counter, I guess you could say, is that Chichu is this dedicated towards B main. So they're willing to risk Kangkang's rotation. The timing is now everything, down to 20 seconds here. The stall signed him out. Smoggy now under scrutiny. He's fallen. Boostio connects. The spray not good enough. Haldong next in line. Next to fall. EG, 3 in a row. The site is surely theirs.
Boostio, I've been watching Paper X VODs. Just bunny hopping around. Nobody can kill him. And it amounts to 3 kills in favor of Evil Geniuses. Nobody in Chichu now. A 2v5.
That's a lot. That is so much to ask. And look at these post plants as well. Really difficult to try and clear out. And no one giving him anything. Boostio holding. Oh, and EG making it to 11. EDG struggling to match them step for step here.
Enemies close. Eyes up.
It's just beautiful. Like I said, initially Jorgamo following up on his own conditioning that he's set in place. I think this is another example. That's why they're almost not expecting a swing out here from a third member. Because they see the drone come through.
Yep.
They obviously tag one on the knife as well. It's so well crafted by Evil Geniuses.
EDG feeling the strain now. 11 rounds against them. And the streak that EG went on barely being corrupted here. It was 1 round back for EDG. Not really learning too much from that either, so I'm curious what they do with the rest of the buys. The money isn't going to be pretty. The ults, yes, on the cusp for a few. Kangkang's the one to look out for. He can kind of suffer through, I guess, maybe go for a hero rifle, but we're going to need a hero round from him. It's not like he's been absent, but he's certainly not been as impactful. You look on the other side, Demon One 18 kills, Ethan 18. Yeah, Boostio up on 10. Chichu 11, Kangkang 11 for himself. So certainly not a headline performance from him being handled here. And stuck on 5. EG could be making 12 in this round.
He should be, considering what the purchase will look like for EDG here.
Okay. Evening out the money. What, we got 2 rifles.
Yeah, it's got Kangkang and Smoggy have to go huge here. Actually,
down to the stinger.
Yeah, last second adjustment here. I mean, he finds a kill, Bladestorm. Anything's possible with that man.
Yeah. A little surprised that he didn't opt for it. And Smoggy deciding against the full-on rifle, going for the Guardian instead. So going to try and suffer through this. And EG need to kind of, I guess, get an understanding of what this round may entail. Could be a stack, could have aggression. You want to try and be very, very meticulous in this. There is a chance that EDG would try something. They're going to be on the line to buy.
Revealing
right
area.
now. You can see that pressure starting off towards A. Anti-flash initially on the orb, forced away as that connected.
Chichu on the other side will retreat. Knife invested behind it won't tag anything, but I mean, if you look at the minimap, very concerning if EG decide to follow through with this B main pressure. So still sending out probes to figure out what's going on outside A, potentially maybe to dig out Jorgamo again.
But he is such an overwhelm with weaponry. As much as it may be dangerous, again, you can see this kind of potential pop here coming in. With Ethan 1 off the ult, staring at the orb. I mean, as soon as this goes, it could be huge for them. But there it is. Utility now irrelevant. EDG just have to try and stand and deliver with a lot less. Demon 1 first on in. They try and clear through. Looks for the next target. Oh, it's gorgeous! Demon 1! This guy is something else. Can you answer it again? Being commanded. Oh my word! What a monster! As Smoggy rings out the dinner bell, and it ain't an ace, but it will be the 12th. As EG on the verge of picking up map 2.
It's just so beautiful to watch him in rounds like that. I mean, the control is just second to none.
He's
Sure, I don't even want to
Wow.
talk about pistols on the other side. This is beautiful.
There's at this level of play to be that much above others mechanically is truly a treat to watch. There's very few players who can do it. Yes, that round was certainly not a full investment, but again, you can enjoy that sort of level of mechanical capability. A treat. But there's a buy. EDG, a final chance on this map to do what they haven't done before. And an early Hunter's Fury sent into the dark by Com. No connection here. Oh, tell a lie, I think he just, well, Chichu just got a whole lot of damage there. And Kankan gonna be noted.
I think that is a tag.
Yeah, the last one, I think.
It's on the light shield. Regardless, going to be maybe leaning towards a retake here, built around the lockdown. EG still cautious in approach. First time I've really seen them drift back at this point in the round. Towards A for a while, other than the follow-up on Jorgamo's pressure previously.
Trying to outweigh the knife here. I know it's come back through.
From being, I mean, Chichu's in a position where he can get tagged by Ethan. On the knife, sorry.
Yeah, and there it is, the timing. Ooh. Wow.
Do they rotate off it?
I'm looking for, I mean, you could say Kankang's moved further away, but they're feeling this out. 28 seconds, they're going to start investing that last bit of utility. Outdrone's there, and here comes the burst. Oh, and it's dangerous! Boostio at the helm, takes out Smoggy. There's still 2 players to find, though. Chichu alive towards Cat. Lockdown going to be put in. Putting the pressure back on the EG here, even with the 5 alive. Jorgamo. Jorgamo's up in heaven. Kankang's found one, yes. Oh, it's messy, but it's controlled. Nobody on the swing. Back down to the 3v3. Still a chance here. Notch forced them away. Can they try and defend this? Do they have anything to hold on to this? A late presence through Cat, but Boostio doing numbers right now. A lockdown of his own. That could be it. That could be it. Defuse started, taken away by Com, and now just Kankang. He can try as he might, and as much as EG may paint themselves the villains, right now they are the best chance as North American heroes.
A stark contrast to how Split ended. EG never let their foot off the gas on Ascent here. And just smother EDG. Winning out massively in terms of opening engagements, but it didn't even really come down to that. You can look at some of the utility synergies. It was close to flawless from EG.
Step by step by step by step, get myself in new directions. All these thoughts, they look the same. Doesn't even matter which I take. Step by step by step by step, get myself in new directions. All these thoughts, they look the same. Doesn't even matter which I take. Step by step by step by step, get myself in new directions. All these thoughts, they look the same. Doesn't even matter which I take. Step by step by step by step, get myself in new directions. All these thoughts.
Evil Geniuses does it. They tie the series up 1-1, but now it's time to settle the score on Pearl. As the Ascent game went firmly to the masterminds. EDG certainly licking their wounds after that one, but welcome back to the desk. Golden Boy here alongside with Paperthin, as well as Mimi, and we're gonna break everything down, and I think the most important thing to talk about here is just the fact that Evil Geniuses, their game plan, the way they approach Ascent, it's absolute money, and we saw it play through in so many of those executes that they had, Mimi.
It feels like it's been a while since I've watched some EG rounds as this tournament and thought, oh, this is the Tokyo EG, the EG who's innovating, who's bringing new ideas into the fray. And we saw it here. They're bringing out really good preset strategies with ultimate combos. They're A-exec. They have a bunch of different Molly lineups that I don't actually see many teams use that are super effective to overrun EDG. This was the map where I'm kind of believing that EG is a contender again.
Yeah, as soon as we get to round 6, they get that lockdown, that big thrifty, that kind of just completely changes the momentum. And all of a sudden, we're seeing like the classic EG, where they're using their ults so efficiently, so well. You know, Calm gets that great recon dart into that ultimate that takes out a player from EDG and gets a tag on another. I mean, these are the quintessential things that make EG right now.
Yeah, it's scary when you see them be able to pull off what they're able to pull off, right? I know one of the reasons why they're able to do so, it's Ethan. Honestly, the amount of like just quality flashes that this team was getting off of Ethan round after round, Mimi, this round alone was just it.
Yeah, this is the round you were mentioning, Clinton, where it's this fantastic ultimate combo. We've seen this play before from EG, but they always just find the right time to pull it out. Everyone from EDG is in A main when they go for that play. And later in this round as well, I think it's Ethan who single-handedly wins it. He trades out Kung Kung on the flank, and then this flash is utter perfection to set Boostio up. And that's all on the fly. It's the cliche thing to say, but you really can't teach that. How proactive Ethan is at finding those moments where his teammates need support and setting them up in an instant.
It's one of the best KO performances I've seen on this map in a very long time. I mean, this is just a masterclass in utility usage, making Demon 1's job easier. You know, he's already cracked out of his mind. We saw those spray transfers, but Ethan 1 kind of a big part of this, getting him heated up and, you know, looking at these two players, checking in with these two guys that we looked at the beginning of this matchup, and Ethan here on this map really setting the tone. And I'm pretty curious going into Pearl, you know, he was so good in my opinion against Foot, the way that he was using his utility, is that just going to continue and, you know, drive EG to a win?
It's the support players that make EG. It's Calm, it's Ethan, it's how they set their teammates up to have the brilliant moments like the map that Demon 1 had here. There's a reason that Ethan is the player with the most assists in the world across every VCT player. It's insane how consistent he is.
Yeah, and the consistency doesn't just stop there. It actually brings us over to our HyperX Reflex moment of the day, because you got to give some flowers to Demon 1. Round 13, the crowd wanted it, but just off of, again, the utility that EG just masterfully places to really thwart their opponent's holds. Like this, I think Paperthin is a perfect example, and on top of that, it leads to a beautiful ace.
Yeah, exactly. It's like once these flashes kind of get Demon 1 heated up in these rounds, then he just starts taking them over. This is just beautiful movement, great execution with this Frenzy. You know, everybody in the right place at the right time, swaps over to the Ghost, finds the headshot into Kong Kong. By the way, Demon 1 5-0 in first kills on this map. Immaculate. And this is something that this team needs, is this, you're talking about this coordination that we didn't see it as much on Split, now on Ascent, and potentially going into Pearl, it could be the same story.
In my opinion, in Tokyo, Demon 1 was the weakest link for EG. He didn't have a particularly excellent tournament compared to what he pulled off in Americas when he impressed everyone. But seeing that map and seeing this event thus far at Champions for Demon 1, I think we are seeing the player who was dominating in Americas, who everyone was so excited to see debut on the global stage. And if he's playing like that, and EG are still building on the things that were great in Tokyo, the mid-round calling, the excellent supportive utility, the preset ult plays, then this team truly is one of the favorites, I think, to make a deep run.
True, but we can't get ahead of ourselves here because we still have one more map to play, and that map, it's going to be Pearl, the decider, and on the defense, you'll have Evil Geniuses starting things off here, meaning, of course, EDG on the attack. So yeah, Paperthin, now it comes down to Pearl, and this is another one of those maps where it's like, EG's been good on it, you know, EDG's also been good on it, like, I genuinely a coin toss.
No, I agree with you. And you think about the last 2 times we've seen this map, they both played at this event. Paper Rex versus EDG, it went to overtime. You had Foot and EG went to overtime.
Yeah.
So both of these teams, I think, are extremely well balanced on this map. They're going to be very close. It's just, you know, can EG continue that synergy? And I assume they're just going to go with comfortable comps, kind of go with what worked for them here on a set.
Yeah, and it's interesting because that comfort is different. EG have picked up what's become the NA meta that we saw tons of teams playing, starting with Ascension, going back to solo Astra, going back to that Sova KO comp that's really good. And for EDG, they've also changed up their composition. They're bringing out this like Fade, Omen, Viper composition that not many people are playing, but I think it is really quite good. In particular, how they can set their teammates up with this Omen, how they can TP pass and add new angles that you don't normally get with the more default comps on this map.
Very exciting, obviously, for both of these teams to be in this position, for all of us here in the Shrine in LA, but also around the world, to be able to watch this high-quality game here between 2 teams that want it more than they want to breathe, I think, at this point, because they're both playing with their hearts on their sleeves at this point, Mimi.
And what a map to end it on. How many series for EDG at global events have we seen them go to Pearl, almost win a series, lose in overtime, or close out in overtime and go on a crazy run? I think this is the map that has defined EDG's career, and it's the same for EG. A lot of their big upsets when people were first getting used to them came right here on this map. So I don't think there's a more comfortable position for both these teams to close out the series.
Whoa!
And okay.
Holy!
A huge surprise in the Prime Gaming Age. It's like Ethan is going on to the Euro. They used to play this comp all the way back in lock-in, but it was with a Fade then, and that's where a lot of the synergy came. So I'm really surprised to see this played with a Sova, Clinton.
And I'm shocked with how good he was on the KO. I mean, really, again, using his utility to, in particular, shut down the Jets and things like that for EG. I love the Yoru. I think it's one of my favorite agents to watch. I think teams that can cook with it, especially teams like EG, DRX, who've got those big brains who can really set metas. Of course, I trust them to pilot this, but this is absolutely wild.
They are cooking.
Yeah, at lock-in, this was about trap play, splitting through mid, using the Fade Cs to combine with the Yoru, or on defense, going for fast rotations. I think that'll still be the case on defense, but I have no idea what they're building with this comp on the attacking side. EDG, in the final map of this series, with opportunity to beat EG, has a huge surprise to contend with.
We get Yoru on the bingo card.
We do.
I didn't think we would today.
You're right. Oh my word. What a way to end this one here. Shrine, we got to make some noise and get ready for this grand final. Or it feels like a grand final, but it's a map 3. We're sending it back to the casters. I'm getting excited. Pansy Hypoc, over to you.
Thank you, GB and the Desk. Yes, seconds away from the final map here between these two. What an incredible series it's been so far. And Mike, it'd be a miss not to talk to you about this Yoru pick coming out now.
And it still delivers even before map 3 starts. I think Ethan has been, personally for me, one of the best examples of a Yoru satisfying both sides of the coin, dialing into the aggressive duelist, but also actually capitalizing in terms of rotations and showing that higher level of understanding, making this agent do wonders. It's been a long time since we saw it, but was so impressed last time we did.
Let's see it now. Starting things off, EDG on the attack and EG on the defending side. And of course, our eyes will be looking towards Ethan throughout this. How does it look? Does it suit well? Does EDG have any idea of how to handle it? And Demon 1 gonna be checked on first, not given any quarter here.
Ethan does actually commit towards the TP, so we'll reinforce this A-site hold here. Are they walking this?
They're going to brawl on it at the very least. And it's an effective trade, 2 for 1, but now they turn their attention towards Art. The paranoia is perfect, forces them away. Ethan a little lost in the source, but they've taken over space towards A main. The spike should be going down safe, but it is a 4v3, and they want a bit more. They fancy a kill, but you ain't going to get one here.
The spike tap is actually key because it's going to draw Com a little deeper. Now with the confirmation, I guess the question mark remains where they push. Look at Com's position.
He's so aware.
Yeah.
The question marks are going to be there as well for EG going, what are they doing then? There's no secondary tap, there's no follow-up.
Here.
It's forced Demon 1 away. He's considering going to the other side of the map. So they've got themselves safety in CT, but that's it.
These sort of plants behind default, though, they're never comfortable. They create such an awkward post plant.
Maybe a product of that pressure over towards A main. Having to note that a smoke is in play for Howdong. See EG starting to creep back towards the site. Still a lot to clear. Turret gonna get contact. Smoke goes up. A little bit of a misplace there from Smoggy. Wonder if that comes back to haunt them. G2 now gonna be pressured. You can see it. EDG defending well. Perfect defense from EDG in the post plant. Yeah, let him know. EDG coming back in. Strong start there.
Even here, the recon actually forces Smoggy out of dugout where it becomes harder to handle. Yeah, these sort of post plants very difficult if you're forced a little deeper, potentially in towards secret. Blocked out of flowers. But didn't even really come down to a crossfire.
Out for their Rift Walker.
Smoggy just absolutely farmed 3 on the round for him.
Here comes the fight. Gonna connect, but no further threat. As they catch him on the fallback. Very simplistic, but clean from EDG. No need to overcomplicate things here as they clean through. Ethan.
That's 2 with a classic.
Ethan, you're not meant to be doing... And he's out of danger. This is ridiculous stuff, isn't it? How they made this even look feasible, I don't know. But there are rifles in play. 1 Sheriff for Boostio, and that's about it. Still no plant, though. Gonna note the player working back in from Art as well. Nobody looking to find a way to drift out safely. Oh, there's no safety there. Okay, now down to 2. TP in the smoke for Howdong, not much else. Howdong gonna find Ethan, but the trade, Boostio! Big boy Boostio coming back in with the Sheriff. Diffuse coming in, unreal.
How did he find two?
The second. One I'll give you, the second? Run it back for me, give me that replay, please. Those were rifles, they had 2 of them.
We have had some of the...
This?
What is that?
Come on. Oh, stunning.
We have had some of the dumbest thrifty rounds I've ever seen today.
In the best way.
Yeah, in the best way possible.
Oh dear. Oh, this is such a great game. Mark it down, remember this one. Operator out early, Demon 1. Gifted that here in round 3. On the other side, of course, suffering from the losses. And Kankang revealed.
And Howdong, nobody, Smoggy. But wants to potentially be threatening here, and just like that, Jorgamo will fall. Comp tested on the first, but Demon 1 responds with the operator.
Safety net. He's hunting! He's hunting! Demon 1! This guy's confidence is sky high sometimes. But there's nobody in Chi-Chu, and what do they have here? A little bit of room towards middle, and that's about it. You see the question marks around the map, the caution as they clear. They could have been someone backfilling this. It's not the case. The middle may not be available, so
Boostio's got to be careful.
Oh, come off it, come off it, come off it. He turns back, he turns back. And now EDG back in with a chance here. Nobody trying to get down long as fast as he can. He wants that plant. Can he play in Chi-Chu off this as well?
Gonna get Seekers off this.
Oh, this is huge, yeah. Instantly, no mess in here. Ethan gonna be revealed. Shot rattles through. Spam comes in, both playing towards the back of sight now. Chi-Chu's got some kit here. Could stall out. Demon 1 having to try and clear this through with the operator. That's not ideal. And it's not clean, but it does get Ethan across the line. It's Chi-Chu now in a 1v2. He's found the first, and there's no trade. Demon 1 will have to go nuclear here because Chi-Chu is buying those precious seconds. The tap on the spike, and Chi-Chu's curiosity might just get the better of him here. No, he waits. He waits. Chi-Chu so aware. Anything you can do, I can do better. EDG, yeah, you may lose the last player, but you absolutely have the round. EDG back into things.
Another round flipped. A thrifty conversion here from EDG. Nobody finding any semblance of comfort to kick things off on Pearl. Saving grace, Demon 1 carries the operator across. Boostio will be able to afford a rifle.
That's it. Up against a full buy.
And encroaching on some key ultimates as well. notably the pit and the lockdown. So you're going to have a chance to work towards here in round 4.
Small bonuses for EG. They're on the right side of the map. Whether or not EDG continue is yet to be seen. A chance. Spike is still committed towards this side, but they are drifting away. They wanted to clear middle here for EG. Get some control, but bear in mind it's frenzies, it's classics. Apart from those two, Boostio one, Demon one the other. They're letting the pressure build.
Look at the exploration though, down towards connector. Ethan does actually turn back at just the right time. Demon one going to be blocked off by these smokes here,
Playing
but
forward.
still getting aggressive.
Of course he is. It's Demon one blocked off for the first. A quick adjustment, not good enough for the sights out there. Jorgamo dealt with quickly as EDG start flooding through the site. They're taking a second, and Demon one's taken a life. Ethan as well, gonna find Gang. The fallback. Oh, he's out of there!
Like a thief in the night.
Dips away. Oh, the play for Demon one. Pawn now. We're back down to 2. Advantage to EG, but still, keep in mind, Ethan's working with less. There's 2 rifles here. There's plenty of stalls. Smoggy's got full kit to play with. And the ults come in. Oh, and Demon one, EG, right back at him. Back-to-back ridiculous rounds.
What the hell is going on? The TP from Ethan is so great as well.
It's so sick. It's so sick.
But this is Boostio and Demon one. The only ones bringing, I'm not talking about it, but yeah. The only ones bringing weaponry into this. I mean, that's, I can't think of another time that's happened.
No.
4 rounds starting off a map like this.
Now, I don't read lips, Michael.
No.
Oh. Hey, it ain't done yet, though. Let's be honest, a sheriff and an idea.
Possible.
Yeah, this game is just out of the realms of normality already. This is high-quality Valorant. Both teams refusing to relent here. So EDG back to it. Back towards A. Contact made, and Jorgamo wants to stick around. Willing to spam, and does get connection.
Initial damage done, but Kung will be healed up.
Oh.
Okay, Pit invested. Doesn't really give them a lot of space on site to work with. A little bit confused by that one.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this yet. We have to see what the end game plan is here. As you said, it's bits and pieces, starts and ends. There's not much safety. The pit's fallen. Chichu goes down to com. And now it's just the pistols in hand. So much invested and so little found. EDG left in tatters as EG weather the storm this time, finding consecutive rounds.
Could that be the springboard for EG to find some sort of comfort? Can EDG respond here? Now with the lockdown available, 1 off the Blade Storm, 2 off the Seekers. A few tools available off the rip though for EG. But we haven't seen much of a challenge on the other side of the map. No real presence shown towards mid either. But this is the first real, I feel like it's the first buy round we're seeing.
Pretty much.
Round 6, or buy versus buy.
Yeah, very extended until we've seen this even enough purchase. Obviously, yes, the operator is in play, and Demon 1 in a position to use it. Now, dog there, going to be dealt with actually by him, and the fallback, he has support. Boostio backfills the space, shock dart to come in, but EDG get a good read of where these positions are. Quick rotation from Com, I think he's read this. Ult, yeah, they're almost funneled in there. Does he catch anyone? Yes, he does. Punish. No, doesn't quite catch him with a quick TP from How Long. He keeps his life. But a second look now from EDG. The rest of the map, and here's the position that Ethan can do wonders in.
Does have his TP set up, but it's a long ways away. He has no second opportunity.
There's no second player. Oh, maybe you don't need it. Ethan's out. But they got to get a move on. That B site is very vulnerable. Now, gonna have Demon 1 there.
The lockdowns trade off here, potentially.
Looks like they're leaning towards it. You should run. There's one.
They do, yeah, look on the X rate.
They're playing ahead of this though, Demon. Come on, this is terrifying, and actually Ethan's committed. He's sticking around on this. He's found a pocket to play in, and he's found the punish! Howdong goes down! And Chichu, are you serious? You fancy it? Okay, he's cleared. Not bad, but the lockdown, the lockdown, the lockdown! Smoggy, stand and face them! There was no escape. Kangkang's behind them. And Jorgamo reads it! No room for mischief this time for 3G.
Really bizarre decision-making there from EDG, especially when the first kill comes through. But there's no chance for them to disengage. It's another time where the lockdown is kind of punishing in that regard. Unless Kangkang's played in on the flank here, you know, you bait one out with being detained. I'm not sure what the end goal is here. There's still 3 members of EG alive.
Are we seeing a timeout? That coach's frustration is getting worse and worse. And we absolutely do. EDG slowing things down now. Oh, someone's up and about, it seems. Yeah, give him a wave. Give him a wave. Play to the crowd. Why not? 4-2. You've given yourself a little bit of room to work with here. But you can't get ahead of yourself. It's EDG. Come on. Got to focus on that. Keep that in the back of your minds. There will always be a chance, but let's also be honest. We give him credit when it's due. Kangkang is one of the best mechanical players we've seen in a minute. Right now, he's on 1-6.
Yeah.
He is not having the hot performance that he's had in the past. He's not been given the chance to.
I was going to say, take that with a grain of salt, because EDG, even though we saw those first 4 rounds to start off, I still feel like they've been playing from behind in a number of these situations. Even in the 2 flip rounds, they were able to achieve.
He's got his knives here.
This could be a round for him to turn things around, with the Blade Storm available.
They want a game here. EG on the verge of really getting into things, and Demon 1 with a quick start. We're taking all that space away, and the challenger is waiting. Smoggy. It's Kangkang taking over Art. No one wants that first fight. He's in a little deeper, flashes forward, Jorgamo's got him, and all the threat of this round is left. There's so little to work from here. Look at Demon 1's spacing. Yes, he's got a late fight. If he loses that, maybe it's a different scenario. But he's so heads up. He's so aware. He turns around, he reads it like a book. The timing for Ethan, not bad either, to slow things down, make it harder for them to play out of Art.
It's punished though. Nobody will find the Jorgamo the second layer here outside the smoke. Look where the spike is.
Okay, but look at Chichu, gonna find Jorgamo, and now the spam teed up, coming out from Com, but there's still threat here. Howdong and Chichu, that spike is the issue. How do they get it back in hand? They do have a TP, but it's so vulnerable. Ethan can just play this one out. Paranoia gets sent, so he can't do too much about it. Howdong trying to close down the gap. He gets caught. Ethan's there. He needs help. Maybe he doesn't. Com's there in time. And that spike, dropping where it went, is devastating.
So awkward for EDG to try and recover that situation. Ethan again though, you've seen a number of situations where even on the Yoru, he's happy to play a position where he can put Demon 1 in a position to succeed, setting him up with flashes outside these smokes, just on default. First time I've really seen an adjustment actually of him starting over towards A site. Hasn't seen a lot of action on B long, but he's still sitting 10-4 by the way.
Yeah. Similar start now. Not sure how much I reveal, potentially just 1, maybe a second, but the rotation. This is where we get to see that play-in from Ethan. He does have help here as well. Last time around, Boostio was not here. Now with a late drift through, it looks like EDG want to take over towards middle. Play towards those double doors. They had success there in the past. Didn't quite get the information, but Boostio will be forced off.
Fake teleport, cutting through.
Ethan, here we go.
That's a chance to reset his TP actually.
2 down long, 3 through short, and Boostio committing to the same smoke. Hiya, Kangkang, get out of this round! Boostio and Com in perfect unison. And still, yes, they take over long, yes, the TP gets taken, but at this point, they have no safety on this map. They have no next step. The spike's down, it's out of hand. Howdong desperate for it, he can't find it. EG are in full form. Chichu and Smoggy have no say, Mike.
I mean, Howdong's ultimate was the last chance to really safely recover this spike. With both players boxed out towards Pillar. Demon One's punished. Oh, Chichu trying to get a snake bite off. Now it's just Smoggy left.
Oh.
The Boostio lands the killing blow for the Prime Gaming Flawless. EG with the wind in their sails now, Lauren.
This is magnificent stuff here. Prime Gaming Flawless, and look at it. Boostio. Again, you're seeing the unison here, seeing Com bail him out like this. We're seeing that synergy that made EG look so good come through here.
And this is such a great response to a player like Kang as well, to greet him inside the cloud burst. You don't often see opportunities like that.
No. Which is after those timeouts where EDG have tried to claw back the game. Another purchase here, though, to play with, but it is missing pieces. Yes, nobody just down on the stinger. They'll be able to fashion a buy, even if it's not ideal. But they need more than just the buy, they need a new look. And Demon One's in the right place here. 3 victims waiting. Got his knives, got it all. And the dry peek ain't gonna be good enough. Pops the dash, gets out of there. New angle, new problem for EDG. The paranoia is good, but Demon One still very away. You can see Kang coming over to try and deal with this. He's got a fight, and he loses it. Haodong does wonders. Maybe give them an access point to this site.
Gee, what is their response here?
Kang
tried to get ahead of the drone. Unable to find anything, no, but still finds Jorgamo.
Well, a dangerous player at all occasions, but down to 3 here. Com and Boostio, they're actually the last 2 alive. Haodong is doing everything. Marvelous round from him. Com looking to do some chip damage. Oh, he's got him! Backing away. Flash, but no push towards Pit. Looks for the swing towards Flowers, and it's all roses for Smoggy. As now Com in the 1v2. They knew his position before, but he slips a little deeper. He's toying with timing, and they swing together, and EDG finally stopped the rot.
Not ready yet.
Get a response for a 3rd on the board from EDG. Can they string anything to bed off the back of that? Building back into some ultimates here. 2 off the lockdown, 2 off the pit. And EG have the one good counter for it. That does come into play in the next couple of rounds.
Yes, it does. Jorgamo now. Falling deeper towards the site. And you can already see that Ethan committing that TP there. Yeah, quick rotation for him as well. Doesn't want to leave Jorgamo alone, and success on a nice edge for EDG. Can they string successive rounds together? Now drone through towards Art. Not probably going to crest far enough to note the players, so they do get a window of timing. It looks like they want to try and explore on. Jorgamo disrespecting it, does not fall away. Ethan's going to pop the ult and get moving. Clears out towards A main, sees nothing else. He knows now there's a split in play. TP back through, he still wants it. Oh, it's stunning! Ethan out of his mind at the moment. Is now down to the 3, cleared out, yes, but he finds again a little bit of safety. There's still room for him. Demon One's on the way, and now Chichu and Smoggy need some heroics. Maybe they got it in them. A 2v2, hard fought for, and now found they get the plant.
Again, a very safe plant with the pit going up behind this. They need to ideally find Smoggy. He's disconnected, he's disengaged so well, and found a kill on top of it. He's got the lockdown now.
Yeah, they're leaving no stone unturned. They do not want Demon One anywhere near this round. EDG finding just what they needed before that scoreline became a bigger problem.
Observations, then let's run it again.
Finally, a consecutive round. Ethan, I mean, the information he manages to gather here, then plays himself back out the smoke. The timing on the recon to find the kill onto Haodong.
The fact that EDG recovered this after that happening, giving them 2 in a row. A break from the barrage that EG have been bringing through in an adjustment, but it's Demon One this time. They're all here. 1 left towards top middle. It's on this man. Kang on the other side looking for his fight. He wants his pound of flesh. Demon One gonna slip a little deeper. Can he find the pick he wants here? First challenger. Could be nobody. Could be Haodong. Middle getting pressured. How long does Demon One wait? No pressure felt on the rest of the map. How that did not hit, I do not know, but given a second chance of life here. Demon One, he's back to it. He's trying again, but still another shot misses.
Forced a little deeper.
Rotation.
Yeah, no pressure applied behind this, but nobody will slip up just behind screens, and Demon 1 finally rewarded.
Third time of asking, he connects it. And now they're banking on working in the dark. They found room on A, yes, but it's not like there aren't players here. Ethan can be so quickly around this map in no time. There's still Boostio. There's still Jorgamo. EDG waiting for someone to go finding information,
left.
and no one is. They're sitting here. They know what's up. 25 seconds. Commitment needs to come in for EDG. TP through. It's dependent on this plant now. So close by, though. Drawing out the fire. Lockdowns there. What do you do? 15 seconds. Ethan toying with them. Plant is in, but they have to evacuate the site. Oh, and the divide on top.
Yeah, divide's going to go up behind this. Sealing shut the A site. We're going to try and get straight onto this.
They can at least get half. Someone's got to walk the wall. And Demon 1's about to do it himself. Finds an angle to play on, and no one's stopping Jorgamo. Defuse right under their noses. And EG so prepared.
Last round in the half.
EG up to 7. We enter round 12. Nothing available for EDG here. 2 away from the Blade Storm, but Kung still sitting at 2 and 11. Oh, okay. You see Demon 1 sat back, he was like, wait, what? Huh?
With all that said, and the success on one side, yes, for Demon 1, it would be a miss to once again address the fact that Kang is still
like
on
I
2.
said, yeah.
He is not activating this time. He's struggling, and Demon 1 is not. He's in his element. Taking away Smoggy from middle, they can turn their eyes back towards A main. A dash in, yes, and the player to follow, but Demon 1's on the hunt. He's prowling him out. He wants to find him for himself, but Com's taking him away. Kang finally makes his appearance, but Demon 1 on so little. But look at that! Kang, how have you done it? With 30 HP, is this the round that you come alive in? With 9 bullets and a bit of a dream. Boostio can start to backfill the space. Can he find the player? Can he find...
He's not going around the world, is he?
Oh
my God.
The plants.
It's not good for flowers.
So Boostio's still got his turret. He's questioning everything here, Boostio. He doesn't know what's going on here. He's like, this doesn't make sense. How do I find this final player? Does he? He sees him, and now there's a chance. Kang might have missed his opportunity, but there's a slither. There's a pixel out of place. Maybe he can catch Boostio. Adjustment on the second. Kang needs to challenge us. He needs to check on this. Boostio catches a headshot, but gets back to work. Boostio disrespects it to the utmost. And EG maintain dominance in the half.
Switching sides.
On the verge of a giga brain play from Kang. And Boostio's so diligent on the clearance. It's a ridiculous round to end the first half. He must have heard us, because he opens this up with a beautiful 3K.
Where's he been? Where's that man been? They need him in the second half, sitting with only 4 rounds to their name, and it all to do in front. EG starting to give it large, sitting on those 8 rounds. This one is far from over. Still so much more for them to do. And now just moments away from the second half.
Oh boy, what a map we have gotten so far. Every time the USA chants come on, I'm just like, that's right. Fix my headset, I'm kidding, of course. What a series we've been treated to here. Pearl 8-4, EG is up right now, and let's just talk about the thing that's been on everyone's mind. How's Yoru doing? Turns out, paper thin, quite well.
Yeah, really good. I mean, a couple big important things here. First of all, the cross-map gate crashes gives them so much map presence, so much ability to kind of delay
He's
on
playing it like an initiator.
Yes, exactly. He plays initiator, and also he allows a lot of easy rotations here for the side of EG. If they're trying to push B, he can delay, shift back over to A if he needs to. It's just really impressive what he's doing, and the combos they're bringing out as well are impressive.
Yeah, the combos are really the thing that stuck with me. I was doubtful how they'd make it work with the Fade, but they're combining the flashes from the Yoru with darts from Calm to make these retakes really effective on top of the rotations. It's gotten an 8-4 half here for EG. They are in control of this one, but for EDG, so many times on Pearl, they have made comebacks happen. They've pushed it to overtime. They have pushed it over the line. And this is, again, that question for them of how deep does it go? How can they go from a contender to a team who can actually make it deep in these playoff runs?
Yeah, it just doesn't feel like they have an answer for these all combos and things that we're seeing from the side of EG. I mean, they're going to have to figure it out quick because right now they're getting shut down at almost every turn.
Yeah, and this could end up with an EG win, but never count out EDG. Anything's possible here as we get ready for the second half. Nice moves, buddy.
I didn't expect to see that in the crowd, but it was stunning. Lovely moves there. 8-4 though, let's focus in on this. There is a reality here that EG back up all of those words, all of that talk, and they turn up here and they beat EDG. EDG with only 4 rounds, Mike. This ain't gonna be easy.
No, and the margin for error being this small, especially with the Yoru here, if EG have cooked up anything to just catch EDG off guard a couple of times, it's all they need to really drive this one home. A wide open B site other than Smoggy and Chichu finally getting out of connector. Smoggy actually all the way into backside. Chichu just cooking in the nano swarm, and Ethan converts.
Yeah, but Smoggy's fallen as well. EG! This is...
What?
Oh, where's that second come from? Where's that second come from? And he's just letting rip. He's just diving in. What just happened? Can I get that round at like half speed?
They can pick up Ethan's classic from earlier.
It's...
That... Okay. Blink and you miss it. It's even worse the second time round.
But it's still not enough. It's still not enough. EG get the start they want here. 9 rounds now. And EDG have to just keep going back into this, right? Like there's no way around it. 1 ghost in the hand of Chichu, and that's all they got. Yeah, Kankan gonna be wielding towards Bladestorm early. That's great. But that's about it.
I mean, it's the second time we're gonna have to claw themselves out with an 8-4 deficit in the half, and conceding the pistol. Potentially round 2 as well. Can EDG at least do some damage here? This is well invested this time around. Going to be 2 members here. Neither of them really hold on to the choke point. Kankan, the closest here, but it's a classic once again. Dare I even say that?
Oh, hello. Okay, Ethan's taking him down this time. Still careful on the plant as nobody peeks through the smoke. Smoggy's got Boostio. They've got him at least a little bit vulnerable. Outdog's position though, this is hard. That's a really hard fight to win, especially against the Bulldog. And nobody's chances dwindle. Revealed, put down, and Ethan makes sure of it. Double digits, evil geniuses. We are now closing in on this. EDG are gonna have to run this back from the very brink of disaster.
And they did find round 3 of the second half on Ascent. And a chance here with damage done. Guardian and Bulldog carried across, yes. Concern being Demon 1 already won off the knives.
I don't think he's going to get it here, though.
I mean, look at the minimap.
Yeah.
EDG have read it. They know that they're going to try and go for this to try and convert.
They're going to challenge on it? No.
No.
They're not challenging on this. It's late. The paranoia was late, and now they are so vulnerable to this. The flash was good, but not good enough. Nobody's saving them. Keeping them living, keeping them breathing. Boostio is pumping damage back, so it's certainly not a clean affair. It's a 3v3.
Look at elsewhere, though, Jorgamo. I thought for a second he was going to progress towards side, because Smoggy did drift away. That window now closed. Smoggy all the way into backside.
But look at Con. It's not being subtle. So I don't know if they pulled back Chichu, but I don't think it was really going to sell much there. On to the final 2. Bulldog, Guardian, spamming, not going to get it. That spike now lost. 50 seconds, and Jorgamo's got to do wonders. Not going to happen this time. EDG, first hurdle found. Long way to go.
It's because if you think back to Ascent, I mean, look at the scoreline at the top of your screen.
Yep.
It was just round 3 in the second half. EG able to close out comfortably after the initial response. 1 away from Ethan's ultimate. 3 for the lockdown. So on the brink of some really, really big ults. EDG, at least this time 2 people stacked up. The fake of the TP, potentially, yeah. And say, well, he was going to commit to that.
I got the spike.
Now we look to the other side. Kang finally given that operator, but noted. Jogamo's in a bit of danger, though. Oh! Don't get away. It's not like he's not coming back. He's just got friends this time. 3
They're
more
looking to
with him.
overwhelm the ultimate. The
dash,
operator.
Dash is done. So now he's on an island. He's got to run. He's got to get out of there. There is problems on the way, but they're respecting it enough. They didn't close that gap instantaneously.
Kang lucky there because there was such a huge gap. Like you said, as soon as the dash is burnt up.
They've pulled over the additional body. They've got 3 players there. But EG aren't quick to backfill this space, but they might have access towards A.
Ideally, you want to see Boostio take some of this space in R ahead of Chichu's rotation. I don't think it's going to happen. So cautious in
Nice timing on the
approach.
smoke. Howdong just committing that smoke towards main. I guess there is the ult for Ethan. Didn't get picked up, didn't get checked on.
They're just going to spam out into dugout potentially.
Yeah, looks like it. 2 players there, big info to be had. They know exactly what's going on here. Can he find any more? He's showing them where they're at. Boostio going to connect with the first. Kang's gone down, but Chichu still be trying to hold on. Lovely! Up and over from Howdong. Catches Jorgamo. Come battling it out on the side. Brutality at its most. Leaving Demon 1 and Ethan with it all to do. Good crossfire. Great positioning. Better shots. And now the 1v1. Look at the HP on Smoggy. He's down to 17. A stiff breeze might make him fall over. Can he force Ethan away? Oh, that's a little rough here. Oh, and Ethan's got him. It's going to be so close to 12 now. 11 for EG. Using that ult brilliantly. Timeout.
This is, just as soon as they slip into this crossfire, you're thinking, yeah, it's so rough for EDG to crack back through. And Ethan, fairly typical of him, barely flinching.
I mean, Ethan is your big stage player. You know what I mean? He's the player you need in these moments. Always composed, so calm in these scenarios, gives them options, opportunities, sets them into motion. I mean, Demon 1 lapping it up. Hey, it's not over yet. I ain't singing. And EDG have 5, but the one thing that worries me, Mike, their money is not ideal. They are still suffering in that regard, and they don't have many rounds to play with.
No, they don't. Saving Grace being Kang will be able to potentially get the Blade Storm in hand. Although they've looked very, very hesitant about challenging this A main orb.
Yeah, it's not been a freebie.
So whether or not they even do fight for that. Seeing 3 across towards that side. And actually, EG setting up accordingly as well to potentially try and deny this. Rightfully so.
It's the right call. Absolutely the right call. This battle is about to be so bloody between these two. EDG need this. They need something to kind of kick-start it, right? Add a little fire to the belly as we go in. Demon 1, first challenger, flashed up, found, taken down. Follow up for Ethan, he's got them all dead! EG, punishing EDG.
The cherry on top, they get the orb themselves. Should be 12 here. If you look at the ult progress, I feel like that might just be the nail in the coffin. Smoggy and Chichi, though, do have rifles.
Now Boostio's got the lockdown if they even get pressured, feel that stress coming through, and Demon 1's hungry. Gonna go to bed hungry this round at least, but still it's only Smoggy with 4 to clear. And not a lot of time to do it. You can already hear the stall coming out, that utility they can burn through.
Still a star there as well.
It's just horrific scenes here for EDG. Nothing going their way. That early fight truly determining the outcome. 12 for EG on the verge here of winning against EDG.
could be the culmination of what's been a fantastic series today, regardless of scorelines. EG elevating. After looking at it, think how the first half of Split started.
Wow.
It's come full circle.
Absolutely has. Deep breaths now. EDG. Not many more moments to try and get through this. And plenty of attempts for EG. Ults galore. TP taken for Ethan. And a step towards the site.
You should run.
Lockdown committed. See what the decision on the back of that is. It's a response from Smoggy. Hunter's Fury will cancel that out though, so the EG follow through on this.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Plants in, Seeker's gonna come down. They know it's on this site, but that's big. Smoggy in unison with Kankan gonna take him down. Ethan! The 3 kills back to back has brought it down to a 2v2. The hero that EG needed in this round, but EDG needs so much more. Can they find these final 2? Can they get towards that spike? Smoke goes in and a tap on it. Smoggy, you've got to win these fights. Com, drawn in, considering it, tempted into it. Jorgo's got Smoggy. It's all down to Howdong in a 1v2 with 7 bullets. And right now, EG, they've absolutely crushed EDG. The villains have had their day. They back up all the words. They back up all the talk. And they take it in a 2-1.
What a response from Evil Geniuses. And again, another example. Happy to innovate, pull out comps like this once again. It's been a while since we've seen Ethan, but I'll double down. One of the best examples of a Yoru satisfying both sides of the coin for me. Undeniable impact. Demon 1 stepping up. Talks about him being let off the leash a little bit in map 2. And it shows here on Pearl as well.
But to add to that, gotta look towards EDG. It takes a special team to put them down. These guys have looked the team to beat, the one to worry about. But taken to the stage, give it up. EG just put on an absolute masterclass. And it's been a minute for North America to truly have a team to root for, but they do now, and they have a damn good team to believe in.
Absolutely. Just to come down to some of the other layers in this as well, we're obviously talking about Ethan's performance on Ascent, which for me was absolutely pivotal. So crucial to clawing their way back into this series, because I'll be honest, with what we saw from EG initially on Split, I was very concerned. Again, you see Potter blow both timeouts in the first half, and that pressure, that kind of anxiety starts to build where EDG they're a team that rides on momentum. They thrive in those sort of situations.
It was giving me flashbacks to Fnatic in the finals. It was giving me EG on in the game. It's giving me EG on confident. They didn't look there mechanically. Second half, second map 3, it turned the tail around. I mean, as you said, Ethan, an easy one to look towards for having massive impact throughout that series. Demon 1, after a quiet start on map 1, soaking up all that support, really activating, and it truly was a display to be remembered here for EG.
Really was. I'm happy to still get a little funky with the compositions. Potter constantly cooking things up. Again, there's no shame on the side of EDG here as well. I think that obviously the back stretch of this, they lost to a very, very strong performance from Evil 100%. Geniuses, which has to be the expectation. The bar is set so high for them now that we're beyond the kind of discussion of Dream Run, and we're seeing them double down on the consistency. And I think they've lived up to it today.
You're absolutely right, and I think that is a fantastic note to consider moving forward. I'm so happy to see them find that consistency here. I think they're a team that you can't help but enjoy watching them work. And as said, taking glimpses back throughout this series as we get our interview ready. This has been marvelous. As said, EDG, we're on a hot streak. They are still, I couldn't imagine a worse team to meet in the lowers. I would be petrified.
Dude, Fnatic and EDG down in the lowers.
Oh God,
what is the lower bracket? That is a gauntlet to have to run. That just dawned on me.
That is a horror show to handle. I would not want to go near that, but man, what a map that was. 13-5. Outstanding stuff. I love that we just included the Luddy in this.
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Of course we did. Wow. I think I need a break after this one, because this has been probably one of the better Valorant games I've seen in a long time.
And what a fantastic series. An absolute treat to be able to watch this one unfold. And like I said, that scoreline aside, Lauren.
Yeah, the rounds, it doesn't do it credit.
No.
From map 1 to map 3, you want to watch this back. Watch it back every single time. Even then, the bailout from Ethan. Nero forgot about it. God. Oh, that's how they're going to do it. All right, there's no one else I want to speak to than Busio himself. Let's head down there now.
Make some noise for Busio! All right, okay. Before we get into this, Busio, as the person that kind of started this rivalry, I'm gonna give you the platform to talk your truth. You earned it.
To be honest, it feels amazing because I think they are a really good team, but we ended up just destroying them, and I defended my honor, and I did it for America.
Yeah. You did indeed, you did indeed. Let's talk about your chamber. Been a minute, how was that?
I played really bad that map. What can you do? I IGL, sometimes it happens, can't shoot back, but I mean, we won the series, that's all I care about, to be honest.
Yeah, that's all that matters. But when it comes to, you know, the fact that you guys changed a couple of comms, you know, we saw some of the lock-in stuff that came back out again. How long have you had to prep this? When were you kind of expecting to whip all these new changes out?
For the Yoru, we actually been prepping for a long time, like right after Tokyo, but we were gonna save it for playoffs because, you know, an important match like this, and then the chamber comp we swapped probably last week, and yeah, it's working.
What was the reason for Demon 1 on Astro? I don't think many people expected that.
I'm gonna be honest, he doesn't like opping sometimes, so I was like, I like opping, and I used to play chamber. If you feel comfortable in Astro and want to do it, then I'll play chamber. And I've been playing KJ for so long, I'm kind of tired of it. So I kind of wanted to play chamber, and it just, you know, didn't work out, but it's fine.
Change of scenery, I guess. Change of scenery.
Yeah.
You guys are on a hot streak right now because, as you know, the second place curse is quite strong. Usually when you come second in the previous tournament.
Not real.
Yeah, there we go. You guys have broken that.
Yeah.
You're looking great here at playoffs. You're guaranteed top 6 already. Do you feel like there is any other teams in this tournament that can touch you, that can challenge you?
For one, we are going to destroy DRX. I'm almost positive. We're feeling very confident, and for teams, Loud's looking very strong. I think Fnatic's still probably the best team in the world, even though it was a rough series. So Fnatic and Loud I'm pretty scared of, but we're ready for DRX.
Yeah, you're ready,
Yeah.
you're ready? I think a lot of teams are showing you a lot of respect, you know. EDG even banned Fracture today,
Yeah.
even though they play Fracture, but I think teams, they just don't want to go there against you, which I feel like is a very different narrative if you compare it to
Tokyo?
Yeah, Tokyo. So how does that feel to earn that kind of respect?
It feels amazing, and yeah, I think teams just realize just don't play us on Fracture or you're going to lose. And it just feels good to like have a map that good and pro teams that scared to play it against us.
Yeah, why do you think that people are scared of you? I know you guys, you know, you like to talk a lot, you like to give it, but what is it about you guys that makes you scary?
I just think we're just having more fun than everyone else, to be honest. I mean, all of us just come up from nothing, and it's been amazing playing in Tokyo, and playing here is a dream come true. And we're just here for a good time.
Yeah, we're here to see that as well. Come on, one more time, one more time! Thank you very much. Thank you.
They're here for a good time, and it turns out they're going to be here for a long time as they manage to pick up a massive win against EDG. And Busio backs it up because, boy, oh boy, would he have had egg on his face otherwise. An incredible series top to bottom, and also did it for America. That's right, Mimi. You too, even though you live in Korea.
I'm Pacific now.
I
can't join in this. I'm sorry.
No, but let's just jump into it and talk about this series. What a treat that this was, top to bottom. But it did definitely feel like, especially in that Pearl game, EDG just kind of ran out of ideas, and EG just had every single answer you could possibly ask for.
Yeah, they debuted 2 new compositions. In particular, I think the ideas around this Yoru is excellent, and just EG's, their game plan's on point. Ethan is playing lights out. This team just looks in peak form, like we were seeing at Tokyo. And honestly, it's just like, it feels like there's something special about this team. I don't think I've been like as patriotic and like invested in a team probably ever, but there's just something about these guys, despite the fact that they've gone from like the lovable, nice team that made it here by a miracle to now making themselves into a villains. It's just such a cool arc to witness that it's really easy to get behind this team, and having an NA representative that can do that for Champions in Los Angeles is awesome.
The America's American. You know what I mean? We're just
Yes, baby.
Let's go,
That's a
baby.
reference.
That's right.
I don't care if no one laughed. I laughed, and that's all that matters to me. But you know who was definitely having a great time out there, Paper Thin? Demon One.
Yeah, he was nuts today. I mean, just absolutely all over the place. When we get to the last game here, he's even better. It's just like map to map to map. The Astra's just a bit of a warm-up for him, something to just kind of give him a change of pace, maybe loosen him up a bit, and then he gets on the jet and he just starts dominating. And of course, it helps with Ethan, you know, setting him up so well with a lot of those flashes and utility, but individually we see that his mechanics are truly unbelievable.
And remember, he was not playing this good at Tokyo. I think this could legitimately be considered an EG that is starting to hit a form above what they had at Tokyo, which is so dangerous for all those other teams that Boostio was mentioning in this playoff bracket.
Yeah, no, of course, considering that, you know, how well they played in Tokyo, taking maps off of Fnatic, obviously grand finals, you know, was kind of hit or miss.
Fnatic is in the lower bracket this time. It feels like their best opportunity.
It truly is, it truly is. But, you know, earlier in the show, we had a little bingo card, and we want to see how well we did today.
Oh, we bingoed.
We bingoed hard, baby. Look at all that bingoing. Thank you, Tarek, for the free one. And yes, this was fantastic. All this was great. We nailed this, Mimi. I'm quite proud of us.
I think both these series lived up to the expectations. It makes me really happy. Just two incredibly exciting games today. We got the Yoru out, which I didn't think we would see. So yeah, I'm glad we pulled it off.
We got the Yoru. I did not think that we would get that vertical track. I genuinely didn't see Yoru in the bingo card, and there it is.
I thought maybe if for whatever reason DRX didn't ban Bind, right? Maybe for some reason Billy sneaks it through, and then we see RB on the Yoru again, but you know, it didn't happen. So I thought for sure the Yoru was cooked. I was like, because Ethan was so good on the KO the last time, I was like, man, why would you ever not do this? And well, now I understand. It is actually better.
Yeah.
There's an Astra propagandist behind us. I wonder if Demon 1 was listening.
This Astra propaganda that we've been subjected to here on the analyst desk. How dare you? Play Omen. I'm kidding. Well, I'm a Broman, so, you know, I'm a big fan. But guys, day 10 has come to a close, and what a day it has been. Here's a look at the bracket, where we are right now. And even though DRX and EG, I think a lot of people had, I think EG and EDG were a coin flip. The way that it came about, Mimi, I think was very fascinating. DRX struggling in the beginning, same thing for EG.
Yeah, it's really going to be some interesting games in the upper bracket, but oh my god, is that lower bracket stacked. You have Fnatic down there, you have EDG down there, and then it's like two regional matchups. Foot has to play against Fnatic. I feel bad for them. And then after that, you also have this Pacific matchup. Like, it's just such a crazy lower bracket to have here, right? It's a rematch between EDG and BLG there. Like, that's insane.
And think about this. We get 2 Americas teams and 2 Pacific teams up in the winner's semis. I mean, this desk is well represented here with what we've got going forward. So
be careful, because
I'm super excited about that.
Someone will start a Reddit thread about you being biased. Okay,
oh no!
So just be careful.
How horrible!
Oh, what a shame.
Oh my!
That is it for us here today, and what a day it has been. We had 2 excellent matchups. DRX moved on, EG moved on. The lower bracket is a shark pit. It's basically the makings of an incredible tournament. And the good news is we have plenty more coming at you in just a few short hours. Don't miss it right here, same place, same time. That does it for us. Here's your Prime Gaming end of day highlights. We'll see you tomorrow. DRX may be the fan favorite here. They may have dominated Asia for a very long time, but their opponents, Billy Gaming, are looking to assert the kings and assert themselves as the new leaders in this region. And let's see how this all boils down as Billy and DRX take the stage.
Anybody who comes through is just going to get barrel stuff. That's really nicely done. Good details there from Billy.
It's so difficult. It's clean, and it's an ace from Rin.
That
That was it. Here comes Buzz.
Takes a different path, but YZ gets to kill himself. What the heck happened there? YZ already with 2. Perhaps another ace on the cards. YZ with 4. The ace on the other side, and it delivers once more. Bianc and Stax in a 1v1. He's got to give up the space to see he's not going to connect. Stax has already got it to half. Pulls off, and the snaps from Stax is good. And Buzz, of course, it's Buzz who's here, and Mako with 3. 4 for Mako, a 13-10 win, and a ferocious comeback on Lotus. Buzz still playing down in hell, no armor, 72 HP. The swing out into smoke, the spam connects as Buzz gets another, looking for the 3rd, and he finds it.
Let's go!
He gets some info early on, and there it is. There's the fault line, and there it is for Yosemite. 2 found. YZ with the 3rd. Oh, it was a trap, and they took it. And they've gotten a shot at this. They've kept this very competitive. Rin's gonna have to do it on his own. Zest get 3. DRX take the lead back. Who established control, but do they know Mako's here? He can stop the round by himself. He's gonna swing on it, but the spike planted. Mako with 3, and the round is over. DRX survived the best possible shot that BLG throw their way in advance.
It's the matchup we've all been waiting for. Evil Geniuses takes on EDG. Words have been exchanged by both camps, strong words at that, but now it's time to truly put up or shut up.
Falling back further is Demon 1 waiting. Striking takes down Chichu. This could be huge. Oh, mouse will jump for Demon 1. It doesn't matter. He's back on track.
Good jump, Max. Good jump. Tactical.
Did he spot the player on the site? No, he didn't. So Chichu gets a second lease of life. A chance to follow up towards Com. A little isolated.
Oh my gosh.
It's stunning from Chichu. Claims a little bit of safety in CT, but he's got nobody on the other side. No flash there just yet. But this would be insane. Demon 1 alive and well. You can see the pressure, and Smoggy plays ahead of it. Taking down 3. Outstanding work. And EDG are winning map 1. Ethan, they line up and he knocks them out. There's still a second, maybe not, because they are all up for it. And Ethan with a belting round. It is, it's a long way off. And look at Demon 1, he's on a tear. Okay, Demon 1, okay. The crowd are calling, he's got 5 HP. They're letting him do it! Demon 1! Answers the call from the crowd! Looks for the next target. Oh, it's gorgeous! Demon 1! This guy is something else. As EG may paint themselves the villains, right now, they are the best chance as North American heroes. Turn their eyes back towards A main. A dash in, yes, and the player to follow, but Demon 1's on the hunt. He's prowling him out. He wants to find him for himself, but Com's taking him away. Kankang finally makes his appearance, but Demon 1 on so little. But look at that! Kankang needs to challenge us. He needs to check on this. Boostio catches a headshot, but gets back to work. Boostio disrespects it to the utmost.
Come on, bro. What are you doing?
Leaving Demon 1 and Ethan with it all to do. Good crossfire, great positioning, better shots, and now the 1v1. Oh, and Ethan's got him.
Let's go, man. Let's go.
Bye-bye. EG, they've absolutely crushed EDG. The villains have had their day. They back up all the words. They back up all the talk. And they take it in a 2-1.